Some friendships are born from loneliness, others are bred in the dark. This is a third-person retelling of Willard by Stephen Gilbert, a story inspired by the author's own real-life fear of rats after living in a basement flat in post-war London. First published in 1968, the novel has since sold millions of copies worldwide. Its author, Stephen Gilbert, was an acclaimed Irish novelist, known for The Landslide and the Burnaby Experiments. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted for the big screen in 1971 and again in 2003. By the end of this story, you may find yourself questioning where loyalty ends and terror begins. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details, and a few fun discoveries most viewers never notice. Note the visuals are created by today's technology. They may not be accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the story. So please, bear with me. The story begins. The mother had pointed out rats in the rockery and insisted he deal with them before the place became overrun. He inwardly dismissed her urgency. He was at work all day, and besides, rats frightened him. He wondered what she had even been doing in the neglected back garden, which she had hardly entered since his father died. She only annoyed herself by seeing its decay. Saturday afternoon arrived, and he decided he ought to at least investigate. The rockery sat at the top of the garden. In his father's time, it had been a showpiece of rare flowers. A pool sat at its center, where his father had planned a fountain before he died. In those days, a full-time gardener worked the grounds, but his father had always tended the rockery personally. Walking into the back garden after so long, he felt a genuine shock at its wildness. Brambles choked the path. A sizable tree had taken root in the middle of the way. He was simply surprised his mother had made it as far as the rockery at all. She was tougher than she looked when she chose to be. After his father died, they could no longer afford a gardener. The sensible choice would have been to sell the house and downsize, but neither he nor his mother liked the idea. She had written to their bachelor uncle in Canada, supposedly wealthy, explaining their reduced circumstances, but he never replied. So they let the gardener go and stayed, hoping for better times. He kept the front garden respectable. The back simply ran wild. For the first few summers, that wildness had a certain attractiveness. Flowers fought it out. Rambler roses sprawled. Winters looked grim and derelict, so he stayed away. After about 4 years, most flowers had vanished even in summer, though roses and some flowering shrubs persisted. He recalled the 3rd year after his father's death, a very wet night, when the rockery pool overflowed. Water ran the whole length of the garden, under the back door, and into the yard. A drain in the yard let it escape without major damage. He stayed home the next morning to clean up. Finding the pool's outlet blocked by dead leaves and rubbish, he cleared it easily, but wanted no further trouble, so he cut off the water and let the pool run dry. He arrived at the office after 11 that day, and Mr. Jones scolded him for lateness. He tried explaining what had happened, but Mr. Jones coldly reminded him that he was only an ordinary employee. He had remembered that remark ever since, though he suspected most ordinary employees would have received no rebuke at all. Mr. Jones got at him because he disliked remembering that his father had once been the boss, and Mr. Jones had started as little more than a working man. Now, Mr. Jones was sole proprietor. That had been 7 years ago. Things at the office had not improved, but he did his job as best he could and tried not to cause friction. He did not expect to see rats immediately, and he saw none at first. He spread an old waterproof coat on the long grass and lay down to watch. The sun shone that half spring, half summertime he enjoyed. Having just eaten his lunch, he felt warm, comfortable, and drowsy. He let himself fall asleep. The whole weekend stretched ahead. The precise moment of watching did not matter. He did not think he slept long, perhaps half an hour, perhaps only 5 minutes. When he woke, they were there. 2 large rats, and about 11 smaller ones. He supposed a father, a mother, and a family of young. His first feeling was a mix of fear and disgust. What if the whole place swarmed with them and another family ran over him? Or they might attack. He had heard that cornered rats fight and that babies had been bitten. He did not feel safe. After waiting a moment, he stood up suddenly, intending to sprint for the house. But once on his feet, he felt more sure of himself. He decided not to run until he saw what the rats would do. The rats stopped playing. The two big ones froze instantly. The little ones followed a few seconds later. For perhaps 15 seconds everything held still, him standing like a statue, the big rats watching him, the 11 little ones pressing against stones or plants to hide. Then one of the adults must have given some silent signal. All the little ones scurried under a large juniper bush that grew in low-layered branches. The big ones followed. Moments later, not a rat remained in sight. He was still frightened. He tiptoed over and peered under the juniper. He saw nothing, but several holes in the ground nearby looked unmistakably like rat holes. A whole colony must live there. He wondered what they would do. He returned to the house. He had the front grass to cut, and afterward, he meant to hoe weeds in the drive. He kept the lawnmower in the yard's water closet. His mother liked the arrangement. She wanted everything as it had been when his father was alive, but with no maid using that toilet, he saw no harm in storing tools there. It was far handier than constantly running up to the old tool shed at the top of the garden. The moment he entered the yard, his mother saw him. She must have been watching for him. He did not want to talk, but she rapped sharply on the kitchen window, that emphatic noise made by her diamond engagement ring, gold wedding band, and emerald ring, a sound he could not pretend to ignore. He had to go in and speak. She started with an objection to the lawnmower's location. He said nothing. That was the only way with her. If he talked back, she would argue him into promises, then later berate him for breaking them. This time she did not dwell on the mower because she wanted something else. She asked whether he had done anything about the rats. He answered that he could not see what to do. She said his father would have acted. When he admitted he had gone to look and had seen the rats, she claimed they were everywhere. He disagreed. Only one family, confined to the rockery as far as he could tell. She warned that rats grow fast and breed quickly if he did nothing. They would overrun everything. He repeated that he did not know what he could do. She insisted he would have to do something. He nearly said he would think about it while cutting the grass, but caught himself. That would become a promise. He simply stated he was going to cut the grass. He managed to avoid her for the rest of the afternoon, but at tea she started again. She said his father would have known what to do. He muttered that his father would probably have hired a professional rat catcher. She asked why he did not do the same. He answered that a rat catcher would cost money. That shut down nearly any suggestion in their family, even before his father died. They never had money to spare, and now it was worse. She fell quiet for a while, then remarked on a seemingly different subject. It was ridiculous that they had not made him a director. He mumbled sulkily that he saw no reason they should. He knew he would never succeed in business, and did not want to discuss it. She argued that his father had been head of the firm. That ought to mean something. He replied that it meant he did not get fired. She insisted the firm simply used him, that they would not find anyone else as trustworthy with money for what they paid him. He said they could probably find someone else if they wanted. She retorted that he should have a better job. That kind of talk made him feel embarrassed and ashamed, so he did not answer. She then proposed pouring boiling water down the rat holes and having him kill the rats with a stick when they emerged. She believed their backs broke easily. The idea thoroughly scared him. He did not want cornered rats jumping at his throat. Then he saw it would not work. He suggested that if she had enough water she might drown them, but boiling water would just run into the ground. She countered with a hose block most holes, run water into one, and kill any rats that came up. He said it would not work too many holes. She accused him of not wanting to do anything at all, calling him bone lazy, adding that was probably why he did not get on in business. He agreed dryly, and wondered which side of the family he inherited that from. Later that evening, when they were on speaking terms again, he mentioned an idea the drowning talk had given him. He recalled the drain pool in the rockery. If they could lure the rats in there and then fill it with water, the rats would drown. The idea pleased her. She said she knew he would think of something if she kept at him, adding that he needed a wife to prod him constantly. She also claimed it would help him in business. He knew very well she understood he could not afford to marry, and if she ever saw a real chance, she would fight tooth and nail to stop him. He never worked in the garden on Sundays, his mother would not approve, so he started on the pool this evening, Monday, just after tea. The job was turning out much bigger than he had thought, but it was the kind of work he could enjoy. Not the actual drowning of the rats, he probably would not look at that, but all the preparations. It was a really dirty job, and there was something about dirty jobs once you got stuck into them. He started with a shovel and wheelbarrow. The pool was clogged with black sludge, earth, water, half-rotten leaves and broken twigs all mixed together. He could not simply shovel it out. The mass was full of growing plants, grass and young trees, their roots tangled into a single mat. Every time he thought he had a shovelful, whatever he lifted got dragged back before he could pitch it into the barrow. He tried cutting roots with a spade, but that did not work well either. He was afraid he used too much force in case he cracked the concrete. He suspected it was not very thick. A crack would let the water drain away, and the rats would not drown. So he gave up on the tools and dragged out the vegetation with his hands. He would use the shovel and spade later, after the roots were gone and only mud remained. He got into the house at 10:30 that night, black from head to toe. His mother hardly recognized him. He had to bathe immediately. The first part was nearly done. He had the pool itself more or less as his father had left it. It measured about 12 feet across, with a central island roughly 3 feet wide, made of piled paving stones. He planned to remove the top 2 layers so the island would sit below the pool's rim. That was essential. The island had to become completely submerged when he let the water in. The next job was clearing the channel that brought water from the old mill pond in the field behind the house. That did not need to be thorough. He only had to make sure the water would flow once he opened the sluice gate. He almost felt like doing the whole thing properly. Seeing the pool like this reminded him of its best days. It really had been quite attractive. He could clear the little path around the pool and weed the rockery. He supposed he would have to put in fresh plants to replace the ones that had disappeared, then keep weeding once a week or more every night. More likely, once a week would never keep up, especially with the front garden also demanding his time. His mother would be delighted, but he would not do it. He hated any job he had to repeat again and again. He hated cutting the grass and endlessly hoeing weeds in the drive. He would let everything go completely, if not for his mother. She kept at him, and it was not as if she ever lifted a finger in the garden herself. She claimed she wore her fingers to the bone looking after the house, but he never saw much sign of it. Tomorrow would be Saturday again, and everything was ready for the execution. The pool stood empty and dry. All that remained was to ensure the attendance of the victims. There was no sense rushing. He would throw a few scraps into the bottom of the pool tomorrow afternoon and see if they got taken. Another week passed. The whole scheme was working out much better than he had expected, at least, better than he had expected recently. At first he had hardly thought out any details. He threw in scraps on Saturday afternoon. The rats could not even have seen them. The scraps were still there Sunday morning. By Sunday afternoon some sparrows had found them. He put in more on Sunday evening. By Monday evening the scraps were gone, but he was not sure whether rats or sparrows had taken them. So he fetched lumps of bread from the house, threw them in, and waited. After about a minute, he saw the mother rat peering at him from under the edge of the juniper bush. They watched each other. He soon grew tired and sat down. The mother rat kept watching. After another 5 minutes or so, she moved slowly to the empty pool and peered down at the bread on the bottom. Then he noticed the young rats. They appeared at the edge of the bush. Then one by one in short rushes, a yard or so at a time, they lined up beside their mother. They all peered down at the bread. Suddenly, one of the young ones half jumped, half scrambled down the side of the pool. At the bottom he paused and looked around cautiously. The mother looked around too. Next minute, they were all at the bread. The mother was last. She jumped down very awkwardly and heavily. It looked as if she might be pregnant again. No sign of the father rat. He wondered if the male had deserted. Now everything was ready. He had removed the top 2 layers of slabs from the island, which he had forgotten to do earlier. He had trained the rats to feed in the pool on the island, to be exact. He still put a few scraps on the bottom of the pool to attract them first and make the whole thing look casual, as if he were just dumping rubbish. But most of the food went on the island. They would all congregate there eating and would not notice the water flowing in until it was too late. At least that was the idea. They would be quite undisturbed. He would not even be there to watch at the beginning. Of course he would be there before the end, in time to see them drown. It would be horrid, but he would not be able to resist. Everything worked perfectly. Immediately after tea he went up the garden with a big bowl of scraps. True to tradition, the last meal of the condemned had to be good, nothing spared. His mother would have liked to come and watch, but she had not been well the last day or two. She felt the walk up the garden might be too much for her. They were both excited. He promised to run down to the house and tell her immediately the deed was done. He threw the scraps on the island. Some dropped off into the bottom of the pool, and one bit of bacon rind dangled over the edge. He paused just a moment to make sure the rats had spotted that food was available. Then he hurried away to open the sluice gate. The pond the water came from was about 75 yards from the pool. The sluice gate was wooden and ran in grooves, with a long ratchet rising from it. The teeth of the ratchet fit into a cog on a winch. He had greased the cog and ratchet well. He turned the winch handle, and the sluice gate, only about a foot wide, rose slowly. Despite the grease, the mechanism creaked a bit. It had not been used for years. At first the water seemed reluctant to leave the pond. The bottom of the ditch was not deep enough to make the water rush out quickly. Even a bit of ragged robin growing across the ditch held it back for a moment, as if it were a dam. Then water trickled through, and gradually the flow became a little faster, more decided. Nothing much, but enough, provided it was getting through into the pool. He ran back to the stile that led from the garden to the field. He stood on the top step. He could see the pool, but was not close enough to make out what was happening. He got off the stile and tiptoed a bit closer. The water flowed very gently into the pool. All the rats except one were on top of the island. That one was just below the others on the floor of the pool, reaching up for the piece of bacon rind hanging over the edge. He got it, and almost at the same moment felt a trickle of water against his tail. He twitched his tail in and hopped up onto the lower stones of the island. He was not a bit perturbed. From his new position he could reach more food. He started eating a bit of crust, holding it up between his hands. They were all eating away, unconscious of the rising water. They had never had such a feast. Still no sign of the father rat. He wondered what had happened to him. He did not like to think of the male escaping. The rat who had gotten his tail wet moved a little higher up the shore of the island. All the rats went on eating. Slowly the water rose, 2 inches deep. If they tried, they could still walk through it and jump up onto the pool's edge. He wondered whether they would if they noticed, but they did not notice. 3 inches. 4. The rat on the shore hopped up a little farther before the advancing tide. 5 inches. 6. The water was at least 9 inches deep before the mother rat noticed anything. Even then she did not get excited. She raised her head, looked around, sniffed, twitched her whiskers. He thought to himself that it was too late for her now, no good swimming for it. The pool's edges were smooth concrete. She could scrabble away, but would not get a foothold to scramble out. Besides, if any of them looked like succeeding, he could knock them back with the stick he had brought out specially for that purpose. He did not say this aloud. He only thought it. The mother rat went to the edge of the island and peered down. It was steep there, a sort of miniature cliff, more like a quay wall. She watched the water lapping against it. She was puzzled. She did not know she was living at the seaside. She started a tour of the coast. On the way she met her gormless son still peacefully taking his supper among the rocks on the lower shore. She made an angry snap at him with her teeth. She thought he should have noticed something. He let out a little squeal of dismay. He might have been nipped or just frightened. That upset the whole family. They all started scurrying back and forth, peering at the water from every side of the island in turn. They seemed to think there must be one side where there was no water. He came nearer. He did not mind the rats seeing him now. He contemplated the scene. How smoothly the water rose, creeping up the pool's edge, hardly a ripple anywhere, slow, gray, inevitable. At first, the rats did not seem to notice him. They rushed to and fro, uttering their little squeals of excitement. He did not think they realized yet what was happening. The mother did not squeal. She knew. At least she realized the water was rising and that the island would soon be submerged. That was the moment he had been waiting for. Would they try to swim for it? Or would they wait until the water was actually lapping over them and then swim? The mother stared out over the water, trying to make up her mind, he supposed. Should she plunge in and swim for the bank? Or just wait? He thought all rats could swim, but maybe they did not all know they could. Maybe she had never had to swim before. He wondered what the water looked like to her. He did not know how well rats could see, perhaps not very far. Perhaps the edge of the pool seemed a long way away. Suddenly, she caught sight of him. He could not explain how he knew she had seen him, but he did. She peered up. He stood on a little mound of the rockery, a huge godlike figure, unmoving, terrible. The young rats were really scared at last. They milled around the island in a panic, screaming, calling on their mother to save them. He had never heard a rat scream before. 10 of them doing it at once made an appalling row. The mother herself did not utter a sound. He no longer saw her simply as a rat. He saw her as a mother worrying about her children. She stared at him very fixedly. She had made up her mind what to do. She got into a position he could not quite name. Rats did not exactly kneel. It was a position of supplication. She clasped her hands together. She prayed to him. He understood her silent plea, save her children. It did not matter about her. Let her drown if he liked, but please spare her children. At first he did nothing. He contemplated her quite stonily. They were all crowded together. Not much island remained. Soon, they would start pushing each other off. Something happened to him. His stoniness melted. He was filled with compassion. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Too late to run and lower the sluice gate. By the time he stopped the flow, the water would be over their heads. He noticed a heavy plank lying at the side of the pool. He had used it as a ramp for the wheelbarrow when clearing rubbish out of the pool. Now he picked it up and edged it across the water until the far end rested on the stones of the island. It made a bridge from the island to the mainland. The mother rat did not waste an instant. She hopped on and came scurrying across with the whole family streaming after her. No hesitation, no "after you," just leadership. That was how she brought up her family. As she passed him, she gave a kind of little bow. He did not know what else to call it. She led her family over to the juniper bush. She put her head between her front paws and bowed down to him, a sort of prayer of gratitude. She was acknowledging that he had saved her family. He felt puzzled. Did she know that he had planned the destruction of her and her family? He did not suppose so. Probably she thought he had just happened along in time to save them, but he was not sure. At any rate, he felt there was now a definite relationship established between him and the mother rat. He believed she regarded him as a kind of god. He went back to the house. His mother asked how he had got on. He answered that he had gotten the job done. She asked if he had gotten all of them. He said all except the old father. He had not seen that rat for some time. Maybe he had had an accident, or perhaps he had another wife somewhere else. His mother said she would not be a bit surprised. She liked being reminded of the world's wickedness, even if only in the rat world. Then she asked whether any of the rats had tried to swim to the edge and climb out. He lied without hesitation. He told her only one had tried, and he had knocked it back with a stick. It had swum round and round for quite a long time. Some gave up quickly, he explained, while others kept swimming until he thought they would never drown. When she asked if they all died in the end, he said yes. The longest must have lasted about 20 minutes. He felt a strange pleasure telling these lies to his mother. They were so completely deliberate. He relished them. But she was a dangerous person to deceive one, had to be very careful. She asked whether the bodies sank or floated. He did not hesitate. He said they sank, and that was how he knew they were drowned. She remarked that she had not known whether they would sink or not, and supposed the bodies were all lying on the bottom of the pool. He agreed. They were at present. She then predicted they would rise to the top in about 10 days when gas formed inside them. He quickly answered that he would drain the pond again and clear them away before that happened. She said nothing more. But suddenly, he knew that tomorrow, while he was safely away at work, she would go up to the pool to look at the corpses, and she would see nothing. He waited a little, then got up quietly and left the room. He went back up to the pool. The island was completely covered now, but the water was no longer rising. It was getting away through the overflow that led to the stream in the glen on the far side of the house. He went into the field and lowered the sluice gate, stopping the flow into the channel. Then he opened the stopcock below the pool and drained all the water out. After that, he walked around for a while to pass time. It was dark when he returned to the house. His mother immediately demanded where he had been. He said he had thought he should finish the job while he was at it. He had drained the pool again and cleared out the bodies. When she asked what he had done with them, he said he had disposed of them, and asked if she had wanted to see them. She said no, of course not, but he knew she was lying just as much as he was. She kept asking what he had been doing. He told her he was working in the garden. That was true in a way, though she might not call it work. At the moment she did not feel like making an inspection tour. The back path was too steep. If she did manage it someday, he did not know what he would tell her. She would have difficulty finding evidence of his work. What he was doing, or trying to do, was to make the mother rat understand things he said to her. So far his success had been nil. She was not stupid by any means. He had taught her a few things. He had a large box lined with sheet metal where he kept food for her. At first, she had been frightened of it, perhaps suspecting a trap. There was a door in one side that she could open and close herself. It had been easy to teach her how to open it, but for a long time she would not close it. He had to make her understand that if she did not close it, the food would be stolen. At first he closed it for her, then he left it open occasionally. If left open, there would be no food next time. He had to hold her hands to show her how to shut it. She had not liked it much at first, but now she trusted him completely, and he was no longer afraid of her. The trouble with speech was that she did not realize it was speech. She knew he made various vocal noises, just as he knew she made vocal noises, but he could not make sense of any of her utterances. He did not think there was sense in them. She signified fear by screaming, they all did, and perhaps pleasure by little grunts, though he was not sure. It was not intended to convey any message. It had not occurred to them to use sound as a means of communication. Therefore, it did not occur to her that the sounds he made had any particular significance unless they were especially loud. If he shouted, she stopped whatever she was doing and looked at him, so he supposed she was learning that he used sound to attract attention. The family he had saved from drowning had all disappeared. A new family had been born. He knew that by her shape, though he had not seen any of them yet. He did not even see her husband. This friendship was a personal thing between her and him. He thought perhaps he was going to succeed. About a month ago, he had made 2 boxes, more or less the same, though not identical. They were very rough. He was not a carpenter by any standard. The boxes had lids with bits of an old strap acting as hinges. The lids were not fastened. Every night he put the food he brought into one or the other of these boxes. Every night he pointed to one box and said food. For the last 3 nights she had gone straight to the box with the food. He planned to continue that for another week without any change. After that he would start pointing to each box in turn. As he pointed to one, he would say food. When he pointed to the other, he would say empty. He did not know how long he had been on the new system, probably nearly 2 months. At last, he thought he might be getting somewhere. At first, he could not tell if she was paying any attention to what he said. Once she went to the right box 3 nights running, then the following 4 nights she went to the wrong one. What made him think she had begun to listen was that for the past week or so, he had noticed her watching his face, waiting for him to speak, before she went to either box. She might be lip-reading, that would be strange, but perhaps not unlikely. He made a great difference in the way he pronounced the 2 words. He said empty in a harsh, unattractive voice, but when he said food, it was in a soft, caressing tone. It was certainly working, but where did he go from there? Incidentally, the mother rat was on her 3rd family since he first got to know her. Very strange. She appeared to have had a family of one, or else something had happened to the others. Stranger still, she brought this one along one evening and introduced him. It was more than an introduction. You would almost have thought she was giving him to her human friend. There was something odd about this young rat. He could not help feeling that the creature was human. He was not frightened at all. When his mother brought him along, he looked at the man shyly perhaps, but with no sign of fear. He looked at him, as a friendly and intelligent boy might look at a new tutor, who he had been told was very kind. He did not really know that the rat was male. He was convinced of it on absolutely no evidence. He had no idea how to tell the difference between male and female rats. He called him Socrates. He had thought of Samuel by a peculiar sort of association, but Socrates was better. He looked so wise. Socrates, he judged, was less than half grown, less than half the size of his mother. He did not know what age that would make him, but judging by the time since the last family departed, he did not think Socrates could be more than 6 weeks old. He was handsome. The fur on his back was dark brown and glossy. His paws, chest, and all his underpart were white. He was very clean. His eyes seemed a little larger than those of other rats he had seen, and seemed to have a gleam of intelligence. That might be imagination. He was not sure if eyes were capable of expression. Socrates' ears moved all the time. When he looked at the man and listened, his whole expression was alert and bright. At present his tail was pinkish and much thinner than his mother's. He did not find it repulsive. Perhaps it would get fat and scaly when he grew up. The rat knew his name already. It only took him about 15 minutes to learn it, and funnily enough his mother learned her name at the same time. He just called her Ma. Socrates had already learned to pick out the full and the empty box all in one evening, the first evening the man had ever seen him. But he had changed his method a little. Instead of saying food and empty, he switched to food and no food. He intended to go on to lots of other things the same way, water and no water, and so on. Ma did not appear one night, only Socrates. She was about due for another family. She seemed to have one about every 6 weeks. What happened to them all he could not imagine. Socrates learned extraordinarily quickly. First thing that night, the man tested whether he remembered food and no food. It was quite clear that he did. He tested him several times, moving the food from one box to another without letting the rat see. Every time, Socrates went to the box the man told him the food was in. Next he tried to teach the rat the word box, touching one box after the other and saying boxes. He thought Socrates understood, but it was impossible to know. If the rat were a child, he would repeat the words, but he could not expect that. All he was trying to do was to make the rat understand what he said, not to make him talk back. He ought to be able to think out some system. He supposed he was stupid, but he could not really think out any system. He just kept talking all the time he was with Socrates. He was sure some of it stuck in the rat's brain, but he did not know how much. He said I, me, man, while pointing at himself. He said you, rat, while pointing at the rat. He got a trowel from the tool shed and dug a small hole near the pool in the rockery. While digging, he narrated he dug a hole. Man dug a hole. When he finished, he pointed to the hole and repeated that it was a hole, a man-made hole. Socrates looked at him and looked at the hole. He seemed to understand. Suddenly the man had an inspiration. He said rat hole, and sure enough, the rat scampered away to the hole under the juniper bush. Then he called manhole after him, and Socrates came scurrying back to the hole he had just dug. That proved that the rat did understand and learned extraordinarily quickly, but of course he had taught him one word wrongly. He would have to try to teach him what a manhole really was. Socrates' tail was not pink anymore. It was covered with fine hairs, like a sort of brown fuzz. One night the man set off with Socrates in his pocket to find a real manhole. There were quite a lot, but they all seemed to be in the middle of roads. Eventually, he found one in what he thought was a quiet place, and put Socrates down on it so the rat could sniff around and see what it was. The next thing he knew, there was a screaming of brakes. A car was coming straight at them. He dived down, grabbed Socrates, and shoved him under his jacket. He did not have time to jump for the side of the road before the car skidded past sideways, making a dreadful noise. He got an awful fright, and felt very cross. But then the car stopped, facing into the ditch, sideways to the road with no harm done. The driver jumped out almost before it had stopped, and came tearing over to the man as if there were not a moment to lose. He thought the man was going to apologize for nearly running him down, but not a bit of it. The driver angrily demanded to know what the hell he thought he was doing. The man told him he was not doing anything. The driver shouted at him to go do it somewhere else, adding that he was damned lucky not to have been killed. The man retorted that the driver had been going far too fast and ought to be more careful. The driver looked ready to hit him. He did not think he was a coward. He would never want to fight if he could help it, but he simply could not fight at that moment. He still had Socrates clasped under his jacket, not having had time to put him back in his pocket. The first blow might easily strike the rat, perhaps kill him. He dared not put Socrates down, because the man would then try to kill him, so he turned and ran as hard as he could. After about 50 yards, he realized the man was not chasing him. He turned to see what the driver was doing. The man shouted an accusation of cowardice. He shouted back the same insult, asking why the driver did not have his L plates up. The driver went nearly purple with rage, roaring that he would get him yet. He rushed back to the car, where 2 or 3 of his friends had gotten out and were standing around clearly intending to come after him in the vehicle. So the man nipped off across a field and got home quickly by the back way, before the driver could see where he was going. Still, he hoped he would not meet that man somewhere else. The fur on Socrates' tail had gotten quite thick. He had an unpleasant time at the office. His salary had stayed the same since before his father died 10 years without a single raise. His mother had repeatedly pushed him to go and see Jones, and, as she put it, demand his rights. She had some idea that, because his father once owned the place, a hereditary vested interest had descended to him. She ignored the fact that they had sold every share his father possessed to Jones, not just Jones alone, since Jones had needed a backer at the time. His mother felt they had sold for too little. In a way, she was right. But the business had done badly for several years before his father's death, and he knew he could never have made a go of it. He was not a businessman and never would be. His mother probably knew it too, but every now and then she tried to pump what she called ambition into him, as if he ever wanted to become a person like Jones. At any rate, she had gotten him to promise to see Jones and ask for a raise. She told him that if he could not open his mouth and ask, he would never get anywhere. Probably true. Not that he really wanted to get anywhere. He just wanted to stay where he was and have people leave him alone. He waited until after Jones had finished the checks at 11:30. Then he asked if he could speak in private for a minute. He did not call Jones sir, as his mother said. It really should be Jones calling him sir. Jones agreed, but told him to make it snappy, because he had little time to waste. That made him nervous from the start. He did not know whether Jones did it on purpose. All the staff said Jones was terrified of anyone asking for a raise. He had only made the place pay by cutting every expense to a minimum except his own salary, which had doubled since his father died. But everyone said it genuinely upset Jones to be asked for a raise. He felt that if everyone got one, the place would start losing money again. He was a great one for saving the pennies. When any staff wanted to speak privately, Jones knew it was 10 to 1 they were after a raise. He could not very well refuse to see them, but he would have liked to. He followed Jones into the private office. His father's office, really. He could not think of it any other way. Jones did not sit down or invite him to, which would have looked as if he had time to talk. Jones demanded what it was. He asked if Jones could see his way to increasing his salary. Jones interrupted immediately, shaking his head with a mournful expression and saying he was sorry things had gotten very tight. They were having a terrible job making ends meet. They could not manage it at all. He pointed out that he had not had a raise since his father died, while everything kept getting dearer. Jones shook his head again, saying no one knew that better than he did. Costs were rising all the time. It was the devil's own job making a profit. He added that the man was getting more than any cashier they had ever employed before, and should be very comfortably off, living out there with his mother, unmarried, with his own house. He repeated a line his mother had told him to say, that he had a position to keep up. He had not liked it much, but he knew she would ask. Jones sneered and asked what position. He said, well, being his father's son and all that. Jones told him he could not go through life being father's son. The sooner he got that into his head, the better. He added that if he might give another bit of advice, the man should sell that house. It was far too big for 2 people, and too expensive. He would get on a lot better if he moved somewhere smaller. Then Jones ordered him back to work, saying he might be thankful he had a job, and a well-paid one at that, considering all he was asked to do. The next moment he found himself in the passage again, not sure how he had gotten there. He went back to his desk in the cash office. When he tried to write, his hand was shaking. He could not do anything for 10 or 15 minutes. He hated Jones. He dreaded going home. He knew his mother would be at him. Sure enough, as soon as they sat down to tea, she started. Had he spoken to Jones? What had Jones said? Why had he not told him this and that? He told her as little as possible. Why she had to keep bludgeoning away at him he did not know. She should realize by now that he would never be any good by her standards or anyone else's, he supposed. He wished she would accept that he was a failure and stop probing for details. It was not going to do any good. He was ashamed of himself, of being no more than he was. He was ashamed of what had happened with Jones. He hated telling her about it. He hated thinking about it. He hated his mother for having driven him to demand that interview. If she had left him alone, he would never have said a word. Most of all, he hated Jones. As soon as they finished the washing up, he escaped into the garden. His mother called after him, asking where he was off to now, but he pretended not to hear. It was dark. He went up the path to the tool shed, lit an old hurricane lamp he kept there, and waited. He wore an overcoat, not the one he went to the office in, but an old one of his father's, far better quality and warmer than anything he could afford. The tool shed smelled just as it always had, the same smell he remembered from childhood rainy days, when he would come here and talk to the gardener. Dry earth, perhaps, and some chemical lime, bone meal. He did not even know what bone meal was. Ground down bones, he supposed. He looked at the spades and forks hanging against the wall, a bit rusty, but pretty much the way they were in old William's day. The old Pennsylvania lawnmower sat in the corner behind the door, and there was Socrates, peering out at him from a hole beneath the bench. He told Socrates he had had a beastly day. The rat came right out and hopped up a staircase he had made from old boxes onto the bench. He had a few scraps in his pocket, but for a long time he just stood there stroking the rat, mostly with one finger. It soothed him somehow. He began to feel at peace, at ease. After a while the mother rat appeared with her latest family. He had taught them to understand a few things already, and Socrates was a great help, acting as a sort of school teacher. They did a few tricks on command. One was tearing up a newspaper. He had brought a sheet tonight just to see them at it. He unfolded it and put it on the bench, telling them to tear it up. They certainly did. The fury of them made him laugh. They tore it to shreds. He told them to stop, and they stopped just like that. Then he had an idea. If they would tear up paper to command, why not other things? Why not motor tires, for instance? Why not Jones's motor tires? Motor tires were a lot tougher than paper, but if they went for the sides of the tires where they were not so thick, people who made him suffer should so suffer in return. His mother kept asking where he went every night. She said he could not be working in the garden at this time of year. He could not see to work. Sometimes he told her one thing, sometimes another. One night, he said he was going out for a walk, needing a bit of exercise after being stuck in the office all day. When he came back after 11, she had waited up. She asked if he had had a nice walk. He said yes, very nice. A lovely frosty night, the sky clear, almost as bright as day in the moonlight. She said she had not heard the gate creak when he went out. He said he had left it open when he came back from the office. She could not catch him out, though she always tried. He had begun to enjoy lying to her. Sometimes he lied when it was not even necessary. She said his father always insisted on the gate being kept shut to keep dogs out. They made a mess of the lawn. He said they could get in whether the gate was shut or not. The hedge was full of holes. She reminded him that his father had put wire netting all around the inside of the hedge, which had cost quite a lot of money. He said it had all rusted away. Quite often he told her the truth, for example, that he had just been up at the tool shed. But she did not believe him. It might as well have been another lie. She asked what he did up there. He said he sat there. She said he could not just sit for 2 hours doing nothing. He said yes, he liked it there. She said it must be cold out, and he would be far better sitting with her in the house, unless he found her company unbearable. He said no, he liked sitting with her too. She did not know what to make of him. She thought he had a girl, or a woman rather, not the sort he could introduce to her. All the same, she longed to meet her. He imagined she wanted to pour out a denunciation of sin and bring him back repentant to the fold. She was very odd about it. He thought she respected him more now that she believed he was a sinner than she had when she looked on him as an innocent lamb. She kept saying it was about time he got married, but she did not really want him to. Not that there was the slightest chance. No girl would look at him twice, not unless she was desperate. Not even then. Girls had a great nose for money. They had to have. They were like cats, prowling around to find the best place to have kittens. When his father was alive, he used to notice girls running their eyes over him sometimes, but it never came to anything. He remembered one telling him she thought he would suit her best friend, but most of them did not even think he was up to that standard. He did not know how they knew. Nowadays they did not even give him a second glance. He admitted to himself that he was attracted to women. They would upset his life just as much as any other man's if he did not watch himself. If the sexual act alone were over and done with in 5 minutes, he would not mind. But the preliminaries and the consequences he refused to put up with. Why should he? Why be a slave? It was easy enough to let off steam when he had to. He found it strange how obedient the rats were. He could see that tearing up newspapers might be fun. Rats were certainly playful, but tearing up motor tires with their teeth? The secret was that they tore very little at a time, and it was not just teeth but claws as well. The claws went like fury. Doing Jones's tires was going to be quite an undertaking. He would have to plan every detail like a military operation. Jones lived at the other end of town. The difficulty was transporting the rats there. He wanted to take 12 rats plus Socrates. Another difficulty, something like this should be rehearsed repeatedly until no possibility of mistake remained. He could not rehearse the actual assault, and that would be the tricky part. He felt he had to be very careful. Rats were regarded as enemies of man. Even sentimentalists did not protest about killing rats, unlike bunnies, hares, or foxes. The reason was that everyone was scared stiff of them. In his lifetime, he had known people feel the same way about Germans and Japanese. Now it was communists and Chinese. The best rat was a dead rat. He wondered if rats could be a danger to the whole human race. They might be, if there were a struggle for survival after a nuclear war. They bred so quickly they might reproduce before succumbing to atomic sickness. If he held a rehearsal, it could only be by attacking the tires of some other car. But once one car was done, everyone would be on alert. Rat traps in garages, all sorts of things. He had no desire to ruin anyone else's tires, only Jones's. In particular, he did not want to try anything near home. One part he had been able to rehearse getting his team accustomed to traveling in a suitcase. He put Socrates in with them to keep order. Socrates would be like the trainer traveling with the team. He supposed he was the manager. At first, he carried them only around the garden. He could feel them scurrying inside the case, and had to tell them to be quiet and keep still. It did not have much effect. He took them back to the shed. More training would be needed to accustom them to staying absolutely quiet and still inside the case until he let them out again. He could not go on a bus with a suitcase full of squeaks and squeals, especially if he seemed to be talking to it. He was having to change the team a bit. The best gnawers and clawers were not necessarily the most disciplined. He would not know which ones to leave out without Socrates. When they came out of the box, Socrates snapped at the ones that had been giving trouble. One thing bothered him. They had been practicing on old tire covers hanging on the walls of his garage, relics from when the family had a car. Jones's tires would have air in them. As soon as the rats got through to the tube, there would be a frightful hissing. Would that frighten the whole lot off? It did not matter if it frightened the ones that had already gotten through, but he did not want a general panic. He wanted Jones to find 4 flat tires first thing in the morning, not just one. He bought a packet of children's balloons. He blew them up and let the air hiss out while the rats worked on the tires. He also burst 1 or 2. They were getting accustomed to all sorts of noises. Whatever happened now, they just kept going. That was discipline for you. That evening he made a rather funny discovery. He said goodnight to his mother and went up to his room. As soon as he switched on the light, the bulb went phut. He went down to the cupboard under the stairs where spare bulbs were kept, but there were none left. He wondered for a moment, then decided to borrow the bulb from what used to be the maid's room on the top floor at the back. It had not been used for years or so, he thought. He went up, left the landing light on and the door open, but did not at first turn on the light in the room itself. Then he noticed that the arrangement of the room seemed odd. He turned on the light. There was a deck chair with cushions on it in the window, and on a table beside the chair his father's old field glasses. His mother had been spying on him. Well, let her spy. It was not going to do him any harm, and if she caught her death of cold, that was her lookout. He took the bulb from the box room instead. He did not want her to know he knew. That might only lead to more questions and bogus explanations from him. As it was, he did not think she would see anything. Even if she did notice a rat occasionally, it would not interest her. She was expecting a female form flitting guiltily in or out of the tool shed door. All the same, he would stick a bit of paper over the tool shed window. That would both convince her of the rightness of her suspicions and make it less likely she would see the rats. He wondered how long she had been at it. Now that he thought about it, about a month ago he had come in a hurry one night and found her on the first landing with her coat and hat on, all dressed to go out. He had remarked that it was frightfully cold and asked if she was going out. She had said no, she was not going out. When he asked if she had been out, she again said no. Then after an embarrassed pause, she said she had put on her coat and hat for a little and asked if there was any harm in that. His mother would never tell a direct lie, but she had no compunction about leading him to believe what was not true. He had simply thought that poor old mother was getting old and a bit queer, and wondered how long before he would have to put her in an old people's home. Quite a relief when the time came. He would just as soon have the house to himself, but he was sure she would fight tooth and nail to stay. Today he went to have a look at Jones's house. There was nothing very special about it. Not as big as his house, with much less garden, but location mattered. Jones lived in the best neighborhood among local tycoons. Another way of saying, he had a lot of uncaught crooks around him. He was in his element. Everything about the house and garden was neat, tidy, and smart, just the way his own place used to look when his father was alive. Not that Jones would need a gardener for that small garden, probably. He and his wife looked after it on Saturday afternoons. You might say it was a credit to him. Why people wanted to spend their time grubbing about in gardens just to impress neighbors, he did not know. The garage was beside the house, though not actually part of it. When he first arrived, it was standing open with the car inside. He could not hang about outside. Jones might come out and see him, so he walked past quickly, close to the hedge. He had only that one glance through the gateway, because the hedge was high and too thick to see through. That was an advantage in a way. He did not want Jones peering out and seeing him. He walked quickly up the avenue and into another avenue. He did not want anyone to notice him. He did not think anyone did. He was just a chap out for a walk. He came back about an hour and a half later, at dusk, nearly dark. The garage door was shut and bolted. Walking past quickly, not appearing to look, he could not tell if there was a padlock. He did not turn for another look. Instead, he went for another short walk and returned when it was completely dark. He felt nervous and excited, his heart beating. No one to see him now. He opened one half of an iron gate. It did not even squeak. He stood inside the gate in the shadow, where the street lamp's light did not reach him. The house looked rather bigger and vaguer in the dark, mysterious. Light showed in only one room, the drawing room, he supposed. Jones was careful with his money. No waste. He still could not see if there was a lock on the garage door. He could barely see the door at all. He stole in a little farther on tiptoe. The gravel crunched loudly beneath him. These people must spend a fortune on gravel. He skipped onto the grass. That was better. He reached the garage door with hardly any more noise. He felt it with his hands. A wooden door with a bolt and padlock. Jones looked after his own. Suddenly a shriek behind him. He nearly died on the spot. It went through him, as if his bowels had been snatched out and hurled into a deep freeze. It was Jones's daughter. Fortunately, she did not see his face. He was too frightened to turn around. He stood frozen, one hand on the lock. He had been about to give it a good tug to see if it would come off. After a moment, during which both he and the girl stood absolutely still, she ran to the front door, shouting for her father to come quickly. There was a man trying to steal the car. He came to life at that and tore away as fast as he could. He was not sure which way to go. If he dashed onto the main road, many people might see him and be able to identify him if the whole Jones family and neighbors came pouring after him. Instead, he went away from the main road, running on his toes as fast as possible. He knew a cross avenue was about 50 yards away. He turned into it and stopped running, sauntering along slowly, as if he had not a care in the world. He took the next turn to the right and came back to the main road about 150 yards above Jones's Avenue. A bus stop stood opposite. A bus to the city center had just pulled away. He had no hope of catching it. There were not many buses on that route, but he was opposite an avenue that led down to another main bus route about half a mile away. Crossing the road would put him in full view of anyone coming out of Jones's Avenue. On the other hand, anyone who noticed him lurking in the shadow of the hedge would immediately become suspicious. He walked boldly across the road. He could not make up his mind what to do. He was half tempted to nip into one of the gardens and lie low for a while, but if caught in someone's garden, it would look very suspicious. He would be brought for Miss Jones to identify, and even if nothing could be proved, Jones would fire him first thing in the morning and would have every right to, since he was the firm's cashier. No one entrusted money to a person caught lurking in someone else's garden at night. He stood at the bus stop for about half a minute, feeling horribly obvious. Not another soul seemed to be about. Anyone looking for a young man of medium height and slim build would immediately spot him. Once Jones saw him, he would want to know what he was doing at this end of town. It would be no good saying he had been visiting friends. The police would ask which friends, and if he said he had just been out for a walk, that would sound pretty thin. There were plenty of good walks near home. He lost his nerve and began walking down the avenue that led to the other bus route. He heard a car behind him. A big car. A police car? He expected it to pull up beside him with policemen jumping out to question him. He still had no idea what to say. The car went on. It was not a police car, not even particularly big. Then it came to him what to say, that is. He had been seeing a girl. No. He was not prepared to say who she was. He would get away with that. Everyone would believe him straight away, and Jones would think he was far more of a lad than he had ever imagined. He walked on. No one stopped him. He caught a bus on the other road and reached home safely without further adventure. Jones had been rather amusing about the marauder. That meant the narrator, of course, though Jones did not know it. Jones had put forward two different stories that did not make sense together, yet expected listeners to believe both. One story claimed a sexual maniac with wild eyes and a beard had attacked his daughter. The other said someone had tried to break into the garage to steal the car. Jones liked both versions. So did the narrator. The police did not have a chance. They were looking for a wild-eyed, bearded man while he was clean-shaven with mild, rather weak eyes. Not that he needed spectacles, just that. If people looked hard at him, his eyes watered, and he felt uncomfortable. He was the sort of person you would think would not say boo to a goose, but you would be wrong. He nearly always said boo to geese when he met them, provided no one else was around. It appeared that for the last few months, some man had been frightening women all around Jones's district. Whether the daughter had jumped to the conclusion that he was the same man, or whether her parents had put the idea into her head, he did not know. She had never seen his face, nor he hers. But the police needed evidence. If it was not there, it had to be manufactured. One thing was obvious. He would have to postpone his attack on Jones's tires until autumn. Jones was alert now. He and his neighbors were on the lookout for suspicious characters. He rather hoped they would catch the chap with the beard, or that the man would give up his little games. In the meantime, the whole district was unsafe for any man who could not explain exactly what he was doing. But he would have had to put it off until autumn anyway. He needed darkness, and he needed to come and go by bus. The buses stopped shortly after 11. Around the end of October seemed the right time. The sex chap had been caught just 1 week after his own close call. He supposed this was a good thing for him. All the same, he felt sorry for the poor blighter. What harm had he actually done anyone? Frightful scandal, of course, all hushed up. That meant the whole town knew, but the police were not involved. Some respected local resident, a retired bank manager or something. He was not important enough for Jones to tell him the story directly, but Jones had told the bookkeeper. It appeared the old man had not had a beard, any more than the narrator had just wore a muffler, either to keep out the cold or as a disguise. He was to get psychiatric treatment. Jones was disappointed. He did not think it was the same man. The man who had attacked his daughter, according to Jones, had a black beard and wild eyes. He was a big, powerful chap, and quite young. As soon as Jones appeared, he had taken to his heels and made off like an Olympic champion. It was funny how Jones would not give up the idea of the attack on his daughter. He supposed there was more at risk there. The car was property and insurable. The sex rights in his daughter were property too, but not insurable, or at any rate not insured. So it was more interesting that his daughter had been at risk than his car. There was an old leather traveling bag of his father's that held 9 rats quite comfortably, what he thought was called an overnight bag. 9, he decided, would be the team. 2 rats for each tire, with Socrates in charge. Last night, he had held what he called a training session. He went up to the shed immediately after tea and put the 9 rats into the bag, then straight down the drive and out the gate. As he passed the house, he heard his mother tapping at the window with her rings, shouting to ask where he was going with his father's bag. She did this every time he went out with the bag, but he paid no attention. When he came back in, she whined at him. She had gotten the idea that she was confined to the house, something the doctor had told her. It suited him well enough, except that she spent all her time peering out of windows trying to find out what he was up to. She was still as much at sea as ever. He took a bus into the country, the bag on the floor between his feet. There was not the slightest movement from it. None of the other passengers could have guessed it, held anything living. Yet when he lifted it, he could tell from the feel that there were rats inside. It felt different from a bag filled with pajamas and a spare shirt and shaving things. He smiled to himself, riding along on the bus. If the other passengers knew what was in his bag, if he opened it, what a scene! He was tempted to open it. He had the greatest difficulty resisting the temptation. He got off at a spot that could be described as truly rural. He walked up a pleasant country road, looking for a nice dry bank where he could sit and let the rats out for a little run. Almost anywhere would have done. All he needed was for no one to be about. He walked on a little further, partly because it was a pleasant evening, looking for the perfect spot. He came around a corner and found a chap and a girl in a parked car. He felt annoyed. Either he had to go back a bit or go farther than he had intended. He reflected on the situation. Some animals had a mating season. Some, like men and rats, kept at it all year round. He walked past, pretending not to peer in. He had lascivious thoughts. Then he thought that he would make them pay for their fun and games. Whether they even noticed him, he did not know. At any rate, he had not the slightest effect on their goings-on. He realized suddenly that here was a perfect chance for a full dress rehearsal. About 20 yards farther up the road behind the car was a field gate. He opened it and went in. Then he came back behind the hedge until he was just beside the car, with only the ditch between them. He opened the bag and let the rats out. For a few minutes he stroked them all, especially Socrates, and let them run over him. Then he whispered an order to tear up the tires, lifting Socrates so that he could see the car through the hedge. Socrates led the others through a little gap in the bottom of the hedge. The ditch was dry. They crossed in single file, and the attack began 2 each to 3 of the tires, with Socrates helping on the 4th. He watched to see how they would get on. They took a turn about, one gnawing and clawing furiously for 15 seconds or so, then the other taking over, and so on. They did not go for the thick part of the tires. They did what he had taught them on the old covers at home. They went for the tire walls, the thinnest part just above the bulge, and they worked on a very small area so that they could make a deep cut surprisingly quickly. Everything was going well, the chap and the girl completely oblivious. Suddenly there was a great hiss. Socrates and his team were through first, not surprising, having an extra mouth on the job. The chap asked what that was. The girl said it sounded like a tire. The tire hissed steadily. You could almost hear them listening to it. It was funny what it took to upset people. He nearly split himself trying not to laugh. The rats on the offside back got through. Another hiss started a different note from the first, fresh and vigorous. By that time, the first hiss had begun to have a dying fall. It was quite easy to distinguish that there were now 2 hisses instead of 1. The chap asked if someone was letting their tires down. He opened the door and peered out. At the same time, the girl opened her window and peered out too. The chap exclaimed that it was rats they were eating the tires. He liked the mixture of wonder and fear in the man's voice. The girl said it was the same on her side, and that they would be eating them next. Bert believed her instantly. He jumped out and raced down the road. The girl burst into tears, calling after him that he would not leave her to be eaten alive by rats. But he had. When he reached what he thought a safe distance, taking no risks, he looked back and found the rats were not actually at his heels. They were still at the car. He shouted back for her to shut the door so they did not get in, saying he would get help. The narrator made a special noise, a sort of cluck, 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 that would not be recognized as human meaning come to me at once. 1 tire was still holding out, but that did not matter. The rehearsal had gone perfectly. He did not mean to attack Jones's tires when anyone was there. Jones would go for his car in the morning and find out then what had happened to it. The rats came back through the hedge. The girl was now standing on the seat. He was terrified she would catch sight of him. He lay very still. He did not think she saw him, but she still saw the rats. She called out that they were going away, then hopped out and rushed after Bert. Bert, with all danger past, had at least the grace to wait for her. She flung herself into his arms and laid her head on his shoulder. He'd bet she had gotten a fright. Extraordinary, you would think she had had enough of Bert. Not a bit of it. They went off with their arms around each other, all lovey-dovey, to look for help. All the same, she would take it out of him once they were married. He was afraid they would come back to investigate and find him crouching behind the hedge, but no, definitely not the stuff heroes were made of. He put the rats back in the bag and started toward the main road to catch the bus home. After a bit, he met Bert and the girl, and a chap with a pitchfork. The pitchfork chap asked if he had seen any rats, giving a great yokel grin. He repeated the word rats with all innocence, saying he did not think so. The girl said hundreds of rats had attacked their car. They would have eaten them if they could. He sounded quite incredulous. Bert confirmed that the rats had eaten the tires off the car, and it would have been them next if the rats could have gotten them. They actually believed there were hundreds of rats. It was like Jones and his marauder. He took the bus home to his mother. As usual, he had to listen to many questions, but he told her nothing. She was getting very frail. He did not think she would live much longer. It was strange how he had come to love Socrates. He sat for hours just playing with him and stroking his fur. Sometimes it seemed to him that Socrates was more intelligent than a human being. At any rate, he was more congenial to him. Of course, he was no ordinary rat. He thought that perhaps he belonged to a new species. The only difference he could be sure of was the tail. Ordinary rats had fleshy, scaly tails which were rather horrid. Socrates and one or two of the other young ones had long, furry tails. They began thin and pink like a mouse's tail and got furry later. He thought Socrates was proud of his. When moving about, he usually held it straight out behind him and slightly raised so it did not trail on the ground. At other times he carried it at an angle, rather like a cat, but Socrates' tail was never quite straight up. He kept it very clean, but then he was a very clean animal. Yesterday was Sunday, and he got up early so as to have plenty of time with Socrates before church. They had been out late the night before, and Socrates did not hear him when he went into the shed. For quite a while he just stood there watching him sleep, his tail curled around him. It seemed cruel to wake him. He reasoned with himself a little before he did so. Sleep was temporary death. For Socrates, life was good. He liked it when the man played with him. Therefore, he should wake him, bring him from death to life. And that morning, he too had been glad to wake, because it was Sunday, and he would have a long time with Socrates. Most mornings he would rather be asleep than awake. He hated getting up and going into business. Did that mean he preferred death to life? Anyhow, he decided to wake Socrates. He whistled. Socrates opened his eyes. His tail uncurled slowly. He stood up and stretched. Then he saw the man. He knew Socrates had seen him by the expression on his face, a rather comic expression, a mixture of sleepiness and reproach, and a sort of shamefacedness at not being up and about, as if to say that everyone slept in occasionally. Socrates was not going to neglect his toilet on the man's account. He sat down and began to wash his face. No skimped wash either. He went from his face to behind his ears, to his back, to his sides, to his tummy, licking his hands all the time to keep them wet. Next he licked his hind feet and scratched himself with them. He continued until he reached the very end of his tail, licking and biting that. Not until every minute portion of him was licked or scratched or bitten did he consent to come over and let the man talk to him and stroke him. He had never felt toward any human being as he felt toward Socrates. He had had the same feeling toward a dog they had when he was a child. That dog was eventually poisoned, something he had never forgotten or forgiven. That dog had been his best friend. He used to let him lick his face for 5 or 10 minutes at a time. It was delightful. He could still remember the warm, rough, smooth feeling of that tongue and the way he had to dry his face with his handkerchief afterward. When he was even smaller, he had loved his mother with a very intense love. He supposed he still loved her, but he was not conscious of it. She irritated him extremely. For years, it seemed, she had done nothing but nag at him. Any feelings of tenderness and love he had were therefore directed toward Socrates. There was no one else. He had made a house for Socrates, a sort of doll's house, inside the tool shed with electric light. It was wonderful what you could do if you tried. He had no experience in carpentry or working with electricity, but there it was. It was built into a corner of the tool shed on the bench, not separate like a doll's house. It even had heating. He had bored holes in the bench with a brace, and bit and fitted a box below. Inside the box he put a tin with a light bulb. When switched on, the bulb heated the tin and warm air flowed up through the holes into the house. He had difficulty getting switches that would turn on and off easily enough to be worked by a rat, but by fiddling with them, he had managed to fit switches Socrates could operate. He had to be very careful. He did not want any short circuits that might start a fire. Another difficulty was making Socrates understand about the heater. He learned to work the light switches quickly because they gave instant results, but the heater took time to take effect. He had to demonstrate it repeatedly. Socrates understood in the end. But what a job! The whole electricity supply came from a plug in the garage. The electricity people would not approve, but they would never see it. The outside part was lead-covered cable, and he had put it underground. His mother was calling. He wondered what she wanted now. She thought he should spend all his spare time with her, running little messages, listening to her reminiscences. You would think that by this time he should be able to write a book about rats, but in fact he knew very little about them. He knew Socrates very well, and from time to time he still saw his mother. Apart from that, there were about 20 other rats he could recognize as individuals. All of these were, he thought, males. He could not be sure. He still could not see any difference between males and females. It was just that none of them had ever appeared to be carrying young. All these rats he had tried to train. With about a dozen he had some success. The others were failures who kept coming to the shed hoping for scraps. He would like to get rid of the failures, but he did not like to actually chase them. The rats obviously trusted him, and he did not want to destroy that trust, though eventually he would have to make some sort of selection. The successful rats all had one physical characteristic in common: furry tails. He did not know if that meant there were normally two different types of rat, one with furry tails and one with scaly tails, or whether the furry tails were just a peculiarity of the Socrates family. Socrates' mother had the ordinary scaly tail, and so he thought, did his brothers and sisters. The trouble was, he did not know which were his brothers and sisters. He was inclined to think all the scaly-tailed rats who hung around were brothers and sisters, but he was not sure. This led him to wonder if all the furry-tailed rats were Socrates' children. It was certainly Socrates who brought them along, at least he thought so. He did not see them arrive. From time to time, he came in and found a new young rat with Socrates. The new one stayed close to Socrates for a day or two, then joined the others. Perhaps he just brought along the brightest rat out of each litter. Horrifying thought, that would mean Socrates had had a dozen families in the comparatively short time he had known him. There was one other thing about the furry-tailed rats that he thought was different. He thought they had slightly larger heads and perhaps larger eyes, but he was not sure. He did not know how you would set about measuring the size of their heads, and eyes would be impossible. The difficulty about getting to know anything about rats was that so much of their life went on underground. He did not know if his rats, the rats he knew, were part of a large colony or just a family group. If there was a colony, he did not know what they lived on. So far as food was concerned, he thought most rats must have a pretty poor time. That meant rats had a poor time in general. When you got down to it, food was the main thing in life. You would not get far without it. Tonight, when he went to the shed, there was a big scaly-tailed rat there. He knew at once that the other rats were hostile to it. He would have liked to chase it away, but he did not. Partly he was afraid. It was a big rat. If he tried to chase it, it might attack him. If it did, he did not know what the other rats would do. He imagined they would take his side, but he was not sure. Perhaps their loyalty to their species would be stronger than their loyalty to him. If all the rats in the shed, 20 or so, went for him at once, he did not think he would have much chance. He had seen what they did to tires. He was certainly not as tough as the covers of a motor tire, so he took no action. He carried on as if the strange rat was not there. He put out the food for the furry-tailed rats. This was always a bit of a problem. The regular scaly-tailed rats always got some of it. though he tried to ensure their share was as small as possible. If only the rats would eat the food where he gave it to them, this would not be difficult, but they insisted on taking it away and eating it close to the wall, preferably in a corner. An artificial corner did as well as a real one if they could get behind a box or something. They were perfectly happy. He could understand this feeling. When he went into a restaurant, he did not like a table in the middle of the floor. He liked to be against a wall or in a corner or behind a pillar. In a rat restaurant there would be no tables in the middle of the floor. When a new young rat came along with Socrates, he made a point of giving him something directly from his hand. The young rat then tried to take it away to some secluded spot to eat it. As often as not, he was set upon by the older scaly-tailed rats, who rolled him over and took it from him. So far as he could see, the rat that was attacked was not hurt in any way, but the method of attack was always the same, and the young rat submitted without any apparent attempt to fight back. As the young rat grew up, which did not take long, these attacks gradually ceased. It surprised him a little that Socrates never interfered. At first he expected Socrates to come to the help of his young hopefuls, but he never paid the slightest attention. This new rat, however, was an adult and under nobody's protection. It was obviously completely on its own. He wondered what would happen. He waited until Socrates and some of his family were well away from the newcomer. Then he put down some bits of bread and cabbage in front of them. Immediately the big rat came pushing forward, not exactly dashing, but moving quickly with a sort of deliberation and force, as if nothing would put him off his course. Yet he did not get the food. The other rats snapped at him and crowded in front of him. By the time he reached where the food had been, it was all gone, all to the furry-tailed rats. He wondered then if the scaly-tailed rats accepted that the furry-tailed ones got priority. Thinking back, he was inclined to think they did, in spite of robbing the young ones. What it amounted to was that his favor for the furry-tails was taken by the others as a right the furry-tails had acquired. The furry-tails formed an aristocracy, perhaps a priestly caste. The scaly-tails, instead of siding with the intruder who was scaly-tailed like themselves, supported the system in power. After a time, all the furry-tails had been fed. The scaly-tails had all gotten a little, except the newcomer. In spite of his size, he had been kept off. What was more, he seemed to accept this in a sad sort of way. He made no attempt to fight for food, yet obviously he was very hungry. At last the man took pity on him and deliberately gave him the last bit of cabbage stalk, keeping the others away while he ate. After this he started lessons as usual only for the furry-tails. The others took no part and did not attempt to interfere. Lessons was simply teaching the rats to understand what he said. Teaching them the names of things was by now pretty easy, but to order them about he needed to teach them much more than that. The big rat got in the way. When he said to go into the watering can, the big rat followed the others without understanding, and when he said to come back to the bench, the big rat was in the way. They had to heave him out of the mouth of the watering can. The other scaly-tailed rats took no part. They just watched. He did not do much more. In fact, he was not sure what he wanted to teach them. He had a vague idea that he ought to be able to get some advantage from his trained rats. He could train more and more until he had quite an army. Surely, he could do something with an army of rats. He could exhibit them. People would probably pay to see performing rats, but he would not like that. He did not like anything public. Surely he could get rats to do things for him, things nobody else could do. But what? He could not think of a single thing except the tires on Jones's car, and it would not be dark enough for that for another fortnight. Last night, he pinched a huge leek from Major Robinson's garden down the road. It was wonderful how easy it was to pinch the odd thing from people's gardens. Who was going to miss one leek? He did it after dark, and then had to boil it without his mother seeing. He waited until she had gone to bed. Tonight, he had meant to give the rats a lesson in cooperation, but the big rat spoiled it. He was really becoming a nuisance. He went out immediately after tea and got the leek from where he had hidden it, above the door of the coal house in the yard. The moon was shining. It was quite bright. He took the leek up the garden and put it down between the shed and the greenhouse, right out in the open. He knew the rats would not want to eat it in the open. They would want to drag it away into shelter. When he felt that the leak was in the absolute center of the space, equidistant from the shed, the greenhouse, the frames, and the hedge, he went back to the shed for Socrates. He carried him out and put him down beside the leak. All the other rats came with him, the furry-tailed ones close to his feet, the regular scaly-tailed ones a little behind, and the big intruder ranging up and down, not accepted by either group. His object was to persuade the furry tails to cooperate and drag the leak right around the shed and in the door. Inside the shed was the only place where they could be really safe from all marauders, but it was the longest hall. At first, as he had expected, the furry tails gathered around the leak and all began to pull in different directions. He told them sharply to stop, then said food to shed. They were puzzled. All the furry tails understood the words he had used, but they did not connect them. He did not know if the scaly tails understood anything. They were just waiting in the background to see if any leak would be left over. After a moment, 2 of the furry tails set off for the shed without the leak. The others watched him. If he had done nothing more, they might all have gone back to the shed, or they might have attacked the leak again and torn it to pieces. He called no, picked up one end of the leak, and began to drag it slowly along the ground, emphasizing each word, "Take food to shed." Socrates tumbled to it first. He jumped forward, caught the leak, and walking backward, began to tug it toward the shed door. The man immediately let go and told Socrates he was good. Good was a word all the rats understood. Several of the furry tails immediately went to Socrates' help, and the others joined in. There was not room for all of them on the leak itself, but they gathered around, and the leak moved slowly and steadily toward the tool shed door. The scaly tails followed at a respectful distance. It was like a funeral. The leak as the coffin, the furry tails as the bearers, and the scaly tails as the general body of mourners. Then the decorum was suddenly upset. The big scaly-tailed intruder darted in, seized the trailing end of the leak, and began tugging it in the opposite direction. For a moment, the furry tails were bewildered. The man felt annoyed but also amused. The delay lasted only a moment. The furry tails gathered around the intruder and pushed him off, snapping at him, but not, as far as he could see, actually biting him. The intruder did not snap back. He made 1 or 2 more attempts to dart in at the leak, but they failed. Then he noticed a funny noise, a sort of high-speed rattling, not very loud but very sharp, coming in bursts like a miniature machine gun, only the bursts lasted longer and the sound was thinner. It had an instant effect on the rats. They all froze. Then he realized it was Socrates. His teeth were chattering. The man could not think what had happened to him. Had he suddenly gone mad or hysterical? He felt slightly frightened, or at least uneasy. If the other rats had not been there, he might have stroked Socrates or picked him up. Probably it was just as well he did not. Something in the attitude of the other rats prevented him. The chattering went on in bursts for 2 or 3 minutes. All that time, none of the other rats moved. When it stopped, they all moved very quickly, all except Socrates and the big brown rat. You could not say the others made a ring. There was no ring, but every rat, except Socrates and the big rat, had moved out of the way. It was a sudden shuffle, and there they were with the deck cleared for action. Socrates and the big rat stood about 2.5 feet apart, with a deserted leak between them and the other rats. Socrates had another spell of teeth chattering. The big rat nibbled at the ground as if he had found a grain of food there, but the man did not think he had. He thought the big rat was just nervous. Socrates' teeth stopped chattering. He took a step or 2 toward the big rat, his hair standing on end. He shat and pissed. The other rat shat too, but the man did not notice whether he pissed. He thought Socrates was going to go for the other rat straight away, but he did not. He arched his back and began to circle the big rat with little short steps, as if dancing on his toes. He did not seem to be looking at the other rat. The rats looked sideways, keeping his side toward the big one. He went right around him twice, and all the while the big rat never moved, except for his little nibbling at something on the ground. Next, Socrates leaped into the air and came down on the big rat's back. His jaws snapped. He seemed to bite the big rat's ear. There was a moment of flurry. The big rat shook his head and tried to get away. He did not fight back. He half rolled over, and in a moment they were apart again, both quite still, waiting. He supposed they stayed like that for a minute, maybe longer. Then very slowly the big rat moved away 6 inches, a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet. There he stopped. The man said shoo, but the rat went no farther. He was already separated from the others, an outcast, a leper. For a long time nothing happened. Presently one of the furry tails began nibbling at the leak. The man called no, then stop, then leaped to shed. He immediately corrected himself, food to shed. He repeated it several times. Socrates was the first to recover his wits. He picked up his end of the leak again and began dragging it toward the shed as if nothing had happened. Good old Socrates, victorious in battle against a far bigger opponent like David and Goliath. He felt quite proud of Socrates. The other furry tails began helping again, pulling the leak along. The scaly tails followed but did nothing. Once more it was like a funeral with one mourner who could not quite keep up. The big rat trailed dismally about 2 feet behind the last of the other scaly tails. They got the leak around the corner and in through the shed door. As soon as the last of his own rats was inside, he shut the door. The big rat was left outside. That would teach him to poke his nose where he was not wanted. The reason he had seen all this so clearly was the full moon. It was almost as bright as day. Going up to the shed this evening, it was dark with a slight drizzle. He could not see a thing. He stumbled over something soft and rather horrid. He had a torch with him. He turned it on and shone it at the ground. A big dead rat lay right in the middle of the path. He felt sure at once that it was the big rat Socrates had fought. He turned it over gingerly to see what had happened, but there was no mark on it except a little dried blood on the ear. Perhaps it had been poisoned. He hoped not. If poison was about, his furry tails might get it. He would not mind about the scaly tails if they all disappeared. He would be delighted. Jones got smugger every day. He was so pleased with himself, it just oozed out of him. The man gathered the firm had had a good year, and of course Jones thought he had done it all himself. So he had, in a way, by sweating it out of the rest of them, and keeping them at starvation wages. All the same, Jones would get a queer shock when he found his tires torn to pieces. It would make him feel unsafe. The tires one night, maybe Jones himself some other night. He did not mean that was what would happen, just that. It was what Jones would think. If Jones did not think it, he would put the idea into his head. The time approached. His mother was late with tea. Tonight of all nights. It was the second time recently. It always used to be on the table promptly at 6:30. There was no point complaining. She would just tell him she was not brought up to this sort of thing, meaning that when she was young 50 years ago, they kept a cook, a parlor maid, housemaids, a kitchen maid, boot boy, and all the rest. Back to that would be her idea of heaven. Send someone up from hell to do a bit of scrubbing, but apparently in heaven, it was the angels who did the chores, while the few humans who made it just hung about taking it easy, like the Victorian upper classes. After tea, of course, he had to help with the washing up. He always did. She washed and he dried. But that meant he had to wait for her. And was she slow? He did not know whether she did it deliberately to keep him talking, or if it was just another sign she was getting old. At last they finished. He dashed into the hall and grabbed his hat and waterproof. His mother came doddering after him, asking if he was going out. It was not a very nice evening. Of course he was going out. What did she think he wanted his coat and hat for? He just said yes, politely. She told him not to be too late. She never got to sleep until she knew he was in. He said no, as she claimed she never got any sleep anyway. He did not know what difference his being in or out could make. He rushed up to the shed. He had bits of liver in his pocket as a special treat for Socrates and the other furry tails. They liked liver. Of course they were not dependent on him for food, at least he hoped not. He did not know how much a rat ate. He counted that he just provided a few extras, usually scraps from the house. The liver was an exception. He had bought it with his own money from a cooked meat shop in town. He never really meant to feed the scaly tails at all, but it could not be helped. They were there. Tonight, he was in a generous mood. He gave them a few bits of bread to keep them quiet. He did not know what to do about the liver. His idea was that the team should eat it before they set off and travel with full stomachs. That way, they would feel warm and comfortable and be less likely to make noise in the bag. Not that they often did. They were almost always very good. But he wanted to take all precautions. This was where the time question came in. If he gave them the liver first, they would start late and maybe not finish in time to catch the last bus home. Besides, with full stomachs they might get sleepy and not want to attack the tires. So he compromised and let them eat half, which they did fairly quickly. Then he popped them into the bag and showed them the rest as a promise of more good things after the tires. He set off with the bag in his hand. He caught a bus to the city center. No trouble on that bus. No trouble on the bus out to where Jones lived. 9:15. He got off at the stop nearest the end of Jones's Avenue, about 25 yards away. He thought the conductor gave him a funny look, but he was not sure. Maybe the man was wondering what was in his bag. He walked up the avenue, feeling excited but confident. Solid red brick houses on either side, probably built around 1910. Most people were in their front rooms. Some had curtains drawn, heavy curtains with light just showing through. In other houses you could see in. Perhaps they liked to be seen, to show how well off they were so others could envy them. Standard lamps, polished tables, chintz-covered furniture, subdued light, a cozy glow from the fire. It was drizzling slightly, more like a mist really. He felt it cold against his cheeks. His eyelashes were wet. He wondered if Jones would have his curtains drawn or not. It would be funny to see Jones at his own fireside in the bosom of his family. He would never guess who was looking in at him. He wondered what Jones did in the evenings. Read? Talk? Probably both. He read every line in the evening paper, the things about the child born with duck's feet in Arizona and the calf with 2 heads in Brazil. He thought he would like to see Jones's daughter, the one who had caught him at the garage door. Not that she had actually caught him. It would be funny if she were pretty, with Jones as her father. But Jones cheated him. The curtains were drawn, and he could not see a thing. Worse still, the lights were on in the garage and the door was closed. Jones must be in there working, footering about more likely. If he stayed there long, the man would just have to turn around and go home again. At first, he did not know how to shift Jones. Then he thought of a ruse. He remembered a telephone box on the main road near the bus stop. He was now about 50 yards past Jones's house. He would keep walking in case someone came out and saw a suspicious figure palely loitering. But the avenue was quite deserted. Extraordinary how quiet suburbs could be at times. You could cut someone's throat in the middle of the road and no one would notice. If he yelled, they would just think it was cats. He walked down the avenue again very quickly. Time was getting on. He would have liked to run, but you never knew. Someone peering from an upstairs window might see him under a street lamp, a man with a bag, running, a suspicious character. Phone the police. As he reached the main road, a bus went by quite empty. Even the conductor was sitting down reading a paper. The telephone box was empty too. Every house had its own phone. If you economize by doing without a phone, you would economize by living somewhere else. He had begun to feel the weight of the bag. He was quite glad to put it down for a bit inside the telephone box. He told the rats soothingly that they would get out soon now. He decided to leave the bag open while he telephoned, in case they were too hot and needed air. There they all were, good as gold. They hardly moved when the light shone in on them, but he saw Socrates looking up at him, just waiting to be told what to do. Bless his little heart. He knew Jones's number by heart. He had had to get it for Jones sometimes at the office when the operator was out for lunch or off sick. Jones was too important now ever to get a number for himself. He dialed, heard it begin to ring, and before anyone could answer, put in his 4 pennies. The moment the receiver was lifted, he pressed button A. He held his nose so that when he spoke he would have an American accent. A woman answered, rather snooty. Jones's good lady, as he called her. He said, "Hello there." He waited a moment, and Mrs. Jones said hello again, not so snooty this time. His nasal voice had made her interested. He went on, "Hello there. Was that Liverpool?" "New York here." He stopped again. Someone had told him once that all the New York calls came through Liverpool. He did not know why. Mrs. Jones was really interested by then, saying hello repeatedly. The caller didn't want the connection to end. He tried for a friendly, impressive tone, claiming he was speaking to Liverpool, England, and asked if the woman on the line could hear him. She answered that she could hear very well, but informed him regretfully he sensed that this wasn't Liverpool at all. He apologized and blamed the operators, offering a muffled excuse about a crossed line and a hung-up call for a Mr. Jones. He knew his fake American accent wouldn't fool anyone who listened closely, but he also figured this British woman had no better idea of the real thing than he did. So why should she be suspicious? She wasn't. She sounded proud, British, and rather pleased to be getting a call from New York. She announced the residence. He hung up immediately. He knew she'd fetch Mr. Jones in no time. Jones would hover by the phone, thrilled to bits, just like the last time a real New York call came through, an event Jones had bragged about for ages. He zipped the bag shut, lifted it, and hurried back down the street. Every house looked identical. No one outside. Nothing had changed except one thing. Jones's garage doors stood wide open, light pouring out. He checked his watch, 10:15. No time to waste. Jones might still be in there, bent over the car, or crouched by a wheel. He'd have to risk it. He opened the gate, and this time the hinges screamed. If Jones heard that, he might come bounding out, recognize him in the bright light, and give chase. Even if Jones didn't recognize him, the narrator couldn't run fast carrying the bag. Jones would think the local thief was back and come after him, yelling for the neighbors. He'd have to bluff his way out, make up some excuse about returning a lost bag for a family called McElhenney. A bit awkward if McElhenneys actually lived next door, but that seemed unlikely. He could always say he meant the Theophilus McElhenneys. That would take some finding. But Jones didn't appear. He stepped off the noisy gravel, crept toward the garage, set the bag down, and flattened himself to peer underneath the car from ground level. No feet, no legs on the far side. Clear. Jones must have gone to the phone. He walked boldly inside, unzipped the bag, and released the rats, 2 for each tire, keeping only Socrates with him for safety. He checked his watch again, 10:10. He'd been faster than expected. He slipped back out and hid behind a bush where he could watch the front door while keeping a clear path to the gate. He stroked Socrates and whispered to pass the time about what a cruel man Jones was, how Jones would starve them if he could, how Jones paid starvation wages while living in luxury himself. 5:10. He'd expected more time to have passed. Was Jones still hanging by the phone, maybe reading the paper to kill time? How long would he wait before locking up the garage for the night? Any minute now, Jones would tell his wife he was popping out to close up, and out he'd come. 10 o'clock. Surely the rats were nearly done. Rubber was tough, and there were only 2 per tire. He'd never timed them before. He should have. 1 tire would have been enough to impress Jones, but 4 ruined tires would impress him even more. 10:05. He couldn't wait any longer. He went back inside. Air hissed everywhere. They'd done the job, but they'd keep gnawing until he stopped them. 1 tire flat, 1 nearly flat, 1 hissing hard, 1 not quite through. He pulled out his pocket knife and finished that last one himself. They'd already taken too long. Then he heard a door close. He hadn't heard it open. Jones's footsteps on gravel. In another second, Jones would be on top of him, and no excuse about McElhenneys would explain this. He spotted a small door at the back of the garage. He whispered desperately for the rats to come, but they moved so slowly. He practically threw them into the bag with Socrates, zipped it shut, nipped through the small door, and found himself in the dark backyard. He tripped over a bin, felt around, found another door, and emerged into the garden. He tiptoed around the back of the garage. Jones had noticed the open gate, closed it, and was now approaching the garage's front door. Would he close that too without looking at the tires? He froze. Jones closed one half. The light was still on. He had to step inside to switch it off. A curse Jones had noticed. Long silence. Jones's footsteps had stopped. He must have been staring, processing what had happened to his car. Then one step he went in a little, but not far. The maniac who slashed the tires might still be nearby. Jones was frightened. So was the narrator. A cramp locked his foot, but he didn't dare move more than his toes. Another step. No, Jones was backing out, not going farther in. Gravel crunched. He was going back to the house to call the police. This was the chance, once the front door closed, dash out to the bus stop. No one would question a respectable young man with a traveling bag. But the front door didn't close. From the side of the garage he saw light streaming from the hall across the lawn. Jones called to his wife, asking her to come look at something with none of the harshness he used in the office. She answered with irritation, saying she was busy, none of the sweet dignity she used on transatlantic operators. Dare he run? He might reach the gate unseen, but any moment Jones could turn and spot him. Then the chase, the gate latch, the crunch of gravel, anything could give him away, and he couldn't run fast with the bag. Better to wait. Jones told her the tires had been slashed. She asked what he meant, then said looking wouldn't help, he'd better call the police. Jones hesitated. He couldn't quite believe it, afraid of calling the police only to find it was an illusion. He asked if she would phone instead. He would stay and watch in case the culprit was still nearby. That decided it. Now or never. He'd have to bolt for it, maybe get through the back hedge into the next avenue. Once he reached the back hedge, he could no longer hear the conversation. That made him nervous. The police might arrive any second. Maybe headquarters had already radioed a patrol car that happened to be in the next avenue. At any moment, sirens would scream. The hedge wasn't thick. He burst into it, then snagged on barbed wire. He stopped deliberately, set the bag down, and carefully unhooked himself. Torn trousers would look disreputable and attract attention. More time lost. Fear rose. He nearly panicked. Free at last, he moved among trees and bushes into a larger, fancier garden. Caution was useless. He kept stepping on broken branches and twigs. A small dog erupted in a frenzied, non-stop yapping, clearly convinced the narrator shouldn't be there and determined to warn the neighborhood. He peered through rhododendrons and saw a big, square detached house, a broad lawn, and the gate to the road clearly visible. The dog stood about 6 feet away on the back lawn, too afraid to enter the shrubbery. He could either dash straight across the lawn to the gate, risking someone opening the front door just as he passed, or creep around the other side and find something worse. Either way, the dog would yap at his heels. A kick might quiet it, or it might bite him. He had to decide fast. If the police came, they'd hear the yapping and find him immediately. He chose the dash. A door opened in the side of the house. Light fell across the lawn. A woman's voice called softly to Woofles, telling him not to be nasty to the hedgehogs. A hedgehog, so he'd better stay in the rhododendrons with his bristles up. She kept calling, promising that hedgehogs never hurt anyone, only ate slugs and snails. The dog kept yapping. She gave up and closed the door. He waited a few seconds, then ran across the lawn with the bag, the dog yapping and snapping all the way. He reached the gate and shut it in the dog's face, but the dog had a hole in the hedge beside the gate and was out almost instantly. Out of breath, unable to run any more, he walked slowly down the avenue toward the main road. The dog stayed with him, jumping at the bag, snapping at it rather than at him. It must have smelled the rats. If the police drove by in their big cars, they'd stop to investigate a polite command to open the bag, probably without even a sir, and the little dog kept yapping and snapping. The little dog's non-stop yapping finally pushed him over the edge. He shouted that the animal might as well get in, set the bag down on the pavement, and opened it. But Woofles didn't leap inside. He only backed up, peered in, and barked even harder. The narrator watched as the dog crept a little closer. Inside, the rats huddled in one corner, probably terrified, but sympathy had left him entirely. He lunged, grabbed Woofles by the scruff and shoved him into the bag with the rats. He told them to tear the dog up, let the best animal win. He was certain it wouldn't be Woofles, trapped in the dark with rats crawling over him. He walked on, pleased with himself, muttering that the little bastard wouldn't yap anymore. Then guilt set in. Woofles had only been doing his duty. Being torn apart by rats would be a horrible death. He set the bag down quickly. Silence. He opened it. Woofles shot out and fled home faster than any small dog he'd ever seen, and completely silent. He peered inside anxiously. All the rats, including Socrates, were unharmed. Apparently, no one had attacked anyone. He closed the bag, walked quickly to the bus stop, and caught a bus that arrived at exactly the right moment. As he sat down, he spotted a police car turning into Jones's Avenue. Neat timing, safe home. His mother is dying. She knows he's made no attempt to hide it. The doctor says she may last a week or 10 days, no more. The narrator wants it sooner. With sensible laws, the doctor would have chloroformed her the moment she became incurable. People are kinder to their animals than to themselves. Watching someone die is both tedious and interesting. His mother would like to believe her life mattered. All she leaves behind, the only tangible proof of her struggle, is him. And she's disappointed. He's not what he himself would have wished to be. Something went wrong. But she wants to pretend otherwise. She wants to arrive in heaven with a solid record of achievements, a son who doubled the business and goes to church twice every Sunday. He does go twice every Sunday, but only to avoid arguing. Once she's dead, he'll stop entirely. What she actually says is obvious, that he'll have to look after himself, find a nice, sensible girl, not rush into marriage. She reminds him that his father always said he'd never have gotten on without her. She calls him a good boy. He answers yes. She wonders what he does at night but is afraid to ask. He suspects she wouldn't mind a woman so long as she didn't know. She once told him, surprisingly, that she likes a man to be a man. She claims she's had a good life, a good husband, and a good son. He says nothing. She knows she's being a lot of trouble, and is rather pathetic about it. He's been late to the office repeatedly, prolongs his lunch hour nearly every day, often without time to eat himself. She barely eats but keeps vomiting brown stuff he has to clean up. He doesn't know what to think about Jones. As far as he can tell, Jones hasn't mentioned the destroyed tires to anyone. Perhaps the police told him to stay silent, hoping the guilty person will give himself away. Or maybe they simply can't believe rats did the damage. His mother worries about what will happen to him after she's gone. She keeps mentioning her hope that his uncle in Canada, the rich one, the only uncle he has, will do right by him. He watches Jones, and sometimes fancies Jones is watching him, wondering if he slashed those tires. He likes that idea, but he gives no clue. It's a duel, though Jones doesn't know it. Jones thinks he holds all the power. Jones has been nasty about the lateness and long lunch hours, twice asking why he can't hire a nurse. Jones warns that his work will fall behind. He answers coldly that he hasn't let his work fall behind. He stays late every night until it's done. Jones goes off grumbling. She finally died. He thought she never would. She lasted 3 days longer than the doctor predicted. Now that it's over, he feels proud of her. She was a tough old bird. The funeral was this morning. Old-fashioned. She didn't want cremation. She had to be buried beside his father. She'd given him special instructions over the last 15 years, every time she had a weak turn or even a bad cold. There's something about a funeral. It gives a sense of importance when you're the chief mourner. He wasn't mourning at all, but he liked everyone paying attention to him. He won't get another chance like it. The next funeral in the family will be his own, and not many will attend. Surprisingly, many came to hers mostly from church, plus a few business friends of his father's. Old people like funerals, he thinks. Getting back from the graveyard proves they're still alive. Jones was there. Very solicitous, completely different from his office manner. The narrator thinks he understands Jones was satisfying his sense of propriety. The narrator's father had been head of the firm. By treating the mother's funeral as important, Jones paid tribute to his own importance and dignity. That wasn't all. Jones wants to buy the house. He grew up believing the narrator's father was someone tremendous, like a king on his throne, even if he wasn't managing well at the end. Jones has always wanted that same position. Living in that house would make him feel he'd truly arrived. He looks at it the way a usurper looks at the royal palace. But he's not getting it if the narrator can help it. He didn't let Jones inside after the funeral. Jones seemed to expect everyone to go in and hear a solicitor read the will, but he let them all go home. He didn't want anyone in the house. He had nothing to offer them, couldn't make tea, couldn't afford drink. Still, he should have more money now. His mother must have spent some on herself. All that, even if not much, will come to him. She had no one else. He'll bring the rats into the house, put them in the cellar to start, except Socrates. Socrates can go anywhere, much handier than the shed. He can do more training. He went to the solicitor today. He had to ask Jones for time off. Jones was quite amiable, still hoping to get the house. Terrible shock. His mother had an annuity that died with her. Instead of having more money to maintain the house, he'll have less. He doesn't see how he'll live. He wonders if Jones knew about the annuity, maybe found something among his father's papers. That would explain why Jones was so willing to let him leave. Jones said nothing when he returned, but as he was leaving, Jones mentioned in a casual way that if he was looking for a buyer for the house, Jones might know someone interested. The narrator knows exactly who that someone is. Jones still won't get the house if he can do anything about it. That evening he started arranging to bring the rats inside. Many problems to consider. They won't be prisoners if they were. He'd have to provide all their food, and he couldn't afford that for more than a day or two. They need to get out and forage. He offers comfortable accommodation with occasional tidbits. For the first week or two, he'll feed them fully. Then he'll cut rations to encourage them to forage. The cellar is partly above ground with a small grating at the side. He broke one bar with a heavy iron rod from the tool shed, then levered the aperture wider, large enough for a full-grown rat but too small for a cat. The grating sits 8 feet above the cellar floor. He'll need to build a staircase. He found a plank, hammered nails into each side, ran wire from the nail heads to the unbroken bars to support one end. The other end rests on an old set of apple shelves across the cellar. He's cut notches in the shelves so rats can jump from one to another. He made a new house for them out of packing cases next to the shelves, so rats can go straight from the bottom 3 shelves into it without touching the cellar floor. He'll heat it the same way he heated Socrates' house in the shed. He should finish tomorrow night, and maybe move them in before bedtime. The move is postponed. He got everything done but forgot to lay in food supplies. He doesn't even know how many rats he has. He tried counting the furry tails. The scaly tails can stay outside. He thought there were about 20. When he started counting, the number was closer to 30 or even 40. The trouble is, he doesn't know them individually, and they never stay still. About 16 he's really trying to train. The others get trained a bit too, but by accident. After thinking it over, he decided not to take all the furry-tailed rats, just the top 20. He could always get more from the shed later, but he probably wouldn't need to. The ones he took would breed quickly enough. He tried to calculate how much 20 rats would eat. A rat weighs about a pound, so 20 should eat as much as 1/10 of a human being, but he knew they ate much more. He had no real idea. During his lunch hour, he entered a corn and feed store and ordered a bag of wheat. The man asked what it was for. He found the question impertinent and answered stiffly that it didn't matter. The man explained that the price depended on whether it was for seed or feeding, and if for seed, what variety, and whether he wanted it dressed. He said it was for feeding. The man asked if he kept fowl. He didn't answer. The clerk weighed up a bag of what he presumed was wheat and demanded 30 shillings. It seemed like a lot, but he wasn't in a position to argue and paid immediately. When the clerk offered to put it in his car, he said no. He wanted it delivered. The clerk said they didn't deliver, suggesting he bring the car in tomorrow. He had to admit he had no car. It then turned out the clerk could arrange delivery through a service for another 5 shillings. He had no choice but to pay. It was dreadful how you found yourself at their mercy. The questions about the car were just meant to humiliate him. The clerk knew he didn't have one and recognized he was the sort who normally would. Without a car these days, you were second class, very unpleasant when you'd been raised to consider yourself superior to people like Jones. He recalled something clever he'd done. The local council delivered a brand new silver bin, intending to take away the old worn-out one. But he didn't want this magnificent bin filled with garbage. He hid it in the attic. The dustmen continued using the old bin. 6 months later, another new bin arrived. This time, he didn't dare save it. The next day, the refuse men carted away the old bin, forcing him to use the newest one, which he did almost as if committing a violation. But he wasn't giving up the rescued bin to wet tea leaves and cabbage stalks. When he got home last night, the bag of wheat sat on the doorstep. He brought down the attic bin and emptied the wheat into it. Then he had another brilliant idea. Using an old screwdriver as a cold chisel, he cut 5 holes around the bottom just above the rim. A little wheat flowed out through each hole, not much. When you picked up what flowed out, more took its place. 2 or 3 rats could feed at each hole. He devised a feed hopper that would keep food in constant supply, as long as he kept the bin full. He'd already arranged their water with drinking bowls they could fill themselves, using a ball cock with the ball removed. In its place, he put a small platform counterbalanced by a spring. When a rat jumped on, the platform sank, opening the tap to fill a trough below. The water arrangement wasn't quite satisfactory. Rats didn't always get off the platform when there was enough water, causing overflow. Also, young playful rats liked to jump on while an older rat drank, dumping water on the drinker's head. Socrates got caught that way last week and was very cross. He rolled the young one over and gave him a few admonitory nips, all of which showed rats were very like humans, even in their sense of humor. The rats had been in the cellar a fortnight. The main snag was the reverse of what he expected. He'd thought he'd have difficulty keeping them in. He couldn't get them to leave. Why should they? Warm, comfortable food and water in abundance. Last night he tried to make them leave. He blocked the bin's holes with rolled newspaper and laid a thin trail of wheat up the shelves and along the plank to the grating. Not a bit of it. When he came back, they'd pulled out the stoppers and were feeding as usual. They hadn't touched the wheat on the plank or shelves. This wouldn't do. He couldn't feed them forever. They'd have to forage. He'd have to think of something. He looked forward to going home evenings far more than when Mother was alive. He opened the front door with his latchkey, closed it carefully, hung up his coat, went to the cellar door, opened it a little, and peeked in. There was Socrates waiting on the top step. He invited Socrates out, and out he came. He closed the door after him. None of the other rats was allowed into the house. They could stay in the cellar, or go out through the grating into the garden. They stayed. Nothing he did persuaded them to leave. He kept buying wheat. He couldn't afford it, but so long as he had money, he lacked the strength of mind to starve them out. Socrates stayed in the house from night until morning. Just before leaving for work, he put Socrates back through the cellar door for the day. The rest of the time, Socrates was with him. He shared everything, even his bed. He was perfectly clean, house-trained. The first evening, Socrates left droppings everywhere. Each time he saw it, he picked it up with stiff paper and put it in an old frying pan in the kitchen. Very soon, Socrates caught on. By the end of the evening, when he needed to go, he hopped into the frying pan. The advantage of the frying pan was how easy it was to carry around. From time to time, he tipped it out the window or into the WC. The first night at bedtime, he didn't like to put Socrates in the cellar. It seemed mean. He got a cardboard box and a bit of old blanket, put the blanket in the box, and set the box on his bedroom floor with the frying pan beside it. When he awoke, Socrates was on the bed under the quilt, pressed against him for warmth. Now he often came right into bed. At first he feared rolling over on top of him, but Socrates always kept out of the way. On warm nights, he slept on his pillow. Work in the office was increasing. He didn't know if turnover had grown, but certainly the number of orders had. More work for everyone, especially him. He worked late 3 nights last week. Anyone working late was entitled to half a crown for tea money. He paid himself that each night and entered the payments in the cash book. Jones looked at the cash book every morning. On Friday morning, Jones asked if all this working late was really necessary. He said he couldn't keep up otherwise, there was an awful lot more to do. Jones said he should be able to keep up, it was a matter of efficiency. In future, the day's work must be done in the day. The firm couldn't afford to pay out tea money all the time. It wasn't economical. All Jones really wanted was to stop him getting 7 and 6 extra a week. Jones knew very well that when he worked late, he brought sandwiches and didn't actually spend anything on tea. So now he'd simply have to work late without charging tea money. Long ago, when Jones was no more than a warehouse man, he'd heard someone call Jones a mean bastard. He didn't know if Jones really was a bastard, but he certainly was mean. They now had a girl in the cash office. She started today. Whoever heard of a girl in the cash office before? He wasn't sure what Jones was up to. Jones said she was there to help all around and lighten the work, but with Jones you never knew. Perhaps Jones had concluded he was inefficient, or that a girl would be cheaper. He didn't know if you'd call him efficient. He thought he was pretty quick with a pen, and made very few mistakes, but he didn't think he looked efficient. He somehow looked old-fashioned, even though you'd still call him almost a young man. The work he sent out was a lot more reliable than what came from other places. Half the invoices coming in nowadays were extended wrong, and statements often contained things intended for another firm entirely. It was all these girls thinking about their dates the whole time, minds never on their work. And now they had one. Mind you, they'd always had girls for typing, even in Father's Day. But that was quite different from getting them mixed up with the cash office. The new girl had now settled into a regular job checking all invoices before they went out. In the old days, the invoice clerk wrote them, and the dispatch clerk checked them. Then Jones changed the system so there was only one clerk in dispatch, which meant more mistakes. Whether Jones brought in the girl to fix that, or with the idea of replacing him, he wasn't sure. For the first fortnight she was being trained, shown all the office work, particularly his. He couldn't refuse when ordered by the bookkeeper, who'd been ordered by Jones. But he didn't show her more than he could help. He told her he hadn't time to explain. She'd just have to watch. In fact, he really didn't have time, even working late. She spent a week sitting beside him watching. At the end, she said he'd been very helpful. She seemed a very nice girl, and he might have liked her if he hadn't kept reminding himself that she was trying to steal his job. They became quite friendly in a superficial fashion. On the last day, he said with a touch of irony that he supposed she could do his job now as well as he could, or better. She exclaimed. Goodness knows she didn't know how he managed. She'd be there all night and still not finished. He didn't tell her he was often there until 11. She might think then that he wasn't so much more efficient after all. As it was, he thought she must have told Jones or the bookkeeper that he was very efficient indeed. The bookkeeper ought to know he was at least moderately efficient, but perhaps he felt under pressure from Jones. For all he knew, he might be next. One of these days, Jones might want to replace him. Anyhow, the girl now had the regular job of checking invoices, so the position seemed held for the time being. The bookkeeper told him today that Jones's real reason for hiring the girl was insurance against a breakdown in office routine. If the bookkeeper got ill, or he got ill, or the dispatch clerk got ill, the whole machinery would be disrupted. The girl was meant as a spare cog. He wasn't sure whether to believe it. The bookkeeper had swallowed it whole. Jones might even believe it himself, in a way. People who deceive kept their minds in different compartments. They could hold 2 contradictory theories at once and speak from whichever suited the listener. He thought Jones had the idea the whole office could be run more cheaply by girls than by men, but wasn't sure yet how it would work out. So he'd gotten this one girl as a spare, just what he told the bookkeeper. Jones figured one of them was bound to get ill sometime. The girl would be shoved in as a stopgap. If she got on all right, the person she'd replaced would be due for the sack at the earliest opportunity. He thought of mentioning this to the bookkeeper and suggesting they all get together to ensure that if anyone got ill, the others would make sure the girl couldn't carry on his work satisfactorily. He didn't dare. The bookkeeper would be shocked. He was old-fashioned and would cut his own throat if the boss told him to. He was beginning to get the odd impression that the girl liked him. As a rule, girls paid him very little attention. With their quick feminine intuition, they recognized at once that he was a bad bet, not worth wasting time on. Occasionally, he'd felt a girl was sorry for him, but that was as far as it ever went. This girl appeared to respect him. She always spoke respectfully. Of course it might all be part of a deep-laid plot to get his confidence. She was always offering to help, and the way she did it you'd think she meant it. She said yesterday that he had far more to do than anyone else. He really should let her help, since she didn't have enough to keep her occupied. It was very tempting because it was true. The work kept mounting. He worked late 4 nights last week, Monday through Thursday, and it would be the same again this week. However, he refused. He did it as nicely as possible because he couldn't help liking her. He never worked late on Fridays. That was the night Jones worked late himself, making out new price lists for the travelers. So he looked forward to Fridays, and of course the weekends. He didn't really like work. He only worked hard because he was afraid of losing his livelihood. Still, it wasn't hard work itself he objected to. What he hated was losing his free time. It was so cozy at home in the evening since Mother died. From the moment he got in and opened the cellar door, he felt complete contentment. Most of the time he spent alone with Socrates. He saw to the other rats' food and comfort, of course, but he didn't usually stay in the cellar more than an hour, even on nights he wasn't working late. All the same, their education was coming on, though they weren't up to Socrates' standard. Socrates, he believed, understood every word he said. During the day when he wasn't there, Socrates must teach the other rats. For instance, they could all now count up to 10, and he didn't think they could do that from his teaching alone. There was one young rat brighter than the others. Funnily enough, he wasn't as definitely a furry tail as some an intermediate type. He couldn't quite figure out where he came from. He didn't remember him being there when he moved the rats from the tool shed to the cellar. He might have been born there since the move, but he couldn't remember him as a baby or half-grown, and he never seemed to belong to any particular family. Somehow, he felt the rat was a son of Socrates, though he had no way of knowing, and he doubted Socrates did either. He was inclined to think he'd made his own way in. He'd given him the name Solomon because he was so clever, but even if the name hadn't been taken already, he would never have called him Socrates. Solomon, he looked on as a crafty kind of name, while Socrates was good and wise. Most nights now he got in so late and so tired that he only had time to feed the rats and go to bed. He wished he could take Socrates into the office. Then he could let him out after everyone else had gone to keep him company when he was alone. But that would mean keeping him shut in a bag all day, which wasn't fair. Not getting tea money had quite upset his budget. Tea money had been sheer profit. He brought a thermos of tea and bread and margarine, just what he'd have been having at home anyway. He supposed he had enough to live on. He would if he sold the house and took a room somewhere, which was all a solitary bachelor was supposed to need. Now his bill for rates stared him in the face. It could be paid in 2 installments, but even one would take all the money he had left in the bank, plus nearly all his month's pay. He was going to pay it, though he'd have to wait till the end of the month. He was out of coal too, but fortunately he had enough wheat to last a while. He wouldn't be the first person who'd had to live on bread and water for a stretch, and the weather was hardly ever really cold before Christmas. He'd had another idea. Not that it would make him any money, about bringing Socrates into the office. Next to the ladies' cloakroom was what they called the old book room. They used to put old ledgers and daybooks in there when they got full, because no one liked to throw them away. Even before Father died, all the shelves were full, and there were books on the floor. Now it was never used, and no one ever even opened the door. Why not put Socrates in there? He could run about in perfect freedom all day without anyone being the wiser, and then at night he could bring him into the cash office. He'd have a look tomorrow. He had his look, and everything was even better than he'd imagined. The door was locked, but the key was in the lock. He went in and looked around. From any normal point of view, the room was jammed full, but that didn't mean there wasn't plenty of room for Socrates to run about. He wasn't going to take any chances. When he came out, he locked the door and put the key in his pocket. He made sure no one saw him. Now he'd waited a week, and no one had shown any interest in the book room. If anyone did, they'd come to him before trying to burst open the door. He'd say he believed Father had a duplicate key at home. If they waited till tomorrow, he'd have a look and bring it in if it was there. That would give him all the time he needed to get Socrates out of the way. Thank goodness he didn't know anything. That was one thing Mother insisted on after Father died. They never ran any bills except for electricity and gas. That way you always knew where you were. With electricity and gas, she worked out what they came to each quarter and put aside something each week in a special envelope. At the end of the quarter there was always a little more than enough. He did the same at first, but he wasn't using enough electricity to justify the quarterly rental charge. Now he'd gotten them to put in slot meters, and he found them very satisfactory. He never had more than one light on at a time. If that went out and he didn't have a shilling in the house, he just had to do without till the next day. It was a bit awkward at times, but it saved money. Today he took Socrates into the office. He used Father's leather traveling bag. He slipped into the book room when nobody was looking and locked the door after him. Then he opened the bag and let Socrates out, putting out some food. Socrates immediately started to explore. He watched for a minute. Socrates seemed contented enough, and he decided it would be all right to leave him. He took the key out of the keyhole, peered through, and listened. He could see no one and hear no one. He came out quickly and locked the door behind him. There was no one about. It was only 9:10. The girls didn't come in till 9:30. After that, he knew he wouldn't have another chance to see Socrates and find out how he was getting on till lunchtime. In fact, he didn't see him at lunchtime. None of the girls went home in the middle of the day. They brought sandwiches and made tea in the ladies' room. All through the lunch hour they were going in and out. The way the office was nowadays, you never knew who was watching who. If he was seen going in or out of the book room, Jones would hear about it in no time and start asking questions. The result was that he didn't see Socrates again till everyone else had gone home. He went into the book room and called him. He called and called. Soon he began to worry. He couldn't think what to do. How far could he have gone? Might he have set off to try to get home? What chance would he have through streets thronged with traffic, or later, in back streets full of stray cats and vicious dogs? He had nearly given up hope when he found Socrates curled up, asleep and almost invisible, in a corner of the traveling bag. For a moment, he wondered if Socrates was dead. It occurred to him that he might have been eating leather off the old books, and that the leather might be treated with something poisonous. But there was nothing wrong, just lonely and miserable. His coat was ruffled and dull. When he stroked him a while, his spirits returned. He began to groom himself. Very soon he was sleek and shining as usual. He'd never noticed before what a big rat Socrates had become. He never seemed to stop growing. After that, he took Socrates into the cash office, where he ran about quite happily for 2 or 3 hours, in fact, till he was ready to go home. He didn't think he'd take him into the office again. It wouldn't be kind, really. He didn't like giving up the idea. He tried to think of a safe way to do it without making Socrates miserable. He decided Socrates had been miserable just because he was lonely and perhaps frightened. If he took in another rat as well, that would stop the loneliness. If he went about it the right way, he might also stop the fear. For his companion, he decided on Ben Suleiman, the rat he'd previously called Solomon. He didn't know why he changed the name. It was almost as if the rat forced the new name on him. Today was Sunday. This morning, at about the time he would have been getting ready for church if Mother were still alive, he put Socrates and Ben Suleiman in the traveling bag, and caught a bus into the city. The city was very quiet on Sundays. There was no one at all in the street where the office was. He always carried Father's key to the office. It was one thing Jones had never tried to take away. If he did, he wouldn't be able to lock up when he worked late, and Jones couldn't pretend not to know about his working late without either stopping him or letting him take tea money again. He didn't think Jones really wanted to do either. Anyhow, he let himself in, took the two rats down to the book room, and released them. From time to time he went back and peeked in. They both seemed perfectly happy. The reason he chose Ben Suleiman was that he thought he was the only rat who was Socrates' intellectual equal. In fact, he thought he might be superior even to Socrates as regards intellect. But there was still something about him he didn't like. He went home about 6. He got all his back work cleared up. He worked all the time just as if it had been a normal day, but the amount he got through surprised him. In the office during the day, he was held back by constant interruptions, people wanting this and that. At night, his work rate slowed down just because he was tired. If he worked an occasional Sunday in future, it would be as good as 3 nights, and he could bring in as many rats as he could carry without fear of anyone finding out. Jones was bringing in consultants. The girl heard about them from Jones's secretary, as he now called the typist who did his letters. In Jones's world, a secretary was as essential to prestige as a car. He asked the girl what consultants were. She and he were now quite friendly. She explained that they came in, discovered a business was being run all wrong, worked out economies, and brought in more staff to put them into effect. They found out nobody was any good but the office boy. They recommended he should be made managing director. Usually the firm went bust after that. Meantime, the consultants had moved on somewhere else. He asked why people ever brought them in if that was the case. He realized she was joking when she suggested the consultants might decide the 2 of them should be directors. That would be fun. The news spread through the office instantly, leaving everyone jittery. The bookkeeper warned him to smarten up, saying there would be no more inefficiency around here. All the older men took that attitude, but secretly, they were scared stiff. At heart, no one was completely confident. The consultants hadn't actually started. They just came in from time to time for private talks with Jones. He didn't know what to do about money. He considered writing to his uncle in Canada again, but the man never replied anyway. It might have the opposite effect. His uncle might decide he was shiftless and cut him out of the will if he was even in it. So he did nothing, as usual. Only now, 48 hours later, could he write about it calmly. The night before last, he'd been in desperation. Half a loaf of bread in the house and no money at all. He could eat the bread himself and let the rats starve, or give it to them and starve himself. They were all half-starved already, or had been. Things had changed, for the time being at least. At that moment, he realized it didn't much matter who got the bread. They would all starve completely very soon. No relief till the end of the month when the firm paid his pittance. He could have borrowed from the till, but he felt almost certain he'd be caught. Jones had made a rule that the bookkeeper must make surprise cash checks at least 3 times a month. Not because any cash had ever gone missing. He didn't know if Jones even suspected him. It was just part of the nastiness Jones called efficiency. As he sat sipping cold water, looking alternately at the half-loaf and at Socrates, he realized a change had come over his moral outlook. If he could steal from the firm without being caught, he would. Nothing but fear and prudence kept him from being a criminal. This didn't shame him. On the contrary, it felt like a door opening, as if in a game of golf he didn't need to count shots his opponent didn't see. Then it struck him that Jones might have discovered this long ago, and hungry as he was, he laughed. Socrates looked up, frightened. He didn't often laugh. For a while, he couldn't figure out how to take advantage of his new discovery. Grandiose schemes for robbing banks and mail vans flitted through his mind. After 15 minutes, he became more practical. What he wanted right now was food for himself and the rats. Fortune could come later. All around him, food was plentiful. His neighbors had it. The shops were full of it. He just had to figure out how to get some without paying. If he could feed the rats, he could eat the half-loaf himself. Only a temporary solution, but that was what he needed most. He thought immediately of Major Robinson, not his nearest neighbor, but off and away. More than once he'd yielded to the temptation of helping himself from the Major's garden. Easy to get into, and a lot of what grew there never got used anyway. Pity to let it go to waste. He knew Major Robinson's garden and the back of his house. He'd even peered through the larder window. There were 2 windows. On one, the glass had been replaced by fine wire mesh that not even a midge could get through. But it would be easy to knock a hole in it. His fist would probably do it, with no noise like breaking glass. He could let the rats through the hole, and they could eat as much as they liked. If someone came unlikely if he chose his time right, what would they do if they found a larder filled with rats eating away? A woman would scream. A man would run for help or a stick. In that interval, he could get the rats out and sneak away. Even a brave man might hesitate to tackle 49 rats with a stick. Nearly everyone was a little afraid of rats. He used to be, until he learned how friendly they really were. Major Robinson, being military, ought to be brave, but military men nowadays thought more of strategy and tactics than blind courage. The Major would probably call the police or fire brigade. Before doing anything, he decided to spy out the land. He put Socrates in one pocket of his waterproof and the half-loaf in the other. He was afraid to leave the bread the rats had gnawed a hole in the cellar door, and though he tried to keep them in the cellar, he never knew when he'd find them in the house. He went straight down the road to the Robinsons. The house was built with its back to the road, the vegetable garden between the road and the house. Nothing simpler than to nip in any dark night and help himself to a cabbage or potatoes or even tomatoes from the greenhouse. The trouble was, there hadn't been anything in the garden for the past month. Tonight it was reasonably dark, with no light showing from the larder. He turned in at the gate without a qualm. He half saw, half heard Nap, the Major's dog, and put out his hand to pat it. He'd always been friendly with Nap. The dog usually stood beside him wagging its tail when he took things from the garden. But tonight, Nap jumped up on him and began barking in an absolute frenzy. He'd forgotten about Socrates in his pocket until Socrates wriggled. He ordered Nap down and told him to be quiet, but it was no use. Nap was a biggish dog, a mongrel old English sheepdog. He didn't try to bite, but he was determined to get Socrates out of the pocket, probably thought he was doing a good turn, imagining his friend didn't know he had a rat in there. He wasn't so much afraid Nap would get Socrates out too clumsy for that, as that the dog's jumping might injure Socrates. Also, the noise might bring the Major out. He gave up and headed home, twisting and turning, pushing Nap off. Tempted to kick him, but he didn't want to make an enemy. He'd want to use the garden again. Then the lights went on at the back of the house, and the Major's authoritative military voice called, "Nap home." He whispered for Nap to go home and gave him a half kick. The dog yelped and miraculously turned tail. He ran home on tiptoes, making no noise. He heard the Major meet Nap and ask what was the matter, what he was barking at, what all the fuss was. He knew the Major would stroll out to the gate to investigate. He raced up his own drive through the yard and back door. Safe. The Major hadn't seen him. Even if he had, he couldn't do anything. He had as much right to be on the road. Still, the Major would have thought it strange if Nap started jumping up and barking hysterically again. Fancy calling a dog Napoleon. The Major admired the Emperor, admired his strategy. Bit out of date. Maybe that's why he only got to be a major. He went out again in about 15 minutes. This time he left Socrates but kept the bread. He didn't intend to try the Major's again. Nap was probably safely shut in now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't start barking the moment he got near the house. But there were several other houses. Then it struck him. A new grocer's shop had opened just opposite the end of his road. The shop in front sat back from the main road, with a big store behind. He'd once seen the door between them open and glimpsed inside, crammed with stuff, mostly food. Someone told him the man must have more money than sense, starting a shop there and carrying such stock. But he seemed to be getting on all right. He went down to the main road. The shop was shut, but a dim light shone through it from a little office near the back, the grocer totting up his books. He went round to the back. Easy, because there was waste ground on either side. Only one window at the back, with iron bars, no glass. He'd heard there was glass at first, but local hooligans kept throwing stones through it, so he'd put up bars instead. Too close for a hooligan to get through, but a rat could manage comfortably. No light in the store. He went home for the rats. He put 25 in the bag he'd used for Jones's tires, carried it down, and left it in a bunch of nettles a little way from the window, where it wouldn't be seen. He told them to be quiet. He'd be back. He'd never left them like this before. He kept Socrates in his pocket, not wanting to leave him in case something went wrong. He went home and brought the rest in a suitcase. As soon as he reached the waste ground again, he opened the bag and found the rats huddled at the bottom. They hadn't tried to get out, probably frightened. He took them all to the window and put them through the bars one by one, Socrates first to show the way. He told them to eat food, saying that to each as he placed it on the window ledge between the bars. It took only 2 or 3 minutes to put them all in. After that, he could see nothing, pitch black inside. He had no idea what was going on. How long should he leave them? An hour? 2? He ate some of the bread, but not much. His mouth was dry and there was no water. He hid the bag and suitcase in the nettles and went round to the front to check his watch in the light from the shop. 9:10. He thought he might leave them till 11:10. By then he'd want to go home to bed. Besides, he was afraid to leave them too long in case they all got tired of eating and went to sleep. He returned to the back and leaned against the wall under the window. Safe there. If he hung about in front, someone might notice him. Not that anyone could say anything, but you never know. After a bit he went to the front again and checked his watch. 10:25. Bored stiff. If only he could see the rats. All he heard was occasional rustling of paper, slight rustling noises. He had an electric torch at home. He wished he'd brought it. He thought of going back for it, only 10 or 15 minutes, and it would help pass the time. Then something fell inside the store. Not much noise, like a packet of cornflakes falling from a shelf 4 or 5 feet up. He wondered if the grocer would hear it. Was the door between shop and store open or closed? Was the door of the little glass office open or closed? He didn't know. He hesitated. Should he call the rats back quickly, before any chance of discovery, or was he being too jittery? The light went on in the store. At the same time, a loud noise, the grocer flinging open the door. He must have tried to open the door and switch on the light almost simultaneously to surprise the burglars. He had no idea what sort of burglars were there. He had to stand on tiptoes to see through the window. At first he didn't see the grocer or any rats. His eyes were dazzled. Then he saw everything. The store was bigger than he'd imagined. The grocer stood in the doorway, perfectly still, eyes wide open. The rats were quite close to him, all looking at him, as surprised as he was, stopped in the middle of whatever they'd been doing. Some had been crawling over a side of bacon, some digging a hole in a cheese. Others were surrounded by a sea of cornflakes. It was wonderful how much they'd done in so short a time. The grocer slammed the door but left the light on. The narrator wondered what the man would do now. He called the rats, telling them to come quickly, time to go home. They came crowding through the bars, jostling each other. He snatched Socrates, put him in his pocket, and dashed to the nettles for his bag and suitcase. He should have done that before calling. He dropped the case a yard or 2 from the window and began opening the bag for the rats to jump in. Squeals came from beneath his feet. He was treading on rats. Those who'd reached the window first had been pushed off the ledge by the ones behind. The ground was covered. He knelt, grabbing and thrusting them into the bag as quickly as he could, trying to count but unable to see. He groveled on the ground, catching whatever rat he could feel. When he had 24 in the bag, he closed it and started on the case. Some rats still on the window ledge peered down at him, the only ones he could see. He took them last. 45, 46, 47, 48. One missing. He got down to grovel again. Had he injured or killed one? Then he remembered he hadn't counted Socrates. He had them all. Now what? Where had the grocer gone? He wouldn't telephone the police for rats. What would you do? He decided to investigate before any precipitate action. If the grocer was out front waiting for police or fire brigade, he'd find it strange to meet the narrator coming from behind the store, carrying a suitcase and a traveling bag. He hid the case and bag back in the nettles and investigated. The light was still on in the shop, but no sign of the grocer. Was he in the office? A man's hat sat there but didn't move. Perhaps he was sitting at the telephone. The front door was open. He didn't think it had been before. Probably the grocer had rushed out without bothering to shut it. The rats must have frightened him. He hadn't even waited to telephone. The hat must be empty, stuck on a filing cabinet. An easy way to find out: walk in. If someone was there, he'd say he noticed the door open and wanted cigarettes. How would the grocer know he'd given up smoking? If offered cigarettes, it would be time enough to discover he had no money and apologize for troubling. He walked in and searched the shop. No one there. The hat was empty, hanging on a peg, but 3 bundles, each containing 101-pound notes, lay on a little table where the grocer had been working. He took Socrates out and put him on the table. He pointed at one bundle and told Socrates to eat. And Nibble didn't like it. He told him to eat again. Another nibble. The bundle now looked nibbled. He put Socrates back in his pocket. No sign of the grocer returning. He went to the store door, used his handkerchief to turn the handle, and opened it slightly. He hadn't read detective stories for nothing. Back to the office. Still, nobody. He shoved the 2 unnibbled bundles into his pocket, not the one with Socrates, and ran. A bus went by without stopping, then 2 cars. He turned his back to the road. You never know who might recognize you. Where on earth had the grocer gone? Could he trust him to stay away a few more minutes? He decided to chance it. He dodged behind the store again, picked up the suitcase and bag from the nettles. Less chancy to take both at once than to come back when police and fire brigade might be everywhere. Fortune favors the bold. He got home without meeting a soul. Knowing he was a criminal felt like waking up a millionaire. The main difference was that most millionaires didn't mind who knew. He couldn't let anyone know. For the first time since befriending the rats, he saw clearly what to do. He'd been like someone with business plant, machinery, but no working capital. Now he had working capital, 200 pounds. Not much, but enough to start. He would have to lay his plans carefully, make best use of his assets, money, house, and the rats. Previously, he'd let his little money fritter away because he hadn't thought of becoming a criminal. This time, he intended his money to start earning for him almost immediately. He would commit more crimes, designed solely to earn money. He wouldn't rob any more grocery stores to keep the rats fed. He'd have to rob one every day, and they'd be found out. Ideally, he'd rob a bank, but so would every criminal. Perhaps eventually. To begin with, he needed something easier. This evening he bought a car. A van would have suited his purpose better, but everyone would ask what on earth he wanted with a van. The car cost 50 pounds, but with tax and insurance he'd lose about 80. Never mind. He hoped to get it back and more. The story of his raid on the grocery store had finally broken, as the newspapermen said. They were guarded. Didn't even say where it happened. The grocer obviously didn't want anyone to know there had been rats in his store. He hadn't reported it till a day or 2 after the event. The police were taking it seriously. Members of the public were asked to report any rat damage or sightings, particularly 5 or more rats moving together as if traveling with a common purpose. He wondered who thought that one up. He didn't intend anyone to see his rats. When they traveled, they'd travel by car. That's why he got it. Curse, curse, curse. He was going to have to take a driving test. He brought the car to the office this morning and parked it in the yard. He needed more wheat and meant to get it at lunchtime. He quite liked the rest of the staff, seeing he had a car. Everyone went out to look, especially the bookkeeper, who knew his salary and didn't run a car himself. The bookkeeper remarked that it was very nice if he could afford it. These older cars took a lot to keep up. He responded nonchalantly that he thought he'd manage all right. He got his mother's affairs pretty well fixed up at last. That put the bookkeeper in his place, not unkindly. His manner was slightly superior. Perhaps the bookkeeper remembered that father used to own the business. He didn't see Jones look at the car, but he knew he would, and that he'd speak about it. Jones came into the cash office on some pretense and then said, as if by chance, that he saw he'd bought a car. He answered that a car came in very useful from time to time. Jones asked just like that. No preliminaries where he'd got the money. He should have told Jones to mind his own business, or said something stronger. But he couldn't help answering in a guilty way that he'd got mother's affairs pretty well settled up at last. Jones said he didn't think she left anything. He told Jones it wasn't quite as bad as that, managing to get back some of the nonchalant manner he'd used with the bookkeeper. They weren't quite destitute, that flummoxed Jones, but the cheek of the man. No boss could speak to a laborer that way. Either they'd get hit, or there'd be strikes. He thought Jones was one of those people who always felt someone was doing them. Probably, if the truth were known, Jones had done father at some point, or the family after father died. Jones left, and he was alternately hot and cold thinking about it. The cheek of asking where he'd got the money. What right had Jones to question his affairs? And then afterwards, the lightness of touch with which he'd handled him. But Jones scored in the end. He came back. He made a malicious remark about the license for that old jalopy. He replied that of course he'd had it taxed and insured. Jones said he wasn't talking about that. Did nobody ever tell him he needed a driving license? He said of course he had one. And of course he did. But it hadn't been renewed since before father died. How could he forget such a thing? Jones noticed the uncertainty in his voice. Jones told him he'd have to take a test, and better not take that car out of the yard till he'd passed it. He declared he was perfectly capable of driving a very good driver. Jones was right. His license had been out of date so long he had to take a test before being allowed a new one. All the same, he took a chance and drove the car home that night. The consultant, only one who actually did anything, was hard at work. Senior staff had been taken to dinner one at a time. In the relaxing atmosphere of a restaurant, over wine, they were supposed to bare their souls. The consultant tried to discover if they were progressive, dynamic, and whatever else. The bookkeeper was a teetotaler and wouldn't have wine, so the consultant drank it all. The bookkeeper wasn't sure if this would count against him. He thought the consultant was an alcoholic. He didn't count as a senior staff member, though. He'd been in the firm longer than nearly anyone except the bookkeeper, Jones, and one traveler. He wasn't asked to dinner. Instead, the consultant interviewed him in the spare office. First, he was told the consultant wanted him. The consultant had become sort of second boss. When he went in, the consultant was bending over his papers, too busy to look up, and told him to sit down. He knew it was all an act. At last, the consultant looked up with a Judas smile and told him to relax. Anything he said would be strictly confidential. He was free to say what he liked about anyone, Mr. Jones, the people over him, how the place was run, any improvements. The consultant would treat everything as confidential. He needn't have any fears. The smile was getting tired, but he kept it up. First, he wanted him to tell about himself. He didn't mean to tell anything. He was outraged at the man's nerve. What right had he to pry into private affairs? His father would never have allowed it. But what could he do? If the consultant told Jones he wouldn't cooperate, where would he be? So the consultant probed and got all his background out. Next, was he content in his job? He said he was a lie. But what could he say? If he said he wasn't, the consultant would tell Jones he had no faith in that cock and bull story about confidentiality. Jones would say, if he didn't like the job, he needn't have it. Goodbye. What he should have said was that he was content with the job as a step to higher things, because the next question was whether he had no fire in his belly. He told the consultant he didn't think so. He didn't know what that phrase meant. Afterwards, he asked the girl. She explained it was something all executive types were supposed to have nowadays, more or less the same as being dynamic, which was another thing you were supposed to be, along with relaxed. She was sure the consultant thought he had fire in his own belly, but it was probably just wind. The girl liked making jokes that weren't quite proper. He hadn't laughed so much for years as since she came to the office. Still, she agreed the questions the consultant asked were ridiculous. There ought to be a law against it. Everyone was entitled to privacy. His life of crime was temporarily postponed. He could drive perfectly well, and there was really no reason he should have to take a test, but apparently the highway code had been altered in the last few years, and he'd be expected to answer questions on it. He'd enrolled as a pupil in a driving school. Humiliating, but failing the test would be even more so, his instructor admitted. He could drive but said his road sense needed brushing up. He also said he must study the highway code as if it were the catechism and he a candidate for confirmation. He was quite sure the driving school just wanted his money, and that even if he were Sterling Moss, they'd make excuses to give him lessons. After all, he wasn't losing much time. Though he couldn't take the car on the road, he was getting the rats accustomed to it in the garage. He was training them to go in and out through the trunk, using a wedge contrivance that held the lid open just wide enough, with 2 boards for them to run up and down. He wasn't going to make many raids before the police guessed what was happening and started taking precautions. He'd need to get hold of a few fairly big sums and then stop for a long time to let suspicions die down. At the moment, he was quite well off. Taking his salary into account, he had enough to last 6 months or a year, living rather more comfortably than recently, more or less up to the same standard as before Mother died. He was by nature cautious, even timid. Hazardous adventure was foreign to him. All he wanted was a quiet, peaceful life, bothering no one, and being bothered by no one. But destiny willed otherwise. He hadn't been able to think of any easy way, even making fullest use of his mastery over the rats, to lay hands on large sums without considerable risk. Whatever he eventually did, he'd take all possible precautions. No need to act precipitately. Plenty of time to plan. He realized how fortunate he'd been in the raid on the grocers. Where could he find someone like that? Someone perhaps even more timid than himself, counting over large sums alone late at night, ready to run a mile at the sight of a few rats? Yet something like that was what he had to find. Yesterday he yielded to sudden temptation and took the girl out for a run in the car. He didn't quite know why, and now wished he hadn't. There were several reasons. He'd passed his driving test, and she congratulated him. He said it was simply a matter of form. He'd been able to drive perfectly well all along. He didn't want her to think he was just boasting, so he thought he'd better show her. Of course he liked her, and he did want to show someone the car. He thought he'd gotten quite a bargain. He only meant to take her a short run, but as soon as they got in, he foolishly asked where she'd like to go. She wanted to see where he lived. Why not drive out there? He said there was nothing to see, trying to put her off gently, but she was very persistent. She'd been past with her father the other Sunday, and it looked very interesting. You could see nothing from the road, but she was sure it was lovely inside. It was extraordinary how quickly a feeling of tenderness could turn to absolute hate. He thought to himself that she was just like all the rest. But if she thought she was going to see inside his house, she'd made one big mistake. Funny how he still thought of it as our house, father, mother, and him. Aloud, he said nothing. Not just then. If he'd taken her home, given her a push down the cellar steps, and bolted the door after her, she'd have gotten a queer surprise. Still without a word, he started the engine and drove off. She remarked after a minute that this wasn't the right way. He answered that it was the way they were going. That kept her quiet for a bit. They drove into the country, and presently he forgot how angry he was. She chatted about the office and the other people. She'd noticed all sorts of things he'd never have thought of. Miles in time went by without his realizing. Suddenly she yawned and said she could eat a horse. It hadn't occurred to him that she might expect him to feed her. He exclaimed that he hadn't noticed the time. Wouldn't her people be wondering what had happened? She said no. She'd rung them before they left the office and told them she was coming out with him and wouldn't be back for tea. This took the wind from his sails. He'd never meant to ask her out for tea. They were coming into a village, and the first thing he saw was a big roadhouse with posh cars parked outside. Perhaps that was what she'd been thinking of, but he pretended not to notice. He went on till they came to a place advertising teas with Hovis. Even so, it was horribly expensive. He was upset going home. Never again, he kept telling himself. You'd have thought she'd have the sense to realize he wasn't feeling exactly chummy anymore, but not a bit. She got on about the house again, begging to see it go on, be a dear. He managed to keep his manners, though probably it would have been better if he hadn't. He told her it was a fearful mess, he couldn't possibly show it to her. She laughed, and said she knew what men were like. She and her mother had gone away for a weekend, and left her father and brothers. You wouldn't believe the mess they got the house into. Every knife, fork, spoon, and plate was piled in the kitchen sink, not one thing washed. He said maybe his house was worse than that. She said she'd love to come in some night and wash up for him, make his tea as well. She was sure he never made himself proper meals. He said his meals were all right, but she insisted she'd love to. He was sure she would until she saw the rats. And that wouldn't be long. What would she make of old Socrates? Probably go screaming out of the house like a scalded cat. Then the fat would be in the fire, the sanitary people, and the vermin destruction squad. No, thank you. He dropped her at her own house. She never even guessed anything was wrong. He thought she expected him to kiss her. She put up her face that way before getting out. He thought if he'd given her nose a good bite, that might have cooled her ardor. He didn't even get out of the car. He just let in the clutch and left her standing in the middle of the road. It was quite late, and he couldn't help thinking of poor old Socrates waiting patiently for his supper, wondering what had become of him. At 2:30 this afternoon, Jones sent for him. Jones was just in from lunch, and by the smell when he spoke, he must have had a drink or two. He couldn't imagine what Jones wanted, but naturally he felt nervous. It was always a little frightening to be told the boss wanted to see you, especially when you didn't like the boss much and thought he didn't like you. Jones was grinning away all over himself with gush. He told him to sit down and make himself comfortable. He sat down distrustfully. What was Jones up to now? Was he going to have another go at getting the house, or had the consultant recommended a raise? Jones began by saying he'd always had great respect for his father. Great respect. A very fine man, the type you rarely found nowadays. He nodded, unable to think why Jones had called him in just to say that. Jones continued that, on account of him being his father's son, they'd always tried to give him special consideration. Another long pause. He nodded vaguely. Who was we? He wondered. It wasn't surprising royalty got muddled if someone so far down as Jones could call himself we. Jones said they would have liked to think there was always room in the firm for a son of his father, but to be frank, they'd been disappointed in him. Suddenly he realized Jones was going to sack him. For a moment he felt numb with shock. Then he knew he had to argue, plead to be kept on. He stammered that he hadn't known there'd been anything wrong with his work. He hadn't been making mistakes, had he? Jones answered crossly that it wasn't his work. It was his capabilities. They couldn't afford to pay a man to do a girl's work, and he wasn't fit for any more responsible position. He demanded how Jones knew he'd never been given a chance at anything else. Jones said he'd been given every chance his potential was rated as nil. Jones turned over some papers and looked secretly at one. Potential nil. Obviously the consultant's work. He had to keep talking. If he kept talking, he might somehow stay in his job. He wouldn't be sacked till Jones actually told him so. Jones wanted to tell him but was having difficulty. He must have something about him. Jones felt he was still the real boss's son and was frightened to sack him. Or perhaps because he was the boss's son, Jones wanted to sack him much more likely. All these thoughts flashed through his mind. He asked if Jones meant there was no other job in the firm he felt he could promote him to. Exactly. Jones got pleasure from using a word like that, making himself feel so competent. A man of decision, he thought to himself. A man of few words. He said he was doing his present job all right. He knew Jones couldn't deny that. Jones admitted loftily that he was doing it reasonably enough, but it was a job he'd been doing since coming out of his apprenticeship. They couldn't go on paying a man to do work that could be done equally well by a girl or a boy just into the place a year or two. He pointed out that he wasn't paid as much as the men in the store. He hadn't had a raise since before father died, while all other wages had gone up lots of times. Jones said they could get a girl to do it for less money. They'd have liked to keep him on his father's account, but there was no room for sentiment in business nowadays. Everything had to be streamlined, cut to the bone. Couldn't afford an extra penny anywhere. He saw a glimmer of hope. He said, if it was just a matter of salary, if they really would keep him on father's account, he could maybe take a bit of a reduction. Jones grumbled that this was very awkward. They'd decided to have his job done by a girl. In fact, one was coming to see him that afternoon. Now what was he going to do? He put on a worried expression. The narrator said that if Jones could see his way to keeping him, he'd do the job for whatever Jones was going to pay the girl. Jones replied that was all very well, but they didn't want him coming back in 6 months asking for a raise. If he was going to stay, he'd have to take what they gave him and be thankful. He promised that if Jones let him stay, he'd never ask for a raise again. He'd leave it to Jones to give what he thought fit. Jones said he'd think it over, suddenly becoming just himself in the singular, and told him to get back to work and not waste any more time. He sneaked out, went back to his desk and sat down. He couldn't work. He felt covered in shame. They didn't want him anymore. They thought a girl could do his work as well, for less money. After all these years, they'd just throw him on the street. His father's old firm, too. He hated Jones and his efficiency. After a while, he came out of his daze a bit. People came in and he had to attend to them. Maybe he wouldn't get the sack. Maybe Jones would let him stay with a cut in salary. No one need ever know. It wouldn't make all that difference. He hadn't been able to manage on what he was getting anyway. He'd just have to speed up the start of his criminal activities. Presently, the girl came along. No one was in the cash office but the two of them. She put her hand on his shoulder and leaned over him. He was conscious that she was female and attractive. Ordinarily, he would have resisted such feelings, having long ago realized they only led to complications. But today, he felt weak. He pressed his cheek against her arm. She asked what was wrong. He said nothing much, just Jones being his usual charming self. She asked what Jones was up to. He told her that apparently he was unnecessary. The job could be done as well and more cheaply by a girl. Why did he tell her? He hadn't meant to tell anyone. He didn't know what had come over him. He realized presently that her left hand had moved from his shoulder to his cheek, her right hand on his wrist. She was pressing his face into herself. He felt what must have been a kiss on top of his head. An extraordinary sensation of comfort. All his trouble seemed wiped out. A feeling of bliss and peace. She murmured, "What a poor man he was," and kissed him again. Suddenly she drew away. The bookkeeper was returning. He came in and looked at the narrator rather oddly, but he didn't think the bookkeeper could have seen anything him in the girl. Time passed. The girl went off to the ladies to help with tea making. Later she came back with a cup for him and one for the bookkeeper. He noticed he'd been given a saucer special attention. Usually only Jones and the bookkeeper got saucers. The girl went back to the ladies to have tea with the other girls. The girl came back and the bookkeeper was sent for by Jones. He stayed quite a while. The narrator wondered if they were discussing whether he should be kept. He said to the girl that he wondered if they were talking about him. She looked puzzled. Did he mean Mr. Jones? He laughed a little and said both of them it took two to make a conversation. She asked if he meant Jones was telling the bookkeeper he'd been given the sack. He shrugged and said he was hoping Jones was telling him the opposite. She interrupted, saying she was sure Jones must have told him beforehand. He said in that case, Jones might be telling him he'd changed his mind. He hoped so. She asked if he thought Jones would change his mind. He said he didn't see why not. Jones said he'd think it over. She asked what over? His proposition. Suddenly, she got quite cross, demanding what proposition. She didn't know what he was talking about. He explained that he'd suggested Jones should keep him on. She asked what made him think Jones would pay any attention. He said he'd offered very favorable terms, he'd take less money, whatever the female replacement was to get. Complete equality of the sexes. She exclaimed that he was a bloody fool. He was surprised at her language and told her there was no sense calling names. She said, "Didn't he see that's what Jones meant him to do? It was a trap." And he walked straight into it. Jones had no intention of sacking him. He'd just worked out this scheme to get him to take less money. He said nonsense, he didn't believe a word of it. And he didn't. He wasn't sure he wouldn't believe Jones's word rather than hers, especially after what he'd thought since. Jones said a girl was coming in to see him that afternoon about his job, but no girl came, no girl from outside. The only girl Jones saw was her, when she brought in his tea. He'd been going to tell her then, and she'd had some idea of it. When he didn't, she didn't worry, because the narrator had already told her he was getting the sack. She thought everything was going smoothly from her point of view. That explained why she was so cross when he said he might be staying on. Just shows you can never trust a woman. Not that he did trust her, but just think, kissing him and all that. Today Jones sent for him again. Typical to keep him on tenterhooks for a week, a sadist. He was to stay on, but it was to be the way Jones said. He was never to ask for a raise again. He was to accept what they gave him and be thankful. He promised. He was being cut £3 a week. He promised he wouldn't let it make any difference. He'd still work as hard as possible in the best interests of the firm. He would, but he'd get even with Jones yet somehow. Some pal of Jones's was going for a week to London, then a tour of the continent, taking his wife. A second honeymoon, Jones called it. Jones was green with envy. Not that he wanted to go himself, but he was appalled that someone he knew could spend so much money. For half an hour today Jones was with the bookkeeper, trying to work out what the trip would cost. Jones only understood one side of money acquisition and keeping. Every penny he made was a penny worth of success. Every penny he spent was a penny worth of failure. Perhaps not altogether true. He wanted a bit of show as well. He wanted the narrator's house. He'd never feel he was really boss till he got it. Probably he planned to get it so cheap it wouldn't cost more than the house he was in. Besides, he probably reckoned a house was just money in another form, so buying a house wasn't really spending. But to spend £1,000 and come back with nothing solid to show for it, that was what the bookkeeper said the trip would cost. He'd like to tell Jones that he knew people who went to the continent every year, but he couldn't. He wasn't included in the conversation. It was the Robinsons. Not that he knew them very well. It would be funny if the Joneses had to start keeping up with the Robinsons. He told the girl his joke about the Joneses keeping up with the Robinsons. Not much of a joke, but it made her laugh. He liked making her laugh. It made him feel happy. She always smiled when she said good morning. He supposed she smiled the same way to everyone she was friendly with, but he always felt it was a special smile for him. He found himself looking forward to it from the time he woke up. He actually liked going into the office. He didn't think she really could have been trying to take his job, though maybe Jones meant to give it to her. He wished he'd never even thought that against her. Jones was in great excitement again today about his friends, the second honeymooners. They were actually taking £150 in notes for the London part, plus an undisclosed sum in traveller's checks for the continent. Mr. Honeymooner was going to the bank on Monday to collect. They started off first thing Tuesday. He pricked up his ears, £150 in notes, just the opportunity he'd been waiting for. He couldn't afford to let it slip. That amount would do him for a long time. It would make up for the cut in his salary for a whole year. He asked the bookkeeper who these people were as soon as Jones was gone. The bookkeeper explained a couple called Malcolmson. The husband's father had left him property near the center. An old clothes shop with a big yard behind it, used as a depot by some country carriers. He wasn't getting $100 a year for it before the war for years, nothing at all, lying vacant. Now it was all part of the new development. They said he got $90,000 from the developers. That was how it happened these days, and the lucky ones could afford to go off to the continent to celebrate. The girl said very nice too. She wished someone would drop $90,000 into her lap. The bookkeeper told her she wouldn't know what to do with it. She said she'd marry someone with 100,000. Money goes to money. At the same time, she gave the narrator a sly little look to indicate she'd really marry him if she got 90,000. He was quite sure she wouldn't. She'd do just as she said, go all out for some chap with 100,000 or more if she could manage it. They were all the same. The biological urge plus a well-lined nest. The bookkeeper then shared Jones's little joke with them. His voice showed respect for Jones but reserved the right to be patronizing about the joke. He let them know it wouldn't be a very good joke, and that he felt as superior about Jones's jokes as they did, without being indiscreet. They simpered expectantly. It seemed the Malcolmsons lived opposite Jones for about a year after they first got the money, in a house called Mont Repos. Now they'd moved a mile or so farther out to a big place called Sandalmount. Jones said they didn't repose in Mont Repos very long. They couldn't have believed it, Jones in Excelsis. They roared. All the same, he'd now got the address. He shouldn't have much difficulty finding it. He'd just come back from reconnoitering Sandalmount. The house itself wasn't very large, about the same size as his, but there were a lot of grounds around it, masses of rhododendrons, with rustic walks going down the side of a glen to a stream with a little wooden footbridge. The sort of place he wouldn't mind having himself. The house was at the top of the glen, very quiet, very shut off. Not another house within half a mile, all of which suited him admirably. He parked the car in the road and walked boldly in the front gate. No rats with him, not even Socrates. There was this long avenue he walked and walked under wet, dripping trees, thinking he'd never come to the end. At last it opened out, and there was the house with lawns around it and a small kitchen garden at the back. He dodged among the trees and worked right around the house without coming into the open. Eventually he decided it would be safe enough to go even closer. No one was coming in or out, or standing at the windows. Television was on in one of the downstairs rooms. He had 3 problems to consider: how to get the rats into the house, how to get himself into the house, and how to get them all away safely without danger of discovery afterwards. He came out of the shrubberies onto the lawn, keeping in the shadows as much as possible, and avoiding the paths to stay off the gravel. The daylight had gone, but starlight and the house lights showed him everything he needed. He noticed several upstairs windows partly open and felt sure they'd be left that way all night. A pile of painter's ladders sat behind the garage. Evidently the house was to be painted while the owners were away. His reconnaissance was complete. He knew exactly what he intended to do. Then a whim came over him. He wanted to look at his victims. There they were, a couple about his own age, sitting side by side on a settee watching television, with a dog asleep on a rug. Very touching and domestic. Pots of money but no children, the great tragedy of their lives. All their affection lavished on the dog. He looked at the dog distrustfully. He didn't mind dogs really before the rats. He used to be fond of them. But now, as a criminal, he was on the other side of the fence from dogs and policemen. Dogs were the unpaid thugs of the capitalists, though come to think of it, they weren't unpaid at all. They lived on the fat of the land. All this as he contemplated the dog's excessive belly. The dog turned over, sat up, yawned, and suddenly saw him. It shot across the room in a frenzy of barking. He dropped below the window level. The window was open at the top, and he could hear the man and wife's voices. The man sounded mildly cross, asking what that was about. The wife said the dog had been uneasy all evening. He might be worried. The man asked how the dog could be worried when he couldn't know anything about it. She insisted you never knew what dogs knew. They had a sixth sense. The man said better let him out. The dog probably thought there was something there. He ran swiftly for the trees, keeping close to the house until he was well out of the window's line of sight. A moment later, the front door opened and the dog came tearing across the lawn after him, but by then he was safely out of sight. The dog reached the edge of the trees and stopped, not very brave. It barked a bit, then sniffed. Rats, the dog seemed to realize, and came cautiously in his direction. He'd been standing still behind bushes, but the dog was going to find him. He turned his back and walked quickly toward the drive. The dog barked close behind him. He didn't think it would attack, but if he did, nothing it might bark itself into a frenzy and snap at his legs. He didn't want a nip in the leg, or worse, in the posterior. What would he say in the office if he had trouble sitting down a boil on his bum? The girl would be sympathetic, but she couldn't ask to see it. He turned suddenly and rushed at the dog. It was terrified, could hardly reverse quick enough, almost choking mid-bark. He picked up a broken branch and slashed it through the air without hitting the dog, but the dog heard the swish and let out a shriek, as if being skinned alive. He saw no more of it. He stepped down into the drive, out of sight of the house, and walked toward the gate without undue hurry. Anyone meeting him would have thought he'd just been paying a call. It was quite dark under the trees, no chance anyone could recognize him. Someone might spot his car's number parked roadside, but so what? Lots of cars parked at the roadside. He met no one. He drove home pondering his plans, went down to the cellar, and assured the rats he was sorry he had no time to talk. Great events were afoot. His plans were complete by then. He went upstairs, sat in his armchair in front of the fire, and put down his notes on paper. Socrates jumped on his knee, and he used him as a book rest. Tomorrow night at this time he'd be setting forth on the much more perilous task of actually stealing the money. Would he return safe and sound, or find himself a prisoner in police hands? He left home at 10:30, and reached the Malcolmsons just before 11. He drove straight in the gate, then backed the car up a side avenue, well hidden by rhododendrons, invisible from the main avenue, but parked so that for a quick getaway, he'd only have to jump in and drive. He had all the furry-tailed rats with him. Since moving them into the house, he'd had nothing to do with the others. First he had to find out what was happening at the house. He didn't expect to start work for another hour or two. They might stay up late packing, or go to bed early to be fresh for their holiday. He was only slightly worried about the dog. If it was there, it might kick up a row and spoil everything. But he was almost certain it wouldn't be the Malcolmsons would have put it in a boarding kennel or left it with friends. They wouldn't have time to dispose of it in the morning. He left the rats in the car and went up through the trees toward the house. A light was on in the hall, but the rest of the downstairs was dark. Upstairs, lights were on in most windows. He watched from a clump of bushes close to the house, catching a glimpse of the man and then his wife in the same room. Presently the man came to a window in his pajamas and opened it, remarking that it was very warm. A female voice warned he'd catch cold. They didn't want that. He said he didn't think so. She told him to come to bed anyway, with a little giggle. It was so quiet, he could hear everything. He turned and disappeared. He waited for the light to go out, but it didn't. They might be one of those couples who read in bed before sleep. They could read for hours, and fancy going to bed leaving half the lights on. Very extravagant. He stepped onto the lawn but kept in the shadows, going round to the back of the house. Quite dark, except for one upstairs window that looked like a landing or passage. He deliberately trod on the gravel once or twice on the far side from the bedroom. If the dog was any good, it would hear and bark, but he didn't want the Malcolmsons to hear. No bark. He went right around the house, keeping on grass where possible, tiptoeing when not. Not a sound except from the bedroom window, where she seemed to be an awfully giggly woman. He'd avoided going really close to the front because of the gravel. Now he did so, and immediately discovered something strange. The outer front door wasn't shut. There was an inner front door with a glass panel closed, but was it locked? He tiptoed into the porch. Surely the dog must bark now if it was there. Very slowly he turned the handle and pushed. The door wasn't locked. It opened with a slight creak. He waited again, hand on the handle. If the dog was there at all, it must bark now. But it wasn't there. He laughed soundlessly. Fancy going to bed leaving the front door open and half the lights on. His careful plans for getting in wouldn't be necessary. All he'd have to do was walk in the front door, bringing the rats. But not yet. He wanted to wait till the Malcolmsons seemed asleep. He shut the door as carefully as he'd opened it, and went back onto the lawn. The bedroom light was still on. Maybe they kept it on all night. Maybe one or both was frightened of the dark. But no. Almost immediately it went out. The other lights remained on. He went back to the car. By the time he returned, the Malcolmsons should be asleep. Even if they had insomnia, he didn't think it would matter much. The car was parked about 60 yards from the house, a very long journey for a rat moving under its own steam. Rats must be great hitchhikers. Otherwise, he didn't see how they got around the world the way they had. His original intention had been to carry the rats up 10 at a time, a slow business. Now he made a daring, perhaps rash, change of plan. He got in the car and drove it right up to the house. He didn't leave it at the front door. He didn't want the Malcolmsons to see it when they came rushing out screaming. He parked at the back, again facing outward so he wouldn't have to turn after coming back. He got out quickly and ran on tiptoe to below the bedroom window. The light was on. He heard voices. The wife said it sounded like a car. The husband said he never heard a thing. That's because he always kept his head under the clothes. He heard the beastly dawn chorus every morning. She was sure it was a car. He said maybe someone made a mistake and went away again. She said she didn't hear them go away. He began to regret his rashness. Then the husband said that if it was a burglar, they were well insured and he couldn't get in here. The wife supposed not. She was evidently a kindly soul. He thought she might have sent the husband down to investigate, but he had her well trained. Any investigating to be done, she'd have to do herself, and she didn't feel like it. The husband said good night firmly. She said good night, and at the same moment the light went out. He hurried back to the car and opened the boot. The rats poured out. With Socrates leading, and Ben acting as a sort of sergeant major, he walked slowly to the house. The rats followed. He put on rubber gloves and opened the front door quietly. Almost immediately he found his first objective, the telephone. He took 2 pieces of sticky tape from his pocket cut to the right length before leaving home. He lifted the receiver and stuck down the 2 small plungers with the tape, then replaced the receiver. The rats, led by Socrates, were already at the foot of the stairs. He lifted Socrates onto the first step and went up 2 or 3 steps further himself. Socrates scrambled to the second step and looked around for the rest. They were hesitating, not wanting to go upstairs. Ben came hustling up, snapping his jaws. He fancied Ben distributed 2 or 3 sharp nips. The rats began hopping up the stairs quite fast. He went on up to the top and looked back over the banisters. The rats were flowing smoothly up the stairs after him. He tiptoed across the landing. Though the carpets were so thick, he need hardly have bothered. Very gently he turned the handle of what he knew must be the Malcolmsons' bedroom. He pressed against it. Nothing happened. The door was locked. So that's what he meant. He can't get in here. Gently he released the handle. Baffled? No. A locked door wasn't going to stop him. Almost immediately he remembered he'd forgotten something. Telling Socrates and Ben to keep the rats where they were, he ran downstairs and quickly found the main switchboard. He turned off all the lights. Using a small pocket electric torch, he came upstairs again. He pointed to the bottom of the door with a little ring of light from his torch. He told the rats to tear it in they go. Immediately the gnawing started. He stood back and listened. He didn't have to wait long. A creak from the bed. A woman's voice asked if her darling was awake. No reply. Whose head was under the clothes this time? She asked again. There was a most awfully funny noise. Under his breath, he urged the husband to dig her in the ribs. It wouldn't do her a bit of harm. As if the man had heard him, he must have done something, because the wife woke up. She asked what was the matter. The husband told her to listen. Didn't she hear something? The scraping and gnawing continued. The wife wondered if it sounded like something trying to get through the door. Could Toby have escaped? The husband said if it was Toby, he'd bark. First that car, then this, they'd get no sleep tonight. The narrator murmured to himself that no, they wouldn't. The wife told him to turn on the light and see what on earth it was. The husband tried and reported it wouldn't work, a power cut. The rats were making a terrific noise. The wife asked if he thought he'd better see what it was. The narrator whispered for the rats to stop. Dead silence. The bed creaked. Feet hit the floor, but instead of turning the key and opening the door, the husband said it seemed to have stopped. He was standing by the edge of the bed, funking it. The narrator whispered again for the rats to tear it. The din started once more. If the husband waited another minute, they'd be through under the door whether he opened up or not, which might make things more difficult. Suddenly the door was opening. He'd never heard the key. The rats were making too much noise. This was the critical moment. If the husband tried to close the door again, he'd have to put his shoulder to it. But the husband didn't try. He felt rats crawling over his feet and jumped back into the room. The narrator gave the door a push and peered in, careful not to show himself. The husband screamed that it was rats, millions of them. For a moment, against the light of the window, they hadn't even drawn the curtains. The narrator saw him dancing on the floor. Then he jumped onto the bed. It was the wife's turn to scream, whether because he landed on her or just the word rats. He didn't know. Next moment she was standing on the bed beside him. He got down on his hands and knees and crawled through the door. She screamed for someone to do something. He kept as close to the floor as possible. Careful not to look up, he didn't want them to see his face. The husband wailed that he didn't know what to do. No more dearests and darlings now. As they said, it took very little to remove the thin veneer of civilization. He wriggled across the floor to the edge of the bed, rather high for nowadays, got half underneath it, and lying on his back began lifting rats onto the bed. He put Ben up first. The nasty, vicious brute went straight for the husband's toes. Another scream. The man was a good screamer, and the husband did the leap of the century into the middle of the floor. He must have landed on a rat because there was a squeal that wasn't human. It didn't stop him. He ran half stumbling out the door. The wife called that he wasn't leaving her. The narrator said to himself that she could bet he was, and if he knew Ben, she wouldn't be long after him. The husband called from the stairs that they seemed clear, she'd better run for it. Then Ben got at her toes, and run she did. The way she left that bed, vertical takeoff. He didn't want them to gather their wits and start doing something sensible, like finding the lights weren't really off or getting sticks to defend themselves. He turned the rats around and sent them down the stairs after the husband and wife. Still without showing himself, he came to the door and then out onto the landing to see what was happening. As soon as they found the rats following them down, the couple bolted right down to the hall. They stopped there a moment, having gotten a little ahead of the rats, which were hopping down rather slowly. The wife ordered the husband to telephone while she found a coat. They might have to go outside. He asked who to call. The police, of course. 999. By now, the narrator was peering over the banisters. He could see the husband vaguely. The man stumbled over something, must have stubbed his toe because he started cursing, not very loud, wondering where the bloody thing had got to. But he found it, and had to yell again for his wife. He couldn't see the numbers. What should he do? She told him to feel. You fool, didn't he know yet that 9 was next to naught? No veneer left. He heard the husband fumbling with the phone, then saying there was no dialing tone. She was back with her coat by then, and told him to give it to her. She tried, but of course the tape he'd put on was doing its work. She complained it was out of order. Wasn't it just like them, on a night like this too? He couldn't see the rats, but thought they must be in the hall by now. Sure enough, the husband yelled that here they were, they'd have to run for it. He heard the front door open and shut. He went to a window over the porch and saw them pick their way over the gravel to the grass. Once on the grass, they began to run along the verge beside the drive. The wife wore the coat. The husband had nothing but pajamas. He went back to the bedroom and looked around by torchlight. A dead rat lay in the middle of the floor. The husband must have broken its back when he jumped out of bed. He left it for evidence. The money was on the dressing table. He shoved it in his pocket. Also on the dressing table were 2 books of traveler's checks, no use to him. He got Socrates to nibble a bit off each and dropped them on the floor. He ran downstairs, switched the lights back on, and untaped the telephone. He went out the front door and looked up and down. Not very dark. He could see as far as the edge of the trees fairly distinctly. No one about. He went around to the back and got into the car. All this time he had Socrates in his pocket. He drove around to the front door, going dead slow for the last bit in case any rats had strayed onto the gravel. He went into the house again and called the rats. In 5 minutes, they were all in the car. He looked around the hall quickly to see that none had been left behind, though he didn't really care a great deal if one or two got lost. The only one that mattered as an individual was Socrates, plus Ben in the sense that he was useful. He started the car and drove slowly as far as the edge of the trees, not putting on the lights. If the Malcolmsons were still about, he didn't want to attract their attention. They might come snooping and take the car's number. As soon as the car was under the trees, he switched off the engine. There was a slope all the way to the gate, and he hoped to get out onto the road without attracting attention. He couldn't see very well and kept his foot on the brake so as not to go too fast. There was a slight danger he might run over the Malcolmsons, but he felt they should be well out along the road by this time. He reached the road, still downhill. He didn't have to turn on the engine. The car rolled on gently and silently toward the city. He passed a cottage. Someone was battering at the door, pleading to be let in. He heard nothing but the swish of the car tires. He began to laugh. The cottagers must be heavy sleepers. Maybe an agricultural laborer who'd worked hard all day. Or maybe they were frightened to open the door. Or perhaps the cottage was empty. It wasn't a really cold night, but he thought of the husband in his pajamas and the wife with not much more, both with bare feet. He supposed they freewheeled another half-mile before he switched on the headlights and the engine. They got home without incident. His raid on the Malcolmsons was a sensation. The local evening paper had it on the front page with big headlines, and it was in all the national dailies that morning. No one knew what to make of it. Everyone was a little frightened. It came out that there had been previous rat raids. The courting couple chased from their car, Jones's tires, the grocer. Everything was being added together, including many things that had no connection with his rats at all. Damage in food stores, damage to crops, babies bitten by rats in slums. The country had suddenly become rat-conscious. The Malcolmsons were both in hospital suffering from shock and exposure. Their condition stated not serious. Jones had been interviewed on TV. Apparently the police had asked him to keep quiet about his tires. They couldn't make up their minds if it was rats or a malicious human. It was a wonder he'd never been questioned. But it wouldn't occur to Jones that he might have a grudge against him. Little friend of all the world, he didn't think. Jones said on the TV that the time for secrecy was past. Everyone must get together and put an end to this scandal. The papers were still going on about the rats. It was being suggested that the rat population far outnumbered the human population. At any moment, the rats of the world might arise and murder humans while they slept in their beds. These vermin must be eradicated. They were costing a hungry world millions of lives every year. One paper called for a World Rat Year. Mrs. Malcolmson had been interviewed on her release from hospital. They were staying with friends for a few days before deciding whether to continue their holiday. There was a photograph of her clasping Toby, who was licking her face. But that wasn't the point. She insisted that there had been one huge rat as big as a man, which crawled slowly across the floor from the door to the bed. The interviewers obviously didn't know what to make of this. One paper had the headline rat as big as man, another rat monster. Asked what the rat monster looked like, Mrs. Malcolmson said it was quite obscene. This, of course, was him. What did she mean? Obscene. Incidentally, the husband hadn't seen any rat monster. The way the interview was written made it plain he didn't think his wife had either, though he was polite enough not to say so. Only today did he realize the significance of Toby appearing in the photograph with Mrs. Malcolmson. As usual, the information came from Jones via the bookkeeper. Jones was enjoying a kind of double fame. First, he knew the Malcolmsons quite something these days, and since the Malcolmsons were so well off, it gave him standing socially as well as conversationally. Plus, he was a rat victim himself, which ensured immediate attention. Jones said if he'd known what was happening to his tires, he'd have gone out and laid about him with a stick. They were quite easy to deal with. If you didn't lose your head a cut with a stick, and you snapped the backbone just like that. The girl asked if he wasn't afraid of them going for his throat. They could tear your throat out, and you'd be dead in seconds. She looked at Jones, as if he was her hero. It would sicken you. Jones and the bookkeeper standing talking in the middle of the cash office, the girl gazing up adoringly and openly eavesdropping. Jones declared he didn't think any rat would go for his throat. It would have short shrift if it did. The narrator lies awake in the dark, listening. He had come to bed late, exhausted after working at the office until nearly 10, then tending to the rats in the cellar and writing his notes. He'd even dozed off in a chair, roused only when Socrates scratched gently at his hand. Lately, the public panic over rats seemed to have faded, the proposed citywide purge forgotten, so he'd decided he could safely bring Socrates and Ben back to the office. Upstairs in the bedroom, the first thing he checked was his father's old walking stick, left behind the pillow as a tool to teach Ben a lesson. What he found instead was the stick reduced to dozens of fragments, none longer than an inch, with smaller splinters scattered everywhere. He showed the wreckage to Socrates, and the rat's demeanor seemed to radiate silent disapproval. The narrator laughed out loud, grudgingly impressed. Ben was unbeatable, or at least thought he was. But the narrator chuckled to himself. Ben believed he'd won? That called for another surprise entirely. He went downstairs and fetched the sitting room poker unused and clean, since he no longer lit coal fires, and placed it behind the pillow. He undressed quickly, climbed into bed, and switched off the light. He meant to stay awake only a short while. Fatigue pulled at him, and he needed sleep. But he had a strong hunch that friend Ben would soon arrive for a comfortable rest on the eiderdown. He'd long suspected Ben entered the room through a hole in the floor beneath the dressing table. Covering it with tin was useless. The rat would simply gnaw another opening somewhere else, and he couldn't sheath the entire floor. Excitement kept him alert at first. Then drowsiness crept in. He was telling himself that morning would work just as well, nearly drifting off, when a scuffling noise came from the direction of the dressing table. "Here you come, my boy," he thought, "and you're in for a big surprise." He heard small feet patter across the floor. No pause to scout the room. Ben felt certain the narrator was already sound asleep. But reconnaissance would have done no good anyway, because the narrator was only pretending. The rat jumped straight onto the bed. The narrator felt the slight drag on the bedclothes as Ben scrambled up, claws digging in just enough to hoist himself the rest of the way. The rat circled repeatedly on top of the eiderdown, fussing over a nest shape until everything suited him. Then he settled in for the night. The narrator thought the creature was growing careless, no longer caring whether he woke his human. He waited until he judged Ben had drifted into deep sleep. Then he sat up fast, switched on the bedside light, and brandished the poker over his head. The expression on Ben's face was ridiculous. One look was all it took. The rat wanted nothing to do with a poker in the ribs. He dove straight to the floor, scuttled under the dressing table, and the narrator called after him that he needn't come back, since he wouldn't be gnawing through a poker any time soon. That was last night. Tonight, the narrator went straight to his bedroom as soon as he got home, just to confirm the poker was still there. It wasn't. In fact, not a single poker remained in the whole house. Tongs, brass curtain rods, shovels, all those were present, but he decided to admit defeat. Whatever weapon he chose to take to bed would be spirited away during the day. There might come an occasion when he'd need a curtain rail, and there was no sense showing Ben how one could be used. He decided to take both Ben and Socrates into the office tomorrow. The public fuss about rats seemed to have died down, and he saw no reason they wouldn't be perfectly safe in the book room. They would have been safe there all along. He'd never seen anyone else enter except himself, and he didn't think anyone had seen him. Taking them would keep Ben out of mischief and stop him from leading the other rats astray. The narrator was quite sure Ben couldn't have purloined the poker alone. Even as a combined effort, it was a considerable feat. For the past month, he had brought Socrates and Ben to the office every day except Fridays. He arrived a little early in the morning and popped them into the book room before anyone else arrived. At night, after everyone else had gone, he brought them into the cash office to run around while he worked. But on Fridays, Jones himself worked late. The narrator might have difficulty retrieving them from the book room without being seen. He didn't know what Jones did every Friday night, but the man insisted on having the whole place to himself. Everyone else had to leave promptly at 5:30. The narrator was sure Jones was up to some fiddle or other, and wished he could find out what. He didn't fully understand the relationship between Ben and Socrates. He had always assumed Ben was Socrates' son, though they might be brothers. His main reason for thinking them father and son was that he hadn't seen the old mother rat since the very beginning, long before Ben appeared, so he assumed she must be dead. He thought Ben was cleverer than Socrates, more cunning, more independent. The two appeared perfectly friendly, but the narrator wondered if Ben had taken over as boss, not over Socrates himself, but over the other rats. King rat, you might say. If so, he thought it must have happened since their last escapade. He wondered if it had anything to do with the fact that one of their number had been killed. Could they possibly mind about that? Today the girl came into the cash office and said she'd heard a scuffling noise from the book room while she was in the ladies next door. Were there mice in there? The narrator said the book room had always been full of mice, but that sheet iron was nailed onto the partition between it and the ladies so none could get through. This satisfied her. In reality, there was no sheet iron, and he didn't know if there had ever been any mice either. He thought it rather clever to have invented that on the spur of the moment. It would stop her from complaining to Jones or the bookkeeper, and would likely prevent her or any other girl from venturing into the book room. She couldn't get in without the key anyway, but she was nosy and might easily have found some excuse to have the place opened up. Calling her nosy didn't mean he didn't find her attractive. He did. In fact, if he were differently situated, that is, if he had sufficient money, and there were no rats, he would probably ask her to marry him. He only realized this today, just after he'd told her the story about the mice. What she had actually heard was Ben, or Socrates, or both. He said there was a little mouse on the floor now. She shrieked immediately and jumped onto a chair. Perhaps he had wanted that to happen. She looked very pretty up there, appealing. She had shapely legs, just a shade on the thin side by beauty queen standards, but there was something about her knees. He stared freely. Then he admitted he was only joking. She gave him an arch look and stepped down very daintily. He was quite sure she hadn't minded a bit any chance to show themselves off. That's what girls liked. He couldn't see how modern girls needed to worry about mice. It might have been different when they feared mice running up inside their skirts, but it would be a very athletic mouse that could ever reach a modern skirt. A pole-jumping mouse, perhaps, if you could imagine such a thing, and he could quite easily. The girl was still very interested in him. He'd just have to say the word and she'd come for a drive in the car like a shot, tea or no tea. He could hardly bear to write what happened next, but it was the girl's fault, her and Jones. Jones did it. He didn't hear a shriek from the girl, but he was sure there was one. The first thing he noticed was a bit of commotion in the passage. Nothing much, just one or two people hurrying and talking, and one of them was the girl. He knew her voice. He paid no attention and went on with his work. Then he heard Jones proceeding down the passage, his step always a little more dignified. The bookkeeper followed immediately. If Jones was going, he was going too. The narrator felt contemptuous and standoffish, determined not to follow the crowd, ready to ask languidly what all the fuss had been about when they returned. Nevertheless, he wondered what was happening and fought hard against his own curiosity. Then it occurred to him, had someone gone into the book room and found Socrates? Until that moment, the two rats hadn't entered his thoughts. He had grown so accustomed to leaving them there every day without incident, and he felt sure no one but himself had been inside for years. He jumped up and rushed to the back. There they all were. Jones, the bookkeeper, the whole staff. The door of the ladies was open, not the actual toilet door, but the outer room where they washed their hands, made tea, and powdered their noses. Inside stood Jones and the girl, both looking up. Jones called for someone to bring him a long stick or rod. At first the narrator couldn't see anything, but he had awful forebodings. He edged closer, pushing past the bookkeeper who seemed to be drawing back. High on the wall behind the basin, in a little recess between two rafters, was Socrates. He was quite still, and you'd wonder the girl had noticed him at all. But that was her type, noticed everything. To anyone else, Socrates might have seemed unruffled, but his fur stood on end, and the narrator knew he was very frightened. He guessed immediately what had happened. Rafters ran across under the roof of the ladies and into the wall dividing it from the book room. Both were one-story additions jutting into the yard behind the offices. The wall was 2 bricks thick, but for some reason there was no top row of bricks on the ladies' side, creating a row of little recesses, one of which went all the way through to the book room. Socrates must have come through the hole, possibly looking for water. The narrator had never thought to leave them water. Above the basins hung a big old mirror with a thick black wooden frame. After coming through the tunnel, Socrates must have jumped down onto the mirror, run along it, and made a series of small leaps to the basin for a drink. On the way back, flustered perhaps by the girl entering and turning on the light, he had missed the tunnel and gone into the recess next to it. A dead end. All he had to do now to escape was come out, jump down onto the mirror, run a few inches, hop up into the correct recess, and run through to the safety of the book room. The narrator didn't know what to do. He could have spoken to Socrates, calmed him, told him to come out before it was too late. He could have climbed onto the basins and coaxed him out, pretending to try to catch him, and then pretending to be angry when the rat escaped through the tunnel. He didn't think of that until afterward, when it was too late. But he did think of speaking. He didn't dare. Everyone, as soon as they saw Socrates understand and obey instructions, would know that there really was a rat man, that he was Rat Man. So he stood in an agony of indecision and fear, and said nothing. The office junior returned with a thin metal tube about 6 feet long. Jones called it the very thing. He made an exploratory poke into the recess, not very hard, and then the narrator knew that Socrates had seen him. The rat threw him a look that seemed to ask whether he wasn't going to stop this. The narrator could have stopped it. He was bigger than Jones and much younger. But he did nothing. He didn't even say stop. He was afraid. He was a coward. The next poke, still experimental, came a little harder. Socrates drew back into the recess, making himself smaller. By the third poke, Socrates screamed. The scream seemed to excite Jones. He announced that he had the rat now, that the creature didn't like that, and that he would give more of the same medicine. He began prodding furiously. Socrates tried to come out, first at one side of the recess, then the other. But Jones, with a kind of brutal swordsmanship, drove him back. Every time Jones prodded, Socrates screamed. When the rat drew back after the second escape attempt, the screaming became continuous. The girl suddenly begged Jones to stop. She said it was too horrible, too cruel. Jones was astonished. He answered that rats were vermin and had to be exterminated. He went on prodding. The narrator saw the end of the rod covered in blood, but Socrates wasn't dead. He was still screaming. The narrator drew back. He couldn't bear to watch any more, yet he couldn't leave. Even if he didn't dare to do anything, it would be wrong to walk away. He had to see Socrates dead. The rat took a long time to die. The screaming stopped. The boy who'd brought the rod asked if the rat had kicked it. The boy was thoroughly enjoying himself, grinning all over his face. Jones answered that not a bit of him had. One leg was still moving, but he would soon finish the job. There was no more screaming, only the prodding, and soon that stopped. Jones was satisfied that Socrates was dead. The boy asked how Jones would get the body out. Jones thrust the bloody rod into the recess once more and pushed hard. When he drew it out, impaled on the end was a mess of blood, fur, and guts. For a moment Jones forgot his dignity and brandished it at the girls, demanding to know how they liked that. The women shrieked and pulled back, though none of them seemed genuinely horrified. Some even smiled a little. One typist complained about the mess in their cloakroom and asked who would clean it up. Jones told her she would, adding that if she didn't know how to use a mop, it was time she learned. After a moment's hesitation, the girl fetched a mop from the cupboard under the stairs, and another typist brought a bucket. Everyone else returned to their work. The narrator didn't work late that night. In truth, he could hardly work at all. But he had to wait until all the others had gone before he could retrieve Ben from the book room. He felt almost like leaving the rat behind. He didn't want anything to do with him or with anything connected to what had happened. but of course he couldn't abandon him. When he entered the book room, he was suddenly sorry for Ben. The poor rat was terrified even of him. He wondered whether Ben had seen everything or merely heard it. Either way, the rat had to reckon with the fact that this was the same person who had prodded him with a stick and poker at home, who had stood by and done nothing while Socrates was prodded to death, who had brought them both into this dangerous place. Ben looked at him fearfully. Clearly he wanted to go home, away from this gruesome place. But could he trust the narrator to take him, or would he be delivered up to death just as Socrates had been? Perhaps the narrator would even kill him himself. It took half an hour of coaxing to get Ben into the bag. The narrator took him straight home and spent the entire evening trying to soothe him. He had never really liked Ben before, but now that Socrates was gone, he felt a new affection growing. He saw that Ben might even come to take Socrates' place. That night, after going to bed, the narrator lay awake, wondering if Ben would come and join him. It would show whether the rat trusted him. For a long time he was alone. Then he heard a slight noise and knew Ben was under the dressing table. He lay and waited. It crossed his mind that if Ben didn't trust him, the rat might gather an army of his kind there, wait until he fell asleep, then come out and tear his throat. He listened carefully. No sound of other rats. At last he heard Ben crossing the floor. Even though he had left the blanket hanging down specially, a long time passed before he felt the slight tug as the rat jumped, caught the fabric, and began to climb. But Ben came in the end. He felt the rat curl up and settle beside him. He reached out and stroked the fur along Ben's backbone with one finger, the way he used to do with Socrates. He hated Jones. He hated him very much. Jones had killed the only creature in the world he had ever really loved. Somehow, someday, he was going to kill him. Today the girl and he discussed Jones while alone together in the cash office during lunch. He asked bluntly whether she liked him. She answered surprisingly that she wouldn't like to be married to him. At first he was surprised she would say such a thing to him at all. He thought that was the sort of remark girls made to other girls. She had obviously considered what Jones would be like as a husband, despite knowing there was already a Mrs. Jones. He took her to mean the opposite of what she'd said, that she wished she could be married to Jones, but since she couldn't, she claimed she wouldn't want to be. He tried to imagine what a female confidant would say in such circumstances, and quickly hit upon what he thought was the right reply, that Jones was too old for her. She sighed and called Jones a brute. He retorted that Jones was a sadist, and when that didn't seem to mean anything to her, he explained that Jones delighted in cruelty. She said Jones was very masculine, and that she thought men were cruel. He argued that women were no more cruel than men, that Jones was debased, perverted, and then stopped. He couldn't go on. He almost burst into tears from shame and grief, uncertain which was stronger. She asked if he meant killing the rat the other day. He nodded. She admitted that was brutal, but that was what she meant. He reminded her that she had tried to stop Jones. She acknowledged that she had, and he hadn't understood. In her view, Jones hadn't been sadistic. He was simply the dominant male, the fighting male smashing his foe. If it had been another man, she said, it would have been just the same. He gave a sarcastic laugh and argued that another man would have stood up to Jones. Anyone could be a hero fighting something as small as that rat. She disagreed, noting that many people were afraid of rats, especially since the scare. Jones hadn't hesitated a moment. She thought he was brave. She hadn't noticed any of the other men being anxious to do anything, and someone had had to act. They couldn't leave the rat and the ladies. Someone had to kill it. He agreed, though for a moment he had almost asked why, but that might have given him away. He added that it hadn't been necessary to kill the rat so brutally. She answered that she didn't think most men would have found him brutal. She called the narrator more sensitive than most men. Jones, she said, was just being manly. Being called sensitive was not really a compliment. He was sure the girl found Jones's brutality attractive. It gave her a thrill. She imagined herself clasped in the arms of the brutal Jones. Well, he decided, He was going to be just as brutal as the heroic Jones one of these days. They would see how Jones liked a bit of brutality when he was on the receiving end. He wouldn't like it at all, but he'd never get a chance to tell anyone. He could see he would be short of money again in 4 to 6 months, not immediately, but coming. The car consumed an awful lot of money, but he needed it. He couldn't use the rats without it, and the rats themselves cost money. He would have to keep doing things to get money, that is, no good waiting until he was desperate. He would have to maintain the supply, always keep something in hand, so he was thinking out something else to do. It really should be quite easy. The trick was to make sure he wasn't traced and caught. He was making plans for Jones too. Today, Sunday, he was looking for fuse wire. He remembered that his father used to keep some in an odds and ends box. He couldn't think where it had gone, so he decided to search some of the old trunks in the box room. He found the wire in the end, but while looking he came across something rather odd. At first he didn't recognize it, a false head, like the masks children wear, only bigger and more elaborate. He slipped it on. There were little eye holes to see through. He went to a looking-glass and studied himself. He gazed for quite a long time before realizing what the head was meant to be. It was grotesque, and made him seem taller than he really was. Painted eyes, not the holes he looked out of, which were cleverly concealed, contained glass that glittered and gave a ghastly effect. The snout was rather sharp and pointed upward. There were whiskers, each attached separately, and ears made of real fur. At last, he recognized it, the head of a rat. Apart from the size, which was many times too large, it was most realistic. If viewed through the wrong end of a telescope, you'd think it truly was a rat's head. If not for the size, he would have recognized it immediately. He puzzled over why it was there at all. He supposed it had been bought for some fancy dress party long ago, but he couldn't remember any such party. Perhaps amateur theatricals. He seemed to recall vaguely hearing about an amateur dramatic society connected with the church before he was born, probably. He had an idea. His father and mother had been involved. Maybe they had performed The Wind in the Willows, which would have seemed quite modern in those days. He brought the rat head downstairs and placed it on a chair in his bedroom. A vague idea was taking shape. There was always the danger that on one of his raids he might be seen and recognized. Why not a disguise? And what better disguise than this? It would fit in with the lingering Ratman legend. It would make things harder for the police. Should they believe the Ratman theory or reject it? What evidence could they trust? The more fantastic he could make things, the more fox they would be. Of course, if he ever came under suspicion and the house was searched, the rat head would make pretty damning evidence against him if he'd used it, that is. But the house was already full of damning evidence. What would they make of the cellar? It couldn't make things any worse to use the disguise, and it might help a lot. After Socrates was killed, the narrator had thought for a while that Ben might partly take his place. He knew he couldn't immediately feel the same way about Ben as he had about Socrates, but he felt affectionate toward him, and hoped the rat might begin to feel affectionate in return. So far, there had been no sign of anything of the sort. Ben didn't mind being stroked, and of course he continued to sleep on the bed as a sort of right. Old Socrates wouldn't have minded if all the rats shared the bed, but the narrator was sure Ben would tolerate no sharing. The bed was his throne, or royal palace. The narrator wasn't quite sure which. All the narrator was the central heating. It was funny to think that if Ben wanted, he could quite easily turn him out of his own bed. If it came to that, he could turn him out of the house, or even kill him. He sometimes wondered what Ben thought. The rat thought a lot, he knew that. Sometimes he found Ben looking at him with one of those little brown eyes, nearly always sideways, one eye at a time. He felt like a top Russian under Stalin. It couldn't have been very nice to find suddenly that Stalin was looking at you and wonder what he was thinking. Perhaps Ben blamed him for Socrates' death. He could have saved Socrates. Ben might think he didn't want to, that he wanted both rats killed, or else that he wanted Ben killed and Socrates died by accident instead. The way Jones had done it was so similar to the way he had prodded Ben while chasing him off the bed. Of course he wouldn't have gone on to actually injure Ben, but how did Ben know that? As the rat saw it, he had been lucky or clever enough to escape. Socrates hadn't been. All the narrator really knew was that Ben didn't trust him, and he didn't trust Ben. One of these days, he would have to do another raid. The amount of food the rats got through was perfectly appalling. They kept multiplying. He had no idea anymore how many he was feeding. Of course he would need the rats for the raid, and he couldn't work the rats without Ben. Would Ben cooperate? How on earth could he make the rat understand what the raid was for? Ben understood food well enough. If he went out raiding every night and brought the car back filled with food, Ben would know what he was doing. But how could he explain that money was the equivalent of food, that once he had money, he could get all the food they needed? He didn't even know if Ben would come out with him at all. He certainly didn't think Ben would come if he thought he was being taken to the office. Not that he'd want to take him there. There was no comfort in having Ben about before he worked late. He was quite glad the rat wasn't there. It was bad enough going home at night to those nasty little eyes, that long, thoughtful expression. The narrator sat on a jury today in a criminal case, his first time, made possible because the house was now in his name. His mother had been exempted due to age or some such reason. He found the experience deeply interesting and instructive. Listening carefully to the police evidence taught him a great deal about their methods, knowledge that might prove useful later. The man in the dock was clearly an amateur. The jury found him guilty in about 2 minutes, with no disagreement. The foreman suggested they wait a bit before returning, so the judge wouldn't think they'd failed to consider the case properly. They chatted for a while, then were brought lunch, quite good soup, boiled mutton, mashed potatoes, and peas. There was rice pudding too, but he skipped it because of the raisins, which he disliked. Apart from that, it was the best lunch he'd had since his mother died. After lunch they returned, and the foreman announced their verdict. The man was sentenced to a year in jail with suitable labor. He looked rather weak, and the narrator thought he should have gotten life. Such a person ought never to be released, not fit to look after himself, a disgrace to the criminal classes. Still, fellows like him kept the police busy, and the rest of them ought probably to be grateful. Acting on information received, a remark the girl made at the office, he proceeded last night, Saturday, to one of the poorer districts of the city, and studied the shopping habits of the populace. The shops were doing enormous business, money poured in. He wanted to know where it all went after closing. In some shops he couldn't determine where the money went, presumably into safes on the premises, which would be outside his line of business. A lot, he felt fairly sure, went away in private cars with the business owners. They might interest him, on another occasion, perhaps taking money home and keeping it about the house over the weekend. In one quite large shop, a single light remained burning after all others had gone out and the staff had gone home. He told himself that was the old man himself, in his office, counting his ill-gotten gains, probably charging 100% markup and 19% annual interest on higher purchase to boot. Eventually the light went off, and sure enough, a stooped old man came out a side door, carrying a leather bag that looked much too heavy for him. He shuffled along side streets between warehouses and eventually emerged onto a brighter street, crossed it, and stopped at a bank. He opened his bag and seemed to shove envelopes or packets through a kind of postbox in the wall. The narrator waited until the man left, then went over to look. It was one of those night safes. He told himself that was his man, and went home to bed. Perhaps he had been silly about Ben. Maybe the rat had no nasty thoughts. Maybe he'd even come to the office again if asked. At any rate, tonight Ben came out in the car quite willingly. Incidentally, the car simply ate money, ate it and drank it, smoked it, and breathed it. What they did tonight was another reconnaissance, partly a rehearsal. He wanted to familiarize Ben with the terrain. He parked the car between warehouses, facing the same direction the old man would face on his way to the bank, but on the opposite side of the road. He got out, paced the distances from each corner, put Ben down on the pavement at the corner nearest the bank, and keeping a sharp eye out for dogs and cats, got the rat to run back toward the car. He timed then, then timed himself walking slowly from the opposite end of the street to the same place. Then he moved the car forward a little and repeated the process, trying to walk with a shuffling step matching the old man's speed. At last, he got into the car and waited a long wait. Shortly after midnight, the old man appeared again from his shop side door. In all that time, not another soul had entered the street. This suited him very well. He timed the old man from the moment he put out the office light until he opened the door onto the street 1 minute and 5 seconds. The man must do a lot of fumbling in the dark. He timed him from the moment he closed his own door until he was level with the car. The old man walked faster than he'd thought, and looked frightened too, acutely conscious of the danger he was in, carrying so much money along a dark street late at night. People kept doing such things until they did them once too often. Strangely, the man didn't seem to notice the car parked there with its lights out. It was someone coming up from behind that he feared. After the old man passed, the narrator drove forward 7 yards, made a large chalk mark on the wall level with the front wheel, and memorized the position carefully in case the mark got rubbed off during the week. Home to a late supper for both of them, he writes up these notes. He's going to use the rat head as a disguise. The first time, but not, he fancies, the last. They shared the bread and milk. There's no doubt about it, Ben is becoming more friendly. He's been doing drill, rehearsing for Saturday night and perhaps future occasions. He can get all the rats out of the car in 25 to 28 seconds. It takes 40 to 45 to get them back in. Business isn't too bad, is it, Jones? Everything's going along very nicely, isn't it, Jones? No more trouble with rats at the office. That was a man's job you did, killing the rat and the ladies. All the girls admire you for that. There's something about a real man that gives them a thrill. But don't think the rats have forgotten you, Jones. Vengeance is on the way. Actually, Jones doesn't think anything about it. That rats might have feelings would hardly occur to him. He has gone through life without being aware that people have feelings, certainly without caring whether they have them or not. So why bother about rats? Well, don't care. We'll be made to care. And before he's much older. The narrator hasn't fixed the date yet, but he's fixed the day. It will be a Friday evening. He'll find out too what Jones gets up to when he's all alone in the office. Saturday again, 11:30 at night. All rats into the car, then in front with him. They drove through the city where people were still about, some of them drunk, and fish and chip shops remained open. They reached the street of dark warehouses. His chalk mark was still on the wall. He found it easily but didn't park there. Instead, he parked farther on, almost at the corner on the wrong side of the road, keeping his side lights on. He hoped nothing would come around the corner quickly and run into him. Being on the same side of the street as the shop and rather far away, he couldn't tell for certain whether the office light was on or off. He got out of the car, told the rats to stay and be quiet, closed the door, and crossed to the opposite side. The light was still on a funny permanent look, as if it would never go out. He stood gazing and waiting. Everything else left his head. He saw only the light, felt it drawing him toward itself. This must be how a moth felt. But he didn't move. His feet were held to the pavement, as if both they and the light were powerfully magnetized. A yell roused him from his trance. A man stood close beside his car, head and shoulders just coming out of the driver's side window. Had he left it open? He had certainly left the car unlocked deliberately, because he wouldn't have time to unlock it later when the critical moment arrived. The man cursed indistinctly a few times, kicked at the car wheels, and went off mumbling. Obviously drunk. Probably he'd been fumbling around looking for something to steal, and got his hand bitten by Ben. Teach him a lesson. The narrator drew back into deeper shadow, not wanting to be seen by anyone, drunk or sober. He watched the drunk man anxiously as he lurched slowly up the street. Every now and then the man stopped and seemed to suck his finger, but the street was too dark to be sure. He stopped again at the light of the shop and stayed there a long time, likely examining his wounded finger, though the narrator couldn't be certain. He waited, in horrible suspense. Suppose Mr. Shopkeeper came out, and Mr. Drunk told him what had happened. That might spoil everything, though he doubted Mr. Shopkeeper would have listened to Mr. Drunk for long. They wouldn't have been sympathetic personalities. Mr. Drunk went on. For a moment it seemed he couldn't get around the corner. Then he managed it. Just in time. The light in the shop went out. The narrator sprinted across the road and flung open the 2 car doors nearest the pavement, ordering the rats out. They came pouring out like a brown river, a soft, continuous thudding and murmuring as they jumped down onto the pavement. He told them to stop. They stopped. Ben had enough rats by then, 250, maybe 300. The narrator would need the rest himself. He jumped into the car, closed the door, and told Ben to stay there and come when he whistled. He started the engine and reversed the car diagonally across the street until he was beside the chalk mark on the warehouse wall. He stopped, switched off the engine, opened the doors nearest the pavement, and told the remaining rats to get out and wait under the car. He paused and watched the shop again. No light, no sound. Surely the old man was taking longer than usual. Then a faint scraping noise, a creak made faint by distance. The door must have sunk on its hinges. The old man had to tug to get it open. The narrator whistled a piercing, distinct but not loud whistle. The old man came out, slammed the door with a bang. It must be self-locking, as he didn't use any keys, and began his usual shuffling walk along the pavement, bag in hand. The narrator glanced toward the other end of the street. He could just make out that Ben and his party were on the move. The pavement seemed to be slowly creeping forward to meet the old man. He glanced back. The old man was coming on regardless. He dove into the car again and took out the rat head mask, keeping himself well hidden behind the car as he put it on. Plenty of time. He adjusted it so he could see out comfortably. Remaining crouched beside the car, he watched the old man and Ben's party approach each other. He didn't want the old man to see them too soon, not until he was almost among them, and it was going to work out that way. He chuckled silently. What a shock the old man would get. Nearer and nearer. As the old man came level with the car and began to pass it, the narrator slipped around to the back. The old man was past it. He whispered to the rats underneath the car to follow him, then tiptoed across the road. They came after him, their soft footfalls making only the faintest stir that no deaf old man could hear. The old man stopped, giving a funny little grunt. What was this? He'd noticed Ben's group but didn't seem truly frightened. He looked for a moment, gave another little grunt, muttered that he'd better go back, turned, and began shuffling the way he'd come, slightly faster perhaps, but not much. He wasn't panicking. He saw that the rats weren't moving very fast. The narrator had come all the way across the road and pressed himself flat against the wall on the same side as the old man. The old man didn't see him, but almost immediately saw the second party of rats. He exclaimed in a mild, slightly agitated old voice and began to run. He wasn't good at running, but he'd get through all right. It wasn't part of the narrator's plan to corner him. He had already diverted the second lot of rats, so they weren't on the pavement but running along the gutter, hemming the old man in. The old man would have to pass close to the wall, close to the narrator. It all worked out exactly. The old man came stumbling along, looking at the ground. First he caught sight of the narrator's feet, another human being, someone who'd help him. His eyes traveled up the narrator's body. Then he saw the rat face grinning at him. He gasped. At that instant, the narrator snatched his bag. Snatched was the wrong word, relieved him of it. The old man made no fight. The bag almost dropped from his fingers. The narrator thought he was going to faint, even feared for a moment that the man might drop dead at his feet. But he didn't. He staggered on. These old businessmen were tougher than you'd think. The narrator was glad. He hadn't wanted to hurt the man. The old man had done him no harm, only good. He told the rats to go back to the car. He stayed on the pavement to watch. The old man kept running. Would he go back to the shop to telephone? No. He couldn't risk the delay of fumbling with his key and fighting with the door. He went on around the corner and disappeared in the same direction as the drunk. The narrator hurried back to the car. Nearly all the rats were in. He gave a helping hand to the last few, took off his mask, put the bag in the car, got in, and drove home. No trouble. Could do it again any time. Best night's work so far. £845. The newspapers were full of the story. and in the office no one could talk of anything else. The old man was in hospital suffering from shock, but his condition wasn't serious. The narrator was glad he wouldn't want the man to die on his account. Probably the fright would do him good in the long run. Jones, as usual, positioned himself as the great expert, standing in the middle of the office and speaking loudly to the bookkeeper, so the entire staff could hear. He claimed to know all about the rats. The narrator thought that one of these days Jones would know a bit more. Everyone seemed a little frightened. Before today, the narrator didn't think most people truly believed Ratman existed. Now almost everyone believed. That evening, he bought a paper, something he didn't usually do, and on the bus ride home read an article titled, "What is Ratman?" complete with an artist's impression. The illustration wasn't bad, except it gave him claws instead of hands. It looked quite like the mask. He looked around the bus. Nearly everyone was reading the same article. He laughed silently to himself. If they only knew that Ratman was sitting right beside them. The old man had left the hospital and been interviewed by reporters, giving a detailed description of Ratman that matched the artist's impression. The creature had the legs and trunk of a man, but the face, head, and claws of a monster rat. The narrator couldn't resist buying a paper again that night. There was an article on monstrous births. When he got home, he found the previous night's paper spread out all over the dining room floor. He had left it in the dining room, certainly, but not like that. As far as he knew, no one had a key to the house but himself. There was no sign of forced entry. He could only conclude that the rats had somehow gotten hold of the paper and spread it out. But why? It didn't seem to make any sense. Still, front-page headline news. All the national dailies featured the old man's account. 2 of them also interviewed the drunk, with one devoting about a quarter of a column to him under the headline, "Has Ratman a car?" The funny thing was that the old man hadn't seen the car, and emphatically denied there had been any car in the street, but both papers ran a photograph of the drunk with a bandage on his finger. It was clever how they managed to convey that the drunk had been drunk without actually saying so. They treated the idea of Ratman's car as a sort of joke. All of this suited the narrator perfectly. Confusion worse, confounded. The more muddled everyone got about Ratman, the better. The girl and he pored over the papers together at lunchtime. She had started bringing a vacuum flask full of soup into the office every day, which they shared. She wouldn't let him pay anything. Again that night, the newspaper was spread across the floor. He didn't understand it. He tried to think of something he could give the girl in return for the soup. He didn't like accepting it every day and giving nothing back, and he had grown genuinely fond of the soup and wouldn't want to refuse it. He decided to consult the bookkeeper, explaining that he'd like to give her a small gift once a week or once a fortnight, but couldn't think of even a first gift, let alone a whole series. It was lucky he did consult him. The bookkeeper put him off the entire idea, saying it would amount to a proposal of marriage. He knew of 2 men who had been caught in very similar circumstances. One had gone through with it, simply because he hadn't the nerve to do otherwise, and the other had received letters from the girl's lawyers and ended up paying heavily to keep the matter out of court. You never knew where you stood. The bookkeeper joked that every spoonful of that soup was like walking a tightrope. One slip, and you were in the soup. He found this frightfully funny. The narrator's laughter was more restrained. The thing was, he liked the soup. It was quite a change from his usual diet. In fact, he was putting on a little weight, though this might be partly due to having more money. It had been noticed that Ratman always went for cash. The current theory was that he was some sort of human monster so terrible that his birth had been concealed. Supposedly he had been brought up secretly, but his relatives could no longer control him. Something like this was generally accepted, with all sorts of variations. The narrator particularly liked the one about his mother being a lady of title. About 10 days ago, a local insurance broker had run an advertisement, "Insure your money against rats." Now, even the respectable companies had taken it up. The rates didn't seem too dear to him. You could insure money and valuables against theft or destruction by rats or Ratman. The premium for a £1,000 policy was £10. The rate for smaller amounts was slightly higher, After great consultations between Jones and the bookkeeper, the office had taken out £1,000 policy more than they usually kept in cash. Most businesses were doing something similar, and some private individuals too. Major Robinson told the narrator he had taken out a policy and asked if the narrator was going to as well. He said he was considering it. He would do it. Just for camouflage, except that insurance companies were great ones for poking their noses in. They might want to inspect the risk, as they called it. A lot of nosy Parkers. Another commercial side effect of his activities had been a craze for Ratman masks. All the children were rushing about with them. Some seemed nearly identical to the one he had, all for the good of trade. Jones' day drew near. He was planning another raid for next week, but that didn't mean he'd forgotten Jones. He thought of Socrates every day. Ben would never take his place. He still didn't really like Ben. Now that he didn't have Socrates, he didn't really like any of the rats. Sometimes he wished he'd never seen a rat. The raid he was planning wasn't financially necessary at the moment. Though the cost of keeping the rats kept rising as their numbers grew, he had enough money to last a long time. It was just that he felt he ought to have what was now called in business a planned cash flow. It would be bad policy to wait again until he was truly short and then do something desperate. Besides, he thought it wise to keep his hand in and his nerve. He needn't pretend he wasn't very nervous at times, but he did like hearing people talk about Ratman and wonder what he'd do next. In secret, he laughed and laughed. It was like being famous under a pseudonym. Now, every night when he came home, the previous day's newspaper was on the floor. He needn't comment on it anymore, but it still struck him as strange. The pages that were always uppermost were those containing the latest articles or news items about the rats. You'd think someone came in every day and sat on the floor reading about them, but of course no one could get in except the rats. Jones' day drew near. He had just returned from a reconnaissance. With a car, the whole country was open to him. He didn't see why he should confine his activities to one city. If he spread them around a bit, the police would be less likely to trace him. Where will Ratman strike next? They asked themselves, at least according to the papers. Not that he thought the police had the slightest clue yet. Still, some slip on his part might easily put them on his track. When he killed Jones, it wouldn't be a slip, but it might strike the police as more than a coincidence. The marauder, the office, death, would they link them up? When Jones was dead, they might even hear about him killing a rat in the ladies and add that to the chain. If they got that far, they'd be getting warm. In killing Jones, he would be taking the biggest risk yet, but Socrates would be avenged at all costs. The greater the risk, the greater the precautions he must take. The center of interest would change until Jones' day brought it back home with a bang. He had carried out his first away raid last night, following more or less the same plan as with the old man, except that this time he got his victim at the gate of his own home. The man got out of his car to open the gate, leaving the money inside. Ben made sure the man didn't get back to the car, and the narrator attended to the money. He wore the rat head mask, but he didn't think anyone saw him. He preferred not to be seen. The disguise had served him well so far, but if he was seen too often, someone, sometime, would realize it was a disguise. At present, everyone still believed he was some kind of deformed monster. The police had warned the public to look out for a man with a clubfoot. Why a clubfoot? He was completely mystified, but of course it was all to the good. Another raid on the Twin City. Pretty good, but nothing like his snatch from the old man. He didn't think he was seen. He was putting off Jones' day for a month or two, creating a false sense of security in the hometown. His policy was paying off. The papers reported that demand for rat insurance had eased off in his city while it continued to increase in the sister city. All sorts of theories appeared in the papers. Have the rats migrated? And so on. But there was still plenty of support for the Ratman has a car school. Tonight he had a very near shave. He was going into the sister city for a look around. Not a raid, just reconnaissance with an eye to future business when he ran into a police roadblock. He had Ben in the car with him. He quickly shoved the rat into one of the glove compartments in the dashboard and locked it, then sat back and prepared for the worst. A policeman came up very apologetically and asked if he minded if they looked over his car. The narrator said not at all and asked what they were looking for, sweating all the while. The policeman, looking thoroughly embarrassed, admitted they were looking for rats. The narrator replied that he hoped they wouldn't find any if they did. They might put them out. The policeman remarked from the back that there was a queer sort of arrangement in the trunk. The narrator agreed, explaining that he didn't know what the idea of it was. He'd bought the car second-hand, and it had been like that when he got it. He thought a builder or painter must have owned it before and used that space for carrying a ladder or something. He heard the trunk bang shut. The policeman came around to the front and opened the glove compartment on the passenger side, the one that wasn't locked. Inside, there was nothing but a pair of rubber gloves. The policeman leaned over and pointed to the glove compartment on the narrator's side, asking what was inside. The narrator claimed he hadn't the faintest notion it had been locked when he got the car, and he'd never found a key that fit. He suggested it might be full of rats for all he knew, but if they weren't dead, they must be pretty hungry after such a long time. The policeman laughed, got out, and apologized for the trouble, explaining it was all this rat caper. They were looking for motoring rats, complete with Ratman if they could find him. He admitted it seemed a bit silly, but said they had to do what they were told. The narrator replied that it was all right. Everyone had to do their duty, and he didn't like to think where they'd be without the police, probably lying in bed with their throats cut. He thought that was a nice touch. But heavens, he was sweating so much he was amazed the officer didn't smell him. No more raids for the time being. Jones' day postponed indefinitely. The police were altogether too active. He'd have to lie low for a while. Fortunately, he had enough money to last a good while. Saturday. He arrived home at lunchtime. Something made him look through the dining room window before entering. There was Ben, crouched in the middle of a newspaper spread on the floor, head cocked to one side. You'd have thought he was reading the paper with his right eye, or possibly watching a fly on the ceiling with his left. When the narrator got inside, Ben had gone. He didn't see the rat again until after lunch. The newspapers were now saying that people carrying large sums of money ought to be armed. One headline read, "Ratman dead or alive." He heard there was a great increase in the sale of revolvers and automatic pistols. An extraordinary thing happened, extraordinary after all these years. His uncle had actually died and left a fortune. To him about £45,000 at the current exchange rate for the Canadian dollar. He went home thinking nothing in particular, found the letter waiting, and read it, with his eyes popping out. At first he could hardly believe it. It must be a dream, or a hoax, but the Royal Trust Company wouldn't hoax anyone. He read the letter about 50 times. Gradually, he came to believe it. He was rich. He didn't think he'd tell anybody. He had known he was rich for just over 24 hours. So far his wealth had given him little pleasure, though he would hate to be poor again. He lay awake all last night, too excited to sleep, not pleasurable excitement. Strangely, he was worried, and still worried. He didn't know what to do with his money. Today in the office he couldn't concentrate and made several stupid mistakes. Of course he hadn't gotten the money yet. There were several things he had to do. The Royal Trust Company suggested he consult a solicitor, but he knew very well what solicitors were leeches. After all, he had told the girl, and he was going to tell Jones. What was the good of having money if you couldn't get any pleasure from it? Telling about it was the only way he could get any pleasure in the meantime. The girl was delighted. They were alone together in the cash office at lunchtime. She burst into a sort of laugh, squeezed his arm with both hands, and exclaimed how glad she was now he'd be able to do anything he liked. The reason he was going to tell Jones was to annoy him. Anything the narrator had, Jones thought ought to be his. Jones had been scheming for years to get hold of the narrator's house. He had some kind of chip on his shoulder about the narrator's father. He wanted to be equal to the father, and in some funny way he couldn't feel he was as long as he didn't live in that house. In the same way, he'd want to get hold of the narrator's money. Everything had quieted down. There hadn't been a thing in the papers for ages about rats or Ratman. In a way, the narrator quite missed it. He liked knowing people were talking about him. He almost felt lonely. Today in the office, he remarked casually to the girl that it was funny how you never heard anything about Ratman these days. She looked puzzled for a moment, then recalled that was the man who was supposed to go about with the rats, the one with something wrong with him, deformed or something. He agreed, quite pleased that his exploits hadn't been completely forgotten. But then she spoiled it, declaring she'd never believed in him. She didn't think there ever was any Ratman, that the papers had made it all up, or at least greatly exaggerated it. Fortunately, he remembered that silence was golden. He murmured to himself the few Latin phrases he knew. The gist of all this was that Joan's day could be any time. He didn't know what the police were thinking or up to, but he didn't see that the chances would ever get any better. There was bound to be some risk whenever he did it. Recently he had been doing a good deal of night motoring, sometimes alone, sometimes with the girl. No rats on board. In fact, he'd given her some quite decent dinners, but the point was to make sure there were no more roadblocks, that the police weren't searching cars. He would keep checking until Joan's Eve the day before. Joan's day was now fixed. It had fixed itself in a rather strange way for the Friday after next. Today was also a Friday. That evening, when he was about to put away the cash before going home, he suddenly realized he was short of money himself, not permanently short. He had more than 1,000 hidden around the house, but he'd promised to take the girl for a run in the car, and of course, she'd expect him to buy her a meal as well. And the car needed petrol, so he took a £5 note from the office cash, scribbled an IOU, and shoved it in. The bookkeeper happened to be watching and warned him not to do that. Mr. Jones always checked the cash on Friday nights. The bookkeeper wouldn't put it past Jones to burn the IOU and claim the narrator was a $5 short. Jones was after his blood, you know. The narrator pointed out that the bookkeeper was his witness, so Jones would only be showing himself up if he tried anything. The bookkeeper still advised against it. Jones wouldn't like it, and would say the narrator had no right to borrow from the cash, and the bookkeeper agreed. So the narrator had to put it back. It was a nuisance. It meant going home first, and then of course the girl wanted to come in. He didn't let her, telling her the house wasn't in a fit state for any girl to enter, which was true. He made her stay in the car at the gate. She was quite sniffy about it, but he stood no nonsense. He remarked that this was what Jones did on Friday nights. The girl asked what he meant, and he explained. She said you'd think Jones might trust him after all these years. He replied that their Mr. Jones trusted nobody. She supposed that meant nobody should trust him, and he judged everyone else by himself. She had come around to quite the narrator's way of thinking about Jones. He said it was as if he'd want to touch the firm's money when he had his own coming. And then the idea came to him. The thought of Jones sitting there all alone counting the money put it into his head. Why not kill Jones on a night when he had plenty of money to count, and could take the money as well? Before that, he hadn't even thought of money in connection with killing Jones. He glanced sideways at the girl to see if she was watching him, but she was looking out the window. He sometimes felt that if people were watching him, they might know what he was thinking. In his firm, the staff were always paid on the last day of the month, always in cash. This month, the last day was a Saturday, a half day. When the month ended on a Saturday, he always drew the salary money on the Friday. So on the Friday after next, Jones would have quite a lot of money to count. Perhaps the narrator would draw a little extra by mistake. Today he told Jones about his money. Jones was very impressed. A cunning look immediately came into his eyes. The narrator was sure Jones began straight away trying to work out some scheme to get hold of part of it. Part of it, that would be a first installment. Jones would want it all. But his first reaction was a sort of sly deference, which would continue until he managed to get the money or the narrator lost it some other way. Not that he would lose it. He wasn't as stupid as Jones thought, and whatever happened, he'd make sure Jones didn't get near any of it. It was funny, the feeling Jones had for money. He respected anyone richer than himself, and when the narrator got this money, he would be a good deal richer than Jones. One thing you could say about Jones, he was a fast worker. Around 12 o'clock today, he sent one of the typists, the one he called his secretary, to the cash office with a message that he wanted to see the narrator. Both the bookkeeper and the girl looked quite startled, obviously thinking he was going to be sacked. The narrator didn't think so. In fact, he guessed pretty well what was in the wind. Of course, getting the sack wouldn't matter to him financially anymore, though it might upset his plans for Jones' day. The bookkeeper, knowing nothing of the narrator's new financial status, came over as he got up to go and whispered that if Mr. Jones said anything, it was nothing to do with him. He'd always put in a good word for the narrator when he could. The narrator thanked him. But of course you never knew what people really said behind your back. Jones smiled affably and waved the narrator to a comfortable chair, but didn't offer him a cigarette, though he was smoking himself. The narrator didn't smoke anyway. Jones smoked like a fish. Jones waited until he was thoroughly settled, then began by saying he'd been giving some thought to this problem of the narrator's. The narrator pretended not to understand, putting on a puzzled expression. Jones looked slightly irritated, but kept control of his temper in a way he would never have bothered to do before hearing about the money. He clarified the investment problem. The narrator had consulted him about this money coming to him. Of course, the narrator hadn't consulted him. He'd just told him about it. This was the artfulness of Jones. The narrator found himself saying, without really meaning to, that he didn't quite know what he ought to put it into. And of course he didn't. He'd never had money to invest before, but he had no intention of taking Jones's advice. Jones took a long drag on his cigarette, released a great cloud of smoke, and suggested putting it into equities spread over sound securities, which would yield 4.5% to 5% depending on selection. The narrator said that wasn't a very high yield. Jones agreed. It was a shockingly low yield, and not all that safe even so. Some of those high-priced stocks could come a cropper just as quickly as any others. The narrator agreed vaguely, feeling that even if he didn't take Jones's advice, he still had quite a problem on his hands. Jones continued, discussing government stocks. He admitted you could get a 6% yield there, but when you tried to get your money out, you'd probably find you couldn't get back what you'd put in, and in any case, what you did get would be worth less. He took another long drag on his cigarette, and the narrator felt they were finally getting near the point. He commented that it certainly was a problem, just because he felt Jones expected him to say something, and he wanted to keep him going to find out what villainy he had thought up. Jones then brought up private companies, letting the smoke clear and giving one of those quick, furtive looks that now always made the narrator think of Ben. The narrator had known Jones like this before, all over himself to be helpful, but with deep, dark schemes of his own. Not so deep either you could see through them with a pitchfork. He remarked that sometimes it was easier to get into private companies than to get out of them, remembering his father's shares and what Jones had paid for them. Jones had been the only buyer, though they'd heard afterward that someone else might have been interested. Jones acknowledged that supposing the narrator was thinking of his position saddled with shares, there was no market in, but claimed he couldn't have let the narrator and his mother starve. The narrator gaped at the absolute brazenness of it. Jones went on without turning a hair, saying he'd always had great respect and affection for the narrator's father. In the last years they'd been very close, and he liked to feel he'd lightened the old man's burden more than somewhat. The narrator could only gasp. He was sure his father would never have trusted Jones an inch, but he was longing to know what the scheme was. Jones raised his hand, as if to ward off an interruption, and said he wasn't going to ask the narrator to buy back shares. They were both fully aware of the disadvantages of that. What he had in mind was more in the nature of a partnership. The position of the business had improved considerably since he took control, but he'd been hampered at times by lack of capital. They could have made twice the money they'd made. Now, if the narrator were to put in £20,000, he paused to see how it would land. The narrator laughed to himself, just as he'd expected the first installment. 2 bites at the cherry. He asked what interest he would get. Jones rubbed his chin, lit another cigarette, and said perhaps they might manage participating up to 12.5%. The narrator felt a little foolish, and admitted he didn't quite know what participating meant. Jones grinned and explained that he was inviting the narrator to become his partner. They would enter into an agreement whereby the narrator would be assured a share in the profits up to 12.5% on the amount invested, £20,000 or $2,500 a year. The narrator confessed to himself that it sounded awfully good, and he still couldn't see the catch. He was almost glad the money hadn't come through yet. He believed he'd have handed it over right then and there. But he remembered something and asked what security he would have. Jones said the best security in the world, the money would still be there. The narrator pressed if Jones didn't use it. What good would it be? Jones said of course they'd use it, but it would still be there in the form of goods and in money owed by customers. The narrator thought the goods would be all right. Jones was a pretty shrewd buyer, but he wasn't so sure about the customers. Some of them seemed pretty shaky. He asked about bad debts. If a customer went bust and didn't pay, would that be his money lost? Jones looked slightly irritated, and the narrator wondered if this was where the catch lay. Jones explained that bad debts were a risk they ran all the time. Over the last 10 years, their percentage of bad debts to turnover had been just over 0.25%. They reckoned on a net profit on turnover of 5% before tax, and they usually managed to turn their money just over 3 times a year. That gave a profit of slightly over 15% on capital invested. So Jones claimed he was putting the narrator onto a good thing. It certainly seemed so, but the narrator remembered that this was the same business his father had owned, and his father hadn't found it so profitable in his latter years. He was almost afraid to mention this at times. He felt rather frightened of Jones, but he plucked up courage and said his father hadn't found it such a good thing. Jones retorted that his father hadn't turned his money often enough. He'd have stuff lying 18 months at a time, some of it nearly unsaleable. Often he'd had to take less than cost to get rid of it. That's where the money was lost. Jones got up suddenly and told the narrator to think it over and let him know when the money came through. Then he dismissed him back to work. The narrator hurried out, feeling that Jones had suddenly gotten fed up with him. There was no doubt Jones was an efficient businessman, and he didn't suffer fools gladly, which meant he had no time for people like the narrator, because there was no doubt Jones considered him a fool. Perhaps he was, from Jones's point of view. Anyhow, he left feeling like a fool. Very small. He sort of shrank through the door of the cash office, got to his desk somehow, and started in at his work as quickly as he could. The girl was over to him like a shot, asking if Jones had sacked him. He said no, nothing like that. The bookkeeper said he was glad of that. At any rate, the man had ears about a mile long. The girl demanded to know what Jones had wanted then, noting that he'd been in there quite a while. He answered nonchalantly that Jones had just wanted a little talk, a matter to discuss. She got quite huffed, saying if he was going to be snooty about it, he could keep it to himself, and if he did get sacked, she was sure she didn't care. He wouldn't have minded this if not for the bookkeeper, whom he could see laughing away to himself, fit to burst silently. So the girl, facing the other way, didn't realize she was making a fool of herself. The silly thing was that of course he meant to tell her all about it. It was the bookkeeper he was keeping in the dark because the man didn't know about his money. He meant to talk to the girl at lunchtime, but he didn't get a chance. She must have had her lunch in the ladies. She didn't even give him any soup. He'd come to count on that soup. He allowed for it when packing his lunchbox at home. The result was, he didn't have enough to eat and rumbled a bit during the afternoon. He always rumbled if he didn't get his meals at the proper time, and enough of them. Soup was a very filling thing. Leaving it out, when you'd made allowances for it, made quite a hole. He didn't know whether the girl heard his rumbles, but later she looked sorry, and at going home time she said good night, in a very friendly way. He's told the girl all about his interview with Jones, having her out in the car again. She's sorry she was cross. She thought he was trying to keep secrets from her. She never thought they might have talked about something he didn't want the bookkeeper to know. She thinks that if once Jones got his hands on the money, the narrator would never see it again, capital or interest. He pointed out that there would always be the other half. Jones only suggested putting $20,000 into the business, leaving the other 20. She retorted that Jones would have that within a year. She didn't know why he'd gone so soft about Jones all of a sudden. Jones just had to be half civilized to him for 10 or 15 minutes, and he was ready to eat out of his hand. All the narrator had said was that Jones had really seemed to be trying to be helpful. Only seemed. He didn't say he was. And it was quite true, he did seem to be trying to be helpful. He was amused. Little she knew, him being soft with Jones. Jones' day was only a week away. However, there was no harm in fostering the impression. He remarked in a nice, syrupy voice that maybe Jones wasn't such a bad soul after all. He expected Jones really wanted to be helpful. Perhaps he felt they'd had a bit of a rough deal when father died, and thought he saw a way of making it up to the narrator, maybe helping himself a bit at the same time. She said, helping himself, full stop, and told him not to let Jones have a penny. Of course he didn't intend to. Anyhow, there wouldn't be time. Jones' Eve approaching midnight. All his preparations were made. By this time tomorrow, Jones should be dead. He thought it would be quite simple, really. He would come into the office and find Jones checking the cash, trying to catch him out, making sure he hadn't been pinching on the quiet, hoping he had. He would pretend he'd come to talk more about investing his money, but he'd have the rod Jones had killed Socrates with. Jones would wonder what that was for. Now it was Jones' day. He must have fallen asleep for a little in his chair. He thought he was too excited to sleep. He'd better go up to bed all the same, even though he probably wouldn't sleep once he was there. Still, he ought to get his clothes off and rest. He'd need all his wits about him this evening. It was done. Oh God. He couldn't possibly sleep. He might as well write it down. It might stop him trembling. He needed to start right from the beginning. If only he had a drink of whiskey. They said he'd sold the only bottle they had, never been opened, back when he had no money. Funny, no rats. He'd left them all behind. He suddenly remembered his mother's wardrobe. He'd always had an idea she'd had something there. It was only a very small bottle, with about 2 mouthfuls left in the bottom. But it had done the trick. The thing that had been worrying him was the car. He thought if he left the car outside the office, it might look a bit conspicuous. There weren't many people or cars about those streets at night, and a policeman might just note the number, just in case. But of course he'd forgotten about Jones's car. And then he had a bit of luck. Inspiration, you might call it. He tried all the doors, and Jones had left one open, so he simply transferred the rats to Jones's car and went away and left his own in the park. Then he came back and let the rats straight into the office. He didn't see a soul either time, and Jones never heard the door opening or shutting. He could see that the light was on. He tiptoed down the passage and got the metal rod. It was always in the corner behind the meter box. He didn't know why. That's where the boy had gotten it that time. Jones couldn't have heard a thing. He opened Jones's office door suddenly. Jones looked up. You wouldn't even have thought he was very surprised, but he must have been. The money was all around him on the narrator's father's big desk, neat piles of coins, bundles of notes still there. The narrator didn't take any. There might be blood on them. He stood there looking at Jones, the rod upright in his hand, like Moses. Jones said hello and asked what he wanted. The narrator thought Jones figured he was drunk. The narrator said he wanted to ask about his money. It had come. This was true. He had received the first payment, a banker's draft on account of income, that morning. Jones suggested leaving it till tomorrow, as he was busy at the moment. The narrator told him he wanted to get him when he was alone. There would be other people there tomorrow. He kept the door open, and all the while they were talking, the rats were slipping in around his feet. But Jones wasn't looking at his feet. Jones asked if it mattered. The narrator answered that it mattered to him. He wouldn't want a lot of people about. He couldn't help smiling, because Jones didn't know yet why he didn't want a lot of people about. He explained that he'd come for revenge. Jones asked revenge for what? The narrator thought Jones sounded annoyed, and perhaps beginning to feel a little frightened. He answered revenge for the death of Socrates. The name landed like a stone in still water. He had no idea who Socrates was. That much was obvious from the blank confusion on his face, but the mention had gotten under his skin, made him wary. The narrator explained the philosopher had been forced to drink hemlock. Jones tried to play it off with a forced joke, asking what that was in layman's terms, attempting to humor his way out of the tension. The answer came flat and final, a deadly poison. Then Jones glanced down. Panic cracked his voice as he pointed out the rats. The narrator echoed the word back, drawing it out, pointing the rod and making fencing passes through the air. Jones watched with growing intensity until a strange recognition dawned on his face. He asked, almost carefully, whether he was speaking to Ratman. A loud laugh broke out. The narrator shouted the confirmation, "Yes, Ratman, all along from the very beginning," and added that Socrates had been a rat, one Jones had killed with that very rod. Jones sniggered, acknowledging the dead rat's identity with a sarcastic niceness. The narrator agreed in kind, then drove the point deeper that Rat had been his only friend, the sole companion since someone had poisoned his dog years ago. Beneath the sarcasm, something was breaking loose. Years of humiliation boiled up into a raw, blinding hatred. He poked Jones with a rod, not hard but deliberately painful, judging by the yelp that followed. Jones tried to push his chair back, but the legs caught on the carpet. That yelp, instead of softening anything, lit a fire. He remembered Socrates, remembered Jones jabbing at that rat with his same rod. Now the man was trapped, unable to escape the chair. Each time Jones struggled, another quick rapier-like thrust landed. Clothes absorbed most of it. It didn't occur to him to aim for the face or neck. He was panting, sweating, the work fierce and consuming. He never noticed Jones's hand slipping into the right-hand jacket pocket. Then a crash, and an explosion, or maybe the explosion first, then glass falling behind him. He jerked back, startled. The rage vanished instantly, replaced by cold clarity. Jones had followed the police and newspaper advice anyone handling money at night should carry a revolver. Only this was an automatic pistol, and Jones had tried to fire it from inside the pocket. He'd missed. Once that aim steadied, the next shot would kill. Fear took over. He stepped back instinctively. The pistol came up, blue metal glinting under the electric light. Jones's voice shook as he ordered the tube dropped. He dropped it. His lips tasted salty as he licked them. Hands went up. His eyes locked onto that barrel, hypnotized. Jones started to order him to turn and face something, but then bang! Crash! Something brown had clamped onto Jones's hand. The pistol fired again, smashing into wooden paneling to the right. It fell to the carpet. Jones jumped up, cursing, shaking his hand. Ben dropped off, but rats were everywhere on him now, his back, his collar. Blood dripped from his right hand, streaking his clothes. He staggered around the desk toward the door. The narrator retreated before him into the passage. The sight was frightening, but calm was returning, wits reassembling. He expected Jones to make for the street door, and thought he'd have to stop him. The rage had drained completely. He didn't even want to kill anymore. Socrates felt sufficiently avenged. He almost wanted to help the man against the rats. Jones lurched out, saw him, and his face went ghastly. Something about that look turned him the other way toward the yard door. 3 or 4 rats clung to his back, already through the jacket white shirt showed through. Soon they'd be tearing skin. Jones half ran the best he could manage. More rats streamed between him and the yard door, coming from underneath it. These weren't the narrator's rats. He hadn't brought this many. Jones saw them too, veered right, and made for the stairs leading up to the lofts. He jumped up the first few steps, tore off his jacket, threw it down to the rats approaching the stair foot. He bent, brushed rats off his trousers, kicked furiously. A couple died under his feet. Then he continued up, shirt torn, back bleeding through. The narrator wondered if Jones had any escape plan. He couldn't let him escape. Possibilities flickered, opening an upstairs window, leaning out, yelling. Someone might hear, or no one might. The district was usually deserted at night, except for the odd late worker. A single person couldn't do much anyway. Call the fire brigade? That wouldn't save Jones. The rats would catch him in 3 or 4 minutes, but it might expose Ratman. Jones might have time to shout the name. All this in seconds. Ben's rat contingent was already pouring out of Jones's office into the passage. He shouted for them to follow, hurried to the stair foot, stepping carefully over the 2 dead rats and one writhing, screaming on the bottom step. He jumped over it and took the stairs 3 at a time. First loft, Jones a flight ahead, turning on lights as he went. Second loft, still a flight ahead, fitter than expected. Third loft, Jones's footsteps cleared the stairs, running across the fourth. The fourth loft was the top, no street-facing windows. The fire escape led back to the yard, which would have rats now. Then a dragging sound. At the top, he saw Jones putting a ladder beneath a skylight. The rooftop's Jones's best chance. Escape over the tiles, find another skylight, get down through another building. Out of breath but thinking clearly, no fight. If Jones marked him a black eye, say someone would report it to the police. Suspicion was too risky. He hung back, watched Jones position the ladder and start climbing back exposed. He tiptoed forward. Jones heard him, warned that any move would earn a kicked-in face. He grabbed the ladder's bottom. Jones came down a couple of rungs, nearly landing a kick. He ran back to the stairhead. Jones went up again, wrestling with the skylight bars stuck, panting. He advanced again, circling warily out of foot range, keeping the ladder between them. Jones saw him and started descending, maybe deciding to fight first then escape. He ran back, announced the rats were on the 3rd loft already, though he didn't actually know where they were. Jones hesitated, then went back up the ladder. Whatever was jamming came free. The skylight began to rise. He ran past the ladder. Jones must have seen or heard him but paid no attention, no risk of bending down to pull with hands too slow. Instead, he ran back toward the stairhead and kicked hard at the ladder's bottom. One side slipped. Not much, but Jones lost balance, grabbed on with both hands. The skylight banged shut. He kicked again. The ladder slipped sideways. Jones couldn't kick back now. He grabbed the ladder and pulled. It came away from the floor, the top slipping off its prop beam. He let go and ran back to the stairhead as Jones and the ladder crashed down. He waited, watching. If Jones came after him, he'd run down until they met the rats coming up. Jones didn't get up quickly, groaning. One arm didn't seem to work. A small cry, then stillness, then another effort. He staggered to his feet, stood looking over. Jones suggested being let go, claiming he'd never done any harm. The answer was no. Jones would tell the police. Jail. Jones promised not to tell anyone. He knew that promise would break just like other promises. Jones would call it a promise to a madman made to save a life and feel no obligation. Jones insisted he'd keep it. He didn't believe it. Who would? A soft rustling sound, the feet of many rats. He looked down. A column of them, about 5 abreast, on the 3rd loft, just reaching the stairs. Jones asked what he was looking at. The answer came as a grim joke, our friends. Jones reacted with horror, asking if they were here. Told they would be in a minute, Jones pleaded for release, appealing to shared manhood, reminding him that the job had been kept when asked. Begged for mercy. Both pleas met with the same refusal. Jones tried to prop the ladder again with one working arm. Couldn't manage it. He stood aside to make way for the rats, whispering softly to tear him up, the only thing left to do. Jones kept bending over the ladder until the first rat jumped onto his back. Then he straightened, trying to knock it off. He turned and slipped away down the stairs, not wanting to see more, slow going, feeling his way. Rats on every step. He took care not to step on any. They hopped upward, a long, unending column. He didn't know how long the descent to the 1st loft took, but there the screaming became truly loud. Open hatchways on every loft for lowering goods into the yard. He stopped beside one, guessing what would happen. A rattle of feet across the top loft, then a louder scream. Jones jumped out of the top loft. Only a glimpse as he fell past, screaming all the way down. He thought Jones was covered in rats when he fell. If so, some must have died on impact. The scream stopped when he hit the yard, cut off like a knife blade. He switched on the loading light and looked down. The yard swarmed with rats. Jones must have flattened quite a few on landing. For the first time, a flicker of fear touched him, not at what had been done, but at the sheer number of them. Where on earth had they all come from? For a beat, the rats closest to Jones's body went still. His sudden arrival had stunned them, but those just beyond kept scurrying, as if nothing had happened. Then the whole tide swarmed over him. He vanished under a mound of writhing bodies. They were tearing him apart, but he wasn't dead yet. He moved. For an instant, he almost seemed to try sitting up. The narrator looked away. He needed to leave. Downstairs to the office, most of the rats were gone except for a few dead ones at the stair foot. He wanted to go home. He thought about Ben and the rats he'd brought. If he called, would they come, or were they too busy tearing Jones apart? First he'd get them into Jones's car, then fetch his own car and transfer them. But there were far more rats now than just his. What if they all came? Then the thought arrived. Why bring any of them? The decision came instantly. He wouldn't. He'd had enough of rats. He'd go home without them. Just walk out the front door and never see them again. They couldn't get home on their own 5 miles away. He was about to walk out when he remembered he hadn't locked up. But nowadays, locking up was simple. Shut the safes, turn off lights, slam the door. Only one safe was open, the money safe. When he went to shut it, he remembered all the cash lying out in Jones's office. It felt absurd to lock the safe with money scattered everywhere. Then it struck him. He wasn't supposed to be here at all, so he left it open. Out of habit, he went to the meter cupboard and switched off all the lights. Only at the door again did he realize the light needed to stay on. He took hold of himself. He was in a daze. He told himself to wake up. It had to look like only Jones and the rats had been here. So he went back and turned the lights on again. Then he wiped both door handles of Jones's office with his handkerchief in case of fingerprints. He spotted the metal rod and put it back by the meter box. He wiped the main switch he'd touched. He didn't touch the safe. His fingerprints would already be on it from ordinary daytime work, as would the whole staff's. No prints on the safe might look suspicious. He stood still, forcing cool thoughts. Nothing else needed doing. He went to the door, listened carefully. No footsteps on the pavement. He opened it cautiously, looked up and down, and slipped out. No one around. He got his car and drove home. It was funny he didn't start shaking until he was safely inside the house. Time healed, supposedly. Less than 24 hours later, he was almost normal. Going up to bed last night, he'd been sick. Somehow that might have done him good, took his mind off. No good. He'd be sick again if he wasn't careful. The thing was to forget. Forget there had ever been any rats. The hardest moment was walking into the office on Saturday. None of the female staff was there, lucky, since women noticed more than men. He felt awful but didn't want to show it. He had to pretend he knew nothing. He didn't usually buy a morning paper, but he'd seen the headlines on the bus rat eats man and now man eating rats. He was afraid they'd notice he looked peculiar if he didn't know what had happened, but he had self-control. He forced himself to look normal and unconcerned. Everyone was too excited to notice his expression anyway. Once he knew officially, he could look as sick as he liked. That was only natural. All they'd found of Jones was his skull, licked almost bare, eyes eaten out, cheeks gone, gums just a little bit of scalp with hair clinging. This according to the bookkeeper. Mrs. Jones had called the police when her husband didn't come home, and the police had the bookkeeper open the place. Funny the hair being left. Jones hadn't had much of it. There were still rats in the yard when police arrived, but they didn't fight. They just bolted. It was almost as if Ben had been working to his own plan. They'd cleared away all the rat corpses, even licked up the blood, all except a little under the skull where the bit of loose scalp was found. The narrator hadn't planned any of that, only meant them to kill Jones no further. But this was all to the good. No sign this time of any rat man. Monday. All the female staff came in, couldn't resist the gossip. They gossiped all day, then panic at going home time. No one wanted to be last out. He ended up last, though not meaning to. The others waited for him on the pavement. The girl called him brave. She and the other women would give notice unless the firm moved to new premises. Certainly no one would work late from now on, probably true for nearly every business, not just theirs. He didn't know what would happen to the firm without Jones. Someone would try to carry it on. In a funny way, he missed Jones. He hadn't really wanted to kill him exactly, but he had to, hadn't he? He wondered where Ben was now, trying to walk home, a long walk. He hoped Ben never made it. All last night, awful dreams. Sometimes Jones, sometimes Ben. It was funny to think if he'd drowned old Ma Rat and her family way back when Mother wanted, he'd now be enjoying his new riches without a care. Mother knew best. Now he'd do what he should have done then. All the adult male rats had gone to the Jones affair. All the females not nursing or about to litter went too, and all young rats old enough to run. The only rats left here were half a dozen nursing mothers with litters, and 3 or 4 more expecting next week. He was going to drown them all on Saturday afternoon. He was working out how it shouldn't be difficult. The greatest rat hunt in the world's history was about to begin. The government had set up a new department called Rat Control, starting operations in this city. Posters and propaganda. Jones hadn't been dead a week, yet they'd acted very quickly. Commendable promptitude, the paper called it. They had to. It was one thing to have slum children bitten by rats, but a prosperous businessman eaten alive on his own premises? Public outcry. This city was the obvious place for Operation Annihilation to begin. Everyone loved playing at soldiers. The girl had heard that the operation, as it was being called for short, would begin in their office and warehouse. Seal the building, fill it with gas next weekend. Meanwhile, at home, he would play his own small part in the national effort. Secret Service. Lonely, unrecognized work, totally unremunerated. He'd thought he'd need to buy wire netting. Then he remembered the bit left in the front hedge part of what his father had used to keep out dogs. His past consideration was paying off. He'd provided nesting boxes for all the rats with litters. The boxes were loose and portable. All he had to do was tack wire netting over the tops, leaving one corner turned back so the rats could get in and out. He could do this without disturbing them. They were quite used to him working at their boxes. That morning they cremated the skull. He said, because he attended with the rest. They used a normal-sized coffin, as if Jones's whole body was inside. It was funny to think of just the skull with that little bit of scalp and dried blood, alone in the big coffin. The senior traveler and the bookkeeper were asked back to the house afterward. Not him, he wasn't important enough. It made him laugh, remembering that he was the most important person in the whole affair. Without him, there wouldn't have been any funeral. Perhaps Mrs. Jones didn't like him. How unreasonable of her. How right. Saturday. The girl thought he should take her for a drive. That's what he would have liked. But first things first. He told her he really must work in the garden. She didn't ask about Sunday afternoon, but he could see her thinking it. He left it at that. What he'd said was perfectly true. And when you want to deceive, it's best to stick to the truth. She might feel sore, but she wouldn't risk throwing him over just for that. She could get her revenge after they were married. If what people said was right, he expected she would. He had his usual proper lunch: stewed meat, boiled potatoes, boiled cabbage. Pressure cooker saved time. Then rice pudding with plenty of sugar and milk. He took his time. Heavy work right after a meal always gave him a headache. He read a bit before washing up. Then he changed into gardening clothes and went out. He'd better bury them pretty deep. No telling what notion the girl might take about gardening after marriage. He wouldn't want her digging up rat bodies. She'd want to know why they were there. He had no idea how long they'd take to rot, so he decided on a very deep hole, far deeper than she or any gardener would ever go. Digging a deep hole was much harder than he realized. After about a spade depth, he hit a layer of tightly packed small stones. He could barely get the spade through. He had to use a pick. Then came clay with bigger stones, almost boulders. He nearly gave up to try elsewhere, but everywhere else would probably be just as bad. He kept going. The hole wasn't deep enough to satisfy him until nearly dark. By then he was hungry, but he was determined to finish before eating. He went in for the rats, then remembered something else. A stone. He found one weighing about 3 pounds. Into the first box went the stone, a mother rat, and about 9 young. He turned down the wire netting so none could escape. He tied old clothesline around the box and lifted it. Neither mother nor young seemed concerned. They were used to him. He carried the box to the rain barrel and threw it in. The stone made it sink immediately. He didn't watch. He kept hold of one end of the clothesline, left it dangling down the outside, and walked away. After 5 minutes, he hauled the box up. He peered in by the light from the kitchen window. They were all dead. At least he thought so. One of the young seemed to twitch. He threw the box back in. After 10 minutes, no twitching. He carried the box to the hole, turned up the wire netting, and shook the corpses in. The stone fell too. He'd meant to reuse the same stone for all drownings, but he hadn't the courage to grope among the corpses to find it. So he got another stone for the next box. No sign of life this time. 9 boxes in all, a separate stone for each. By the last one, he'd had to hunt around quite a bit for stones of the right size. Otherwise no trouble. He filled in the hole. It was very late. He brought the boxes into the kitchen to dry. Tomorrow, he'd make a bonfire and burn them all. So now he had no rats. He put on a single egg to boil for his tea. Usually he had 2, but the hunger from earlier had faded. More dreams came that night, every one of them horrible. By morning, the boxes had dried completely. He piled them in the garden along with everything else that had ever touched the rats, old newspapers too, and lit the heap at 3 points. The blaze was impressive, but short-lived. Then he went through the house from top to bottom, collecting every bit of rat dirt he could find. There wasn't much. Only Socrates and Ben had roamed freely, and both had been careful. Next he sprinkled disinfectant over everything. He couldn't smell anything himself, but someone else might. Nearly bedtime now. He felt content. No rats, no sign of rats. He might be anyone, a bachelor, still quite young, left alone since his poor mother died, recently come into money, contemplating matrimony. A good catch for some lucky girl. Of course it was going to be. Well, she knew who. All he had to do now was ask. He had no doubt what the answer would be. Around 11 that morning, the bookkeeper and the senior traveler, both looking immensely important, asked him into Jones's private office, which had really been Father's old office. After much beating around the bush, it emerged that they wanted him to take over Jones's interest in the business. They must have learned about his legacy. Perhaps Jones had told Mrs. Jones, and she'd told them after the funeral. It didn't matter now. There was no particular reason for it to remain secret. At any rate, the future of the business had been discussed when they'd gone back to the house after the funeral. Mrs. Jones wanted to sell out. They thought of him. None of the others had enough capital to take over. Not that they'd admitted that to him directly. He bet they all thought he was exactly the person they were looking for. Not good at business, easy to deal with. Mrs. Jones probably thought he'd overpay for the shares just to get back the family firm. The other two likely imagined that once he became the major shareholder, he'd be clay in their hands. They thought he was soft. They'd learn the truth in due course, or some of it. He would drive a hard bargain with Mrs. Jones. As for the bookkeeper and the senior traveler, they'd soon see who was boss. That night he took the girl out to dinner. He meant to do it well, but the cost, £4, 2 shillings 6 exceeded expectations. Still, he could afford occasional extravagance now, not often, and he was sure the girl wouldn't want that any more than he would. If he thought otherwise, he wouldn't have done what he'd done. After dinner they returned to the car. He drove a short distance, then turned into a quiet side road, parking under a tree with 2 wheels on the grass verge. He turned off the headlights but left the side lights on and the rear lights, so no one would run into them. He asked her to marry him. She said yes. He wouldn't have known what to do next, but she immediately kissed him on the mouth. So he kissed her back. A most delightful sensation, quite different from kissing mother goodnight. They continued like that for some time, just lips meeting until it occurred to him to put his arms around her and draw her close. That proved even more pleasurable, with hints of still greater delights to come after they were actually married. They both agreed. The wedding should be quite soon. He left it to her to name the day. He brought the girl to the house. He knew she'd been longing to see inside ever since they'd first become friendly. He bet she'd looked at it from the outside often enough, though you couldn't see much from the road. He apologized before letting her in, explaining why he'd never shown it to her before. A bit of a mess, the furniture old and decrepit. This despite the fact that he'd tidied everything carefully, and the furniture was just as it had always been. If it was good enough for his parents and grandparents, why not for her? He expected admiration, but she said nothing. Finally, he remarked that she'd probably want it refurnished from top to bottom. Their whole future trembled. She answered that he couldn't think of doing that, far too expensive. Besides, she was sure he loved these dear old things with all their associations. How strangely the mind worked. Immediately he felt an urge to get rid of everything, even the house itself. He told her he didn't care about the associations. When they married, he wanted life to start afresh. They could sell the house and go somewhere else. She exclaimed that she thought it was a lovely house and would hate him to sell it. It just needed doing up. Something about the house had exercised fascination on everyone who knew it. From the moment Father died, Jones had longed to possess it. Mother and he had lived on the edge of poverty rather than give it up, and later, he'd almost starved to keep it from Jones's hands. She was right. He might feel repugnance at its associations, but he couldn't leave it. New furnishings and decoration would banish those associations: Father's dominance, Mother's inquisitiveness, her insistence on always knowing where he was going, Socrates, whom he'd betrayed, Ben, who had forced himself on him. Paper, paint, and new furniture would sweep away all the ghosts. He left it in her hands. Don't ruin him, that's all. She asked how much she could spend. Intensely practical. He offered 1,000. She looked doubtful. He was surprised but remembered the fearful cost of everything these days. He didn't want to seem parsimonious. 2,000, he suggested. She thought a moment, then threw her arms around his neck and called him sweet. She wouldn't let it cost that much, and they might get quite a bit back on the old furniture. He was so happy he could sing for joy. A complete new life of freedom and love, the past wiped out as if it had never existed. But he'd forgotten about the rat head mask when he'd had the bonfire. He'd have to get rid of it on the weekend. The girl was amazingly efficient. She organized everything. She arranged for an auctioneer to inspect the furniture. They met at the house during lunch hour. She drove out with the auctioneer while he went in his own car. Their engagement was still secret from the office staff, which he thought best until his share purchase negotiations were complete. That he was about to buy the shares was no secret, however. As a result, he was treated with great respect at work. If he returned half an hour late from lunch, no one asked where he'd been. The auctioneer was quite enthusiastic about the furniture, so enthusiastic that for a moment his resolution wavered. Had he made a terrible mistake agreeing to part with it? Then he looked at the girl and thought of the new life they'd have together, virtually a new house. He wanted everything fresh and clean and bright. He didn't want to live with her among the old red plush upholstery and tasseled chairs, or to make love in a rattly iron bed with tarnished brass knobs. Victoriana, the auctioneer called it. Very fashionable now. He was most anxious that the auction happen in the house itself. Everything would sell better in its natural setting. He agreed at once. There would be one locked room for things they wanted to keep, personal effects. He had a feeling the auctioneer might at any moment refer to him as the deceased. His negotiations with the Jones family were proceeding smoothly. Both sides were working through solicitors on the girl's advice. So was he. Also on her advice, he was offering to purchase only 51% of the shares now, with an option to buy the remainder in 4 years at the same price. 51% would give him control, letting him fix his own salary. If the business did well, the shares would be worth more in 4 years, but he wouldn't pay extra. If it did poorly, He could leave them alone or negotiate a better price. Either way, he'd have enough capital outside the business to live in reasonable comfort. The auction was a terrific success. He had no idea the old furniture was worth that much a year or two ago. It wouldn't have been. Everything had suddenly come into fashion. One example: the china from the spare bedroom, 2 basins, 2 water jugs, 2 toothbrush holders, 2 soap dishes, and 2 chamber pots fetched £7 10 shillings. People went mad. A respectable-looking young woman said the chamber pots would be used as punch bowls. They hadn't been used much, but they had been used. He certainly wouldn't want to drink anything that came out of them. He was writing this in his hotel bedroom. He'd locked up the house as soon as the last furniture was taken away and moved in here about an hour and a half ago. He'd been afraid to leave the house unoccupied any sooner, nervous, ever since the first advertisements appeared in local papers. They seemed to be inviting thieves to break in, especially since he was away at work all day. He would keep living here, or at another hotel, if he didn't like this one, until all the home alterations were finished. He'd move back in before the new furniture arrived. More precisely, they'd furnish the spare bedroom first. He'd move in and occupy that while the rest of the house was being refurnished. On the wedding day, the girl's aunt would move in and stay while they were on their honeymoon. You couldn't be too careful these days. The aunt would move out when they returned home. He still hadn't destroyed the rat head mask. So much spare time had been taken up with the girl that he never seemed to get around to it. It was in a locked trunk in the locked room. Safe enough for now, but he'd have to get rid of it before the wedding. A locked trunk in the house would be exactly the thing she'd want to see inside. She'd open it somehow. That morning, at the Jones solicitor's office, the share transfer giving him control of the business was completed. His solicitor was present. They handed over a check. He received a share certificate. He was then elected a director and immediately appointed managing director. The bookkeeper and the senior traveler were elected directors. The bookkeeper was also appointed company secretary. Mrs. Jones and Miss Jones resigned their directorships. Back at the office, he immediately transferred all his belongings to the managing director's office, father's old office, latterly Jones's. Once comfortably settled, he sent for the bookkeeper. He told him that the girl would take over as cashier temporarily, but that immediate arrangements should be made to hire someone permanently for the position. The bookkeeper asked whether the girl couldn't take over the cashier position permanently. The answer was no. That wouldn't be suitable. No further explanation given. The bookkeeper left looking puzzled. This had all been arranged between them. She would handle the cash for a few weeks until a new cashier was fully trained, then give her notice. On her last day, there would be the usual little office party with a small presentation. At that party, they would announce their engagement. Terrific surprise. He didn't think anyone suspected. Being managing director wasn't all fun. About half an hour before closing, the senior traveler knocked and entered. The narrator looked up with a kindly but tired expression and asked what he could do for him, pleasantly condescending. The senior traveler wanted to know what he got out of being a director. He hadn't intended the man to get anything. The girl and the solicitor had both advised making these two directors, but he hadn't been keen. He knew about directors once a man became one. He got ideas of grandeur and needed more salary to keep up his position. It was different for him. Taking over Jones's position meant taking over Jones's salary. All that was wanted of the senior traveler and bookkeeper was that they just carry on. However, the senior traveler was popular with customers, and he didn't wish to fall out with him. He oozed cordiality while asking the man to sit down, really just to gain time. The senior traveler repeated his question. What was in this for him? He had a frivolous temptation to answer nothing, I hope, but fought it back. Instead, he said it would improve the man's position, make him more secure. He tried to think how the girl would advise him. The senior traveler wasn't worried about security. He wanted to know how much more money he was going to get, sticking out his chin and staring across the desk. The narrator had often heard him say he determined not to leave a customer without an order. Now he felt just like one of those customers and didn't like it one bit. Those eyes kept boring into him. Play for time. He said he'd have to think about it. How long? Oh, about a week. The senior traveler agreed to a week, got up and left. It wasn't much good being the boss if you got treated like that. He'd get back at him someday. The house was coming along well. The only big changes were a second bathroom and a door from the kitchen straight into the dining room. Modernization made all the difference. New bath and basin in the old bathroom, new sink in the scullery, everything repapered and painted in light colors. You'd hardly know it, so bright and cheerful. They'd spent a lot on furniture, but what they got for the old stuff had gone a long way toward paying for the new. He'd be out of pocket about £1,400, much better than expected. The girl had a real money sense. She mentioned possibly adding a third bathroom later if there were children, but that could wait. They both wanted children, but it would be tempting Providence to install a bathroom for them until the first was at least on the way. Another dream about Jones last night. Jones said the business was still his. Even awake, he couldn't get him out of his mind. He'd had to give the senior traveler an extra $100 a year and the bookkeeper an extra $50, with a bonus promise if they had a good year. If the whole staff started asking for raises, his profit would be cut. He didn't see why they couldn't be satisfied with what they'd gotten when Jones was boss. Moving back home on Saturday. The wedding was 4 weeks away. As soon as he got some time to himself, he really must burn that mask. Back home. Such comfort. An immersion heater, hot water any hour, so busy he had no time to write in his notebook. He never seemed to be alone. It was after his usual bedtime when he said goodnight to the girl. By the time he got home he was too tired to do anything but fall into bed. She was going away next week, a friend in London, Monday to Monday, and he was quite looking forward to it. She finished at the office on Friday, having given her notice about 10 days ago. He'd pretended surprise when the bookkeeper told him, remarking he'd thought she was very happy there. The bookkeeper thought she was going to get married. He smiled benevolently at that. Since becoming managing director, he'd had to alter his manner with the staff, including the girl. No more soup at lunchtime. He went to quite a good restaurant. He had to consider his position. Once married, he'd go home. A restaurant was too expensive for every day, though driving home would cost quite a lot too. Still, these horrible dreams, every night, sometimes Jones, sometimes the rats, sometimes both together. Tonight he was alone at home, so restful just to sit by the fireside and write his notes. He was looking forward to the time when the girl would be sitting opposite, maybe knitting, all cozy or bustling about in the kitchen. But the thing was, he wouldn't be able to sit like this writing notes. Sure as fate, she'd lean over and ask what he was writing, demand to see them all from the very beginning. She was very strong-willed. The only way to oppose her was subterfuge. What she'd be looking for was him writing about how beautiful she was, but that wasn't what she'd find. He had no idea what she'd do, so he wouldn't take chances. He'd buy a special deed box, keep the key himself, and leave it with all his old notebooks in the bank safe deposit. He didn't care what anyone found out after he was dead. If he had children, they'd probably burn the lot to save a scandal. She would never have any idea, not if he could help it. If he had a bit more sense, he'd burn the lot himself. But there was something about something you'd written. It was yourself, wasn't it? Even if his children found it, they might think it too interesting to destroy, lock it up again, and say no harm in letting it be known in 100 years when they were all dead. Then it would go to a museum as an historical document. Parts might even be published, the story of Ratman, who terrorized, something like that, perhaps with his photograph. He must get his photograph taken and put it in the box. His family might not bother to keep his photograph. After father died, mother threw out lots of old photographs of his relations. He'd buy the deed box tomorrow. The most awful thing had happened. Ben was alive. Not only alive, he was here, now in this room watching. Not alone either. The cellar was full of rats again. Not all the ones he'd set out with when he went to kill Jones, but some of them, and many others he'd never seen before. Not furry tales at all, just a miscellaneous gathering Ben had fallen in with on the way here. Ben had lost his sense of racial discrimination. A rat's a rat for a that didn't care whether tales were scaly or furry. No sense joking. He was in a hole and didn't quite know how to get out. The girl would be home on Monday. He'd come back from the office today, gay as a lark, put the car in the garage, picked up the deed box wrapped in paper and string, and headed for the front door. Passing the sitting room window, he saw Ben on the back of the sofa. He stopped dead. Ben saw him. For a bit they just looked at each other through the glass. Ben was thin as a rake, all the others too, though he didn't know about the others yet, thought it was just Ben. No doubt what they'd come for food. Ben and his lot looked like they hadn't had a good meal since finishing Jones. The gathered strays probably had never had one. Many things occurred to him standing there. He'd grown so accustomed to not having rats that it was almost as if he'd never had them. He was like any ordinary citizen arriving home to find a rat in the parlor. The ordinary citizen had instructions staring from every hoarding at the first sign of rats. Telephone the police and ask for rat destruction. Don't try to deal with them yourself. Even if you only see one, there may be more you can't see. Remember, rats kill. But if he phoned rat destruction, they'd swarm over the whole place looking for rats, and they might find the rat head mask, and they might find his notebooks. Then a flash. Why not poison Ben? Poison was free from the center. People put it down who didn't have rats at all, just in case, the public-spirited thing to do. A law had passed making it an offense not to report rats, because despite the danger, many people didn't like getting a bad name among neighbors for being dirty. He thought he could surely put up with Ben for one night. He'd put up with him plenty of nights before, so he unlocked the door and went inside. He greeted Ben, remarking he'd been away a long time, and reached out to stroke him. Ben snapped at him. He hung up his coat and hat in the cloakroom. Things didn't seem too bad. He could surely deal with Ben alone, but something made him open the cellar door and go down there. It was full of rats. They looked at him, this starving lot, like cannibals eyeing their next meal. He couldn't get up the steps and shut the door fast enough. One thing was very clear. He'd have to make them understand he was the meal provider, not the meal. He shot straight out, not going back to Ben in the sitting room. Outside the front door he stopped to think again. Would he be better off phoning rat destruction after all? Going back in there was going to be a risk. Then he thought again of the mask and the notebooks. He got the car and started visiting shops that stayed open late. In the first, he bought 2 loaves, but the looks he got made him wary. So in the next he bought only one, then another, and another, and another. When he judged he had enough, he went home. He'd brought a bit of cold boiled ham for Ben, his old favorite, though usually he'd only let him have it when it was going moldy. The goal now was appeasement. He needn't have bothered. Ben had already helped himself in the larder, ignoring his friends and relations. What's more, he'd lost his manners, rat dirt everywhere, perhaps just showing he didn't care anymore. The narrator kept the ham and part of one loaf for himself, since nothing in the larder looked touchable. He flung the remaining loaves down into the cellar. The rats fell on them like wolves. So now he sat watching Ben, and Ben watching him. Ben could kill him during the night, but he didn't think he would. Ben wanted to keep him for the sake of a comfortable home. Without him, the food wouldn't keep coming. By the look of him, Ben had had enough of foraging. Tomorrow, he'd buy grain and mix poison with it. By the next day, they should all be dead. Any half-dead ones he could finish with a spade. Desperation was wonderful for killing squeamishness. Tomorrow at the office, he'd tell them he wouldn't be in the following day. If all went well, he'd be conducting a mass funeral, and he didn't want anyone coming out to see what had happened. Now he was in the attic putting in time. Till what? Well, they were doing nothing yet. He wished to heaven he hadn't told the office he'd be out. He wished he'd told them to come looking if he wasn't there at the usual time. Even that might not have helped. He wished he'd never come home tonight. But he did. He brought the grain and the poison. When he got in, he went straight to the sitting room. He didn't know why. Ben was on the table this time. his notebook open in front of him. Ben cocked his head sideways, one eye fixed on what he'd written, the other half watching him. Then a kind of headshake, as if to say he'd read it all and knew what he was up to. He grabbed the notebook. Ben jumped off the table onto a chair, then to the floor and under the sofa. He came up here meant to get the mask and the deed box with all the notebooks, then clear out. Not quick enough. The rats had come up after him, a solid mass crossing the landing. He'd just gotten the door shut in time. He couldn't reach the skylight, too high. He'd have to sit it out and hope. Leave that door alone, damn them. They'd gnaw it down if he didn't keep yelling. Maybe somebody would hear him. The end? Thank you for spending this time with the story and allowing it to unfold with patience and curiosity. Stephen Gilbert didn't set out to write a horror novel. He set out to explore loneliness. The idea for Willard emerged from his own experience, living in a damp basement flat in London during the 1950s, where rats scratched behind the walls at night. That childhood dread mixed with a philosophical question about power and rejection became the seed for the book. Written in post-war Britain, a time when anxiety about social order and unchecked authority was everywhere, Willard reflects those quiet fears. Gilbert faced creative struggles too. Early drafts were rejected for being too strange. A protagonist who befriends rodents was considered unmarketable, but he persisted, refining the story's psychological depth. The result is a novel exploring themes of isolation, revenge, and the corrupting nature of control. Gilbert, who also wrote The Landslide and the Burnaby Experiments, would later revisit similar ideas of fractured masculinity and domestic dread. In 1971, Willard reached the big screen. A remake followed in 2003. The 1971 film stays largely faithful to the novel's core, a lonely man, betrayed, who weaponizes his rat army. However, the 2003 version changes key elements, softening the protagonist's descent into villainy and removing several subplots about his mother. Major changes include a happier ending, which the novel never offered. Production challenges plagued both adaptations. The 1971 filmmakers struggled with live rats on set, thousands of them, difficult to control. Trainers used food trails and off-camera noise triggers. The 2003 version solved animal wrangling problems with early CGI, though director Glenn Morgan admitted blending real and digital rats was technically brutal. Behind the scenes, the 1971 cast faced real terror. Bruce Davison Willard later recalled that the rats adored him on camera, but attacked a crew member off camera. Crispin Glover in the 2003 version insisted on handling live rats for realism, despite being badly bitten during rehearsal. Here's a fun fact. The original 1971 film inspired a sequel, Ben, whose title song was sung by Michael Jackson. Another, the rat named Socrates in both films, was played by over a dozen different animals because no single rat could learn all the tricks. If this story touched you, the original novel still holds layers. Only the written word can fully reveal. Gilbert's quiet prose captures Willard's inner unraveling in ways no camera ever could. If you enjoy this retelling, subscribing helps support more stories like this, and I'd genuinely love to hear your thoughts, whether appreciation, criticism, or your own interpretation. If this story moved you, consider sharing it with someone who loves thoughtful, darker tales. Stories like Willard remind us that the most frightening creatures aren't the ones in the walls. They're the ones we create when the world refuses to see us. Thank you for listening.